Hey guys, Dev here. There's been a few supercuts of the SPJ Airplay debates, so I figured I'd do the opposite and include all possible streams, of which there were 5 in total, entirely uncut. I won't be including Sargon of Akkad's stream, which he, I, and V commentated over, so if you want to see that, head on over to his channel. The 5 streams here are presented in chronological order of when they were taken in 6 total segments. First, we have the SPJ Airplay morning panel. Second, the SPJ Airplay afternoon panel, right up until the bomb threat was called in. Thirdly, we have a live stream of the evacuation, as recorded by Derek Smart. Fourth, there's a home video taken by Jonathan Rodriguez of the panelists continuing the discussion in a yard of an abandoned house. Thanks for that, dude. Fifth is the SPJ Air panel stream after everybody came back inside the building. And finally, Derek Smart's second stream from inside the building as they were wrapping up. This video is probably going to be like 6 hours long, which is okay because the purpose of it is to have a centralized feed of all ongoing happenings at the SPJ Airplay event. We'll likely do an indefensible video on the event in the coming days, but until then, enjoy.
Ask or what comment you want to make, and I'm going to try to, as often as possible, let you guys say something, and then if something comes over the intertubes and these guys up there are going to try to interject. We don't know how many times that's going to happen, if it's going to work, if it's going to be stupid, but hey, it's a grand experiment. Thank you for your vote of confidence. But these are volunteers. They have the wireless mic. At any time, you guys can talk to them, and when I have a break, I'm going to talk to them, and we'll see what happens. Mic's working?
No, probably mic working.
Testing.
Well, hey, there's money since day.
Welcome to the jungle.
It was. For a moment. It's like...
Would you say, oh, there we go. Would you guys like to hear a joke? It's a bad one. Okay. Did you read about the guy who got an industrial accident? An accident that just paralyzed him all over the left side of his body? He's all right.
That's terrible. That's good because it can only go up from here. No matter what happens now. Oh, one last thing. It's really weird. I got this email. I told these guys. I got this email from someone who said, I'm a troll and I want to go. I'm like, all right. I can't stop you. Just shut up. So I don't know, the reason we're doing this live is I think it's harder to be a troll in person than it is online. But if that troll's here and wants to stand up and grab penis, I guess we can go ahead and do that. I would hope that the rest of you would tell him to shut the hell up and we would just get on with our lives. But I don't think it really ruins anything. I just think it adds to the flavor. Was there like correction? Are we late? Waiting, sweetheart, just waiting.
That's a fine timepiece.
Yeah, well, it's better than the phone. Sometimes the old ways are the best ways.
That right there with you.
If anybody's live tweeting this, say we're late for security purposes or high-tech reasons. I don't know. What?
The truth is so much sadder.
The truth is sadder, says Chris Hammond. The audio screwed up? We're not live now, are we? What?
You are joking, right, John? I can't see your face.
Yeah.
Hey, we're much better. We're golden. You can go.
All right. I guess, according to the tech people, we are live. Welcome to Airplay. This is the first live and live streaming Gamergate debate. My name is Michael Koretsky. I'm a national board member with the Society of Professional Journalists. If you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, go here, spjairplay.com, and follow along. Airplay is really a series of 3 debates. The first is the shortest, and it's right now. We're going to attempt to answer this crucial question. What the hell is Gamergate, and why should I give a crap about it anyway? Here to help you give a crap about Gamergate is our panel. Representing Gamergate, as chosen by Gamergate, Alum Bakari, Ash Scal, and Mark Seb. And in true journalism fashion, we're going to give them 30 seconds to talk about their entire life. Alum.
Hello, I'm Alan Bakari. Can you all hear me? Yes? Good. I'm a writer for Breitbart News, and I got interested in Gamergate sort of when it first arose, because it seemed to me to shine a light on the growing tendency in new media, so, you know, the Gawkers, the Voxes, and BuzzFeeds of the day, to tend to engage in narrative over truth, and also the general growing hostility, both amongst the new media and on social media, to dissent and a growing tendency for uniformity of opinion.
I'm Ash. I'm an opinion writer with the Washington Examiner. I've been a gamer my entire life. My parents are gamers. My brother is gamer. I go home from work and I play video games. So for me, the narrative was always very important. The way that gamers were being portrayed in the press and the way that the games media was treating games in general.
Hi, I'm Mark Seb. I make videos on YouTube under the name Action Points. And a lot of the issues that Gamergate seems to care about are things I've been talking about for a while, well, a couple of years. So it just kind of seemed inherent that I would fall into this discussion at some point. Yeah, there you go.
All right, representing not Gamergate, 2 journalists, Ren LaForme and Lynn Walsh from 2 prominent journalism organizations, Point Institute and SPJ, plus Derek Smart, an independent game developer who says he's neutral on Gamergate. Ren, let's start with you. 30 seconds to talk about your life.
I don't even need 30 seconds. My name is Ren LaForme. I'm a producer at Pointer. We're a nonprofit training school for journalists. 2 years ago, I think to the day, we released this book, The New Ethics of Journalism, which has an updated code of ethics, very similar to SPJ's. Excited to get into it, excited to talk about ethics. Let's do this thing.
I'm Lynn Walsh. I'm on the national board for the Society of Professional Journalists. I also am on the ethics committee, which we actually helped rewrite the code of ethics, and the code of ethics for SPJ is one of the most widely used, I would say, by journalists all over the world. I also am the executive producer of the investigative team at the NBC station in San Diego. Glad to be here.
I'm Derek Smart. Some of you may or may not know who I am. You know what I do, and you probably know why I'm here. I've been a game developer for over 30 years, and I love this industry. I love the gamers, and one of the reasons I'm here is because I want to make sure that these people don't say or do anything that they shouldn't.
Who are you pointing to, the journalists or the Gamergate people?
Everybody.
Okay, fair enough.
Derek, don't mess around.
All right, so we're going to try something a little weird. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we're going to talk about what is Gamergate, and I want to introduce, this is Sharon Dunton. She is president of SPJ Georgia, which is a finalist for Chapter of the Year in SPJ. She's a journalist and a mother, and she's actually here for the journalism conference that's going on next door. She knows nothing about Gamergate, so she's both ignorant and intelligent, if you catch my drift. So I would love to try this. For 3 to 5 minutes, Gamergate panelists, can you explain what Gamergate is to Sharon and why she should give a damn about it? And I'm actually going to hand her my mic, because if she has some questions, she's a journalist, she'll interrupt you and ask them. So let's see what happens. And then afterwards, we're going to ask these guys what they thought about what happened.
Okay, Mark, do you want to start?
Hi, Sharon.
Hello.
All right, so you all know what Gamergate is. Okay, Gamergate is a hashtag that was used by gamers when they found out about a conflict of interest between a game journalist and a game developer. What makes this different from past incidents, you know, of potential conflicts of interest, is that when people try to discuss it, there was this concern, not a concern, but a focused effort to sort of paint the discussion as harassment. So it just, you know, Streisand effect, it made things worse.
So you're talking about exchanges between gamers that became uncomfortable for some people. Is that correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Well, for example, gamers are having conversations between each other when they're playing games. Is that correct?
Well, no, so.
Or is this a whole different social media?
Kind of social media. Okay, so most of the communication happens online, whether it be through Twitter, emails, articles, blogs, etc. And as some of the other panelists might tell you, there's generally this view or attitude to sort of kind of an anti-consumer attitude within the games media. So there's been little way for a dialogue between the consumer or the audience and the journalists who cover the games. So, yeah, when they try to open up, when we tried to speak to them, it just was not happening.
What do you mean by consumer?
Consumer, people who play games, gamer or consumer, whichever
Okay.
term you could like.
Okay.
You want to add? Yeah.
Well, I want to go into, I guess, briefly how it became deemed a harassment movement. I mean, there was the developer and the journalist that were dating. And after the breakup, when there was a breakup article written, there were some trolls. This is the internet. There are trolls. It doesn't matter whether you were a gamer, whether you were a Republican, whether you were a Democrat, whether you are, any group that you can belong to. There are trolls among that group because it's internet breeds anonymity, kind of breeds hostility you don't have to see. So after the breakup, there was something written. She did receive some harassment. And the media loves a harassment narrative, especially a harassment narrative against women. So they took that and they ran with that. And meanwhile, the bulk of gamers were really concerned about the conflict of interest. And so while they were trying to discuss this, the media was running with the harassment narrative. And then any gamer who was trying to discuss the ethics and the conflict of interest was being labeled a harassment. So they created the hashtag so that they could try and discuss the conflict of interest and the ethics. And it didn't, that's what they're trying to do, but in the media's eyes, it's still a harassment movement.
What do you mean by the media?
Well, the games media especially, and the broader media that, would report on what the games media was reporting.
Okay. So is Gamergate, or is this all trying to rebrand what gamers are all about and this social media? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to rebrand or tell people that this is okay and there's really not things going on that everybody thinks it's going on?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, Gamergate, if you approach anyone who would say they support the ideas of Gamergate online, they'll be very open. They'll tell you as much as they can. Like Michael's commented before, you can't get them to shut up sometimes. But no, it's not an idea of rebranding gamers. It's just the idea that we want our media to present a fair image, whether it be something in favor of the developers, something that does right by them, or something that gives us the information that we hope, would, allow us to make good purchases or just understand our community and industry better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I think just fair reporting. So, I mean, when Gamergate began, it was just a discussion about a potential conflict of interest between a game developer and a journalist, Nathan Grayson of Kotaku. Instead of discussing this or reporting on it or engaging with their readers, games journalists decided to say all of these ethics allegations are a veil for misogyny and harassment of this female game developer. At the same time, there was censorship of discussion happening on a range of online gaming communities, which very rarely happens, or at least it very rarely happened back then. So that's what really sort of blew up Gamergate. It was a combination of the harassment narrative, which was related against all gamers, and censorship of discussion.
Okay, and just one more question. Can you explain what trolls are?
I think I can grab that. Trolls are people on the internet who get a giggle out of you getting mad.
All right, so let me ask you a question, because I've known Sharon for a while, so I know she's smart. I know you guys, you know your stuff. What do you now get out of what they just said?
Well, what I see is that it's a community that has conversations, and they all have something in common, which is gaming. And there was some kind of breakdown between a relationship, and it sort of went hog wild and took on a life of its own. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This kind of highlights the disconnect of how hard it is to explain something to a journalist in a short amount of time. So let me ask the journalists, What did you learn from that exchange? Or how would you tell Sharon something different?
Okay, so when we kind of do a story, you have to make a pitch. Every morning, every reporter comes in, you have to pitch your story. Try to break it down as easy as possible to what the story would look like at the end. To me, Gamergate, as a hashtag, starting out explaining it, that to me is like confusing. I think using the hashtag and Gamergate is how people communicate, but I would tell the story this way. I think there are 3 main points. There are a group of people that are all gamers. And I think the conversation or the issue is that they have 3 issues. They have concern over harassment of gamers after they've covered certain issues or that are journalists covering those issues. You also have a concern over media coverage of gamers, both in the gaming journalists, but also outside media. It also sounds like then there are inside ethical concerns over how gamers are covering their industry. That's how I would tell that story, but.
All right, hold on, let's pull that for a second.
Actually, when you say gamers, do you mean the games media or like the people who play games? You said how gamers, I've already read, but you said the term gamers, and I'm trying to determine if you mean the people who play them or the people who write about them.
I think you're talking about both. I think there are concerns about harassment by the people who are writing about it and the people who were involved in that breakup in that situation as well. Sounds like.
All right, let me ask, so Lynn, you came into this knowing very little about Gamergate, on purpose did not want to get too educated about it. Ren, you knew a little bit more about it going in, so what's your thoughts on what you just saw?
Sure. Knowing what I know and hearing this, if I were you, I'd probably still be really confused. I don't think we've begun to scratch the surface of what any of this is actually about. But back to your points, as a journalist, approaching this as a journalist, because that's how I'm supposed to be approaching this, right? That's why I'm here. So this kind of sprung out of this blog post after this breakup. This guy said, my ex-girlfriend was messing around with these people in the industry, and it's unethical and all that. I mean, as a reporter, that's so much easier, and it's something I can actually cover. But the idea that there's this hostility towards gamers and the gaming press and all this, like, I don't even know how to begin to approach that as a reporter. So it seems really obvious to me that you can't report on an idea. It's like saying there's corruption in government. That's not something you can launch a story from. That's just an idea. You need a specific example. And the example in this case is just this story of a relationship. And I think it's really easy for me to see, at least, why at the outset it was painted as this harassment.
Well, it was initially a story about that relationship. It then became also a story about collusion or industry-wide corruption, when a mailing list containing the editors and journalists at some of the biggest gaming publications was leaked, and the conversations were made public. That's when people decided to started to question, well, are games journalists coordinating too much?
Now that's going to be one of the ethical topics, I believe, that you guys are going to bring up. I want to ask Derek, you just heard all the Gamergate people and journalists talk. How would you explain this to Sharon, or how did you come to understand this?
Well, I'm going to give you the short version. These people are all writers, they're all journalists, they have a certain amount of training. I'm just a game developer. Now, the very short version is this. When this whole thing started out, 2 people were in a relationship that went bad. And one of the people in that relationship got mad, went online, and wrote all this stuff. It's like the cops come, this is a very simple version. The cops come to your house, they get a call about a noise alert. They walk in there and they find drugs. Now you're talking about the drugs. Nobody cares about the noise. That's what happened. And all of a sudden, because there was a journalist involved, and because this person was a game developer, the whole thing took on a life of its own. And it stopped being about a private matter. It started being about something that was, to some people, relevant enough to make a lot of noise about. Unfortunately, as these things go, there's one version, like an octopus. There's one version, and then somebody makes something else out of it, and then somebody makes something else out of it, and the next thing you have 10 different versions. And by the time you try to find out which of these 10 versions is true, the one that has the most, the one that people promote, that has the most relevance in terms of how much noise it makes and how much it casts people in a poor light, because that's what, I mean, nobody cares about all the good stuff these days. It's all about the bad stuff. The bad stuff has more traffic online than anything else. So once the bad stuff came to the top, that's it. It just went on about harassment and misogyny and all the stuff that was clearly nothing to do with the whole thing to begin with.
I'm sure that cleared it up for everybody.
I get it.
One thing I'd like to add to that, we're focusing a lot on this one example which sort of helped spark Gamergate, but what has to be understood as well, it was sort of a catalyst for long-running discontent with standards in the games media. There was a whole range of scandals in the years leading up to Gamergate that sort of built up resentment amongst gamers against the gaming press and built up concern about ethical standards. So, you know, it was, yes, the case is important, but it was also just the sort of like the straw that broke the camel's back after a long range of scandals.
So what we're going to do in the afternoon debate that starts at 1 o'clock after lunch, we're going to be diving deeper into what is Gamergate, because the afternoon panelists, same on this side, different on that side, are going to talk about how to cover online controversies. And part of that is how you define it. And I know from 3 months of dealing with Gamergate on Twitter that, Ren, there's probably a lot of tweets right now saying, you're an idiot because it's your job, it's your moral obligation, it's your God-given duty to cover us.
I hear the chat's really great.
So in the afternoon, this is my little tease, we're going to dive into that topic. For now, I want to talk about, is the gaming press ethical? So these guys, the Gamergate panelists, we asked them to come up with 5 case studies, 5 examples of what they say are unethical practices by the gaming press. We're going to break those down with these guys. First, a little warning, and I've gotten a lot of tweets and emails about this. This is not an Oxford debate. There's no script. I'm not a broadcaster. This is not CNN. We're just having a conversation here. So our goal with this is threefold. First, Gamergate is going to outline their examples. We're going to find out from these guys who are ethics experts if it's even a violation at all. Second, if it is a violation, is it a high crime or just a misdemeanor? And third, we want to have enough time at the end so that we can talk about how to fix things, how to make a good gaming press better or a bad gaming press good, depending on your outlook on life. All right, so let's get started. You guys submitted 5 examples. You guys got those about a week ago. We're told not to incredibly study it, but just to familiarize yourself with it, because the goal here is still to talk about this stuff for mainstream journalists and their readers. This is not for Gamergate. This is not for Gamergate critics. So who wants to start on Gamergate and outline as succinctly as possible case study number 1?
Well, I can't guarantee it will be succinctly, but I will start. So I guess I would think that beyond gaming journalism, most everyone here and anyone watching remembers the fallout of the Rolling Stone gang rape article from last November. The Poynter Institute actually named it the error of the year. And part of the problem was that Rolling Stone relied on the account of a single source who told this dramatic story of a gang rape, and Rolling Stone didn't end up interviewing anybody else involved, getting the other side of the story, trying to even verify that these supposed rapists even existed. And so the whole story fell apart. And in games journalism, especially with the growing, fallback and acceptance of this gamers are misogynists who hate women, and men in the tech industry are just out there hitting on women and harassing women and raping women, and it's just this, women are just such victims now, that the same sort of Rolling Stone lacks of ethics that led to that story falling apart has been occurring in games media. And so the first example I want to give is of Max Temkin, who, not a video game, but created Cards Against Humanity, which we all play every time we're drunk because it's an awesome game and it's hilarious and it's fun. So all of a sudden, Temkin gets accused of having raped a woman 8 years previously in college. She makes this accusation on Facebook. She doesn't go into any kind of details. She just says, you guys have been sharing his work and he's my rapist. And that's all she says. She doesn't give any details whatsoever. Well, games media runs with this as Max Temkin accused of rape. The Kotaku article it was a Jezebel article that wrote about it. The headline was, Cards Against Humanity creator faces sexual assault accusations. I mean, it said accusations. It was a single accusation on Facebook, which already breaks the SPJ ethics to not mislead in a headline. And so they just run with this story despite there being absolutely no evidence of this having occurred. Now, to be fair, there's no evidence it didn't occur, but the onus is on the accuser in these cases to prove that something actually happened. But despite that, nobody tried to actually interview her or to interview any witnesses or to even, really talk to Temkin about it. He had stated a defense on his own blog saying, no, this is totally patently false. And not only did he assert his innocence, but he also acknowledged that maybe he hurt her back then because they apparently just talked and made out a couple times, and then he never called her back. Like, he just stopped talking to her and answering her texts. So maybe that hurt her. But what happens is people on Tumblr start saying he's a rapist and he's this awful person, and he guaranteeing that she's a victim despite no evidence of this. And then you have the Jezebel article that actually says he's facing accusations as if he's Bill Cosby with multiple women coming out when really it was only one. So then you have a Kotaku writer, Patricia Hernandez, which will be discussed by Mark later as far as conflict of interest, but you have Patricia Hernandez on Kotaku who comes out and saying that he responded the wrong way, whereas basically saying he shouldn't have defended himself, he should have been talking about consent and the broader discussion of consent. That article created such a backlash that Kotaku's editor-in-chief, Stephen Totillo, made a comment on it about, it's one of the worst misfires on the site since he's been the editor-in-chief. Patricia had a good intent with writing that article, and but she kind of went the wrong way with it, and of course Temkin should have defended himself. So Patricia Hernandez ends up rewriting the article, but it's really not that much better. It's still about what he should have talked about while he was defending himself, which is basically to take responsibility for his crime.
Just to jump in real fast, it's basically an assumption of guilt.
Right, guilty until proven innocent, and he'll never be proven innocent. So he'll never be proven guilty, but people don't really care about that. So you then have, a month after this, the New York Times writes a favorable article about Temkin, and Gawker comes out saying, remember when the Cards Against Humanity guy was accused of rape? And they're upset because the New York Times wrote about Temkin, but didn't include the accusation. Because again, there's no evidence that that occurred, and it was a single Facebook post.
Hello? Turn off my mic. saying this is about Gawker now?
At this point, yeah, most of these examples do involve
Okay,
Gawker.
just to be clear on something, Lynn Walsh and Ren LaForme, what's your opinion of the journalistic value of Gawker?
I mean, I would never quote them or cite them or, I mean,
Yeah, they've done some really great work. Like the Manti Te'o story was amazing. There are a few other cases like this, but as far as journalistic integrity goes, maybe not the highest out there.
Right, but I mean Gawker itself, but then Kotaku is like, they have what, 12 million monthly views?
I think it's 12 million monthly viewers.
Right, so Kotaku, as far as games journalism, like it is a site that people go to, and it is a site that gets a lot of traffic. So
Okay, I guess
yeah,
my
you
question, Astrid, I guess my question is this. You gave a very long, impassioned, and detailed case study, but I'm wondering, because it had so many moving parts, how much of this do you guys, have you digested? Or do you want to ask questions directly to them to kind of get to the bottom of it?
I just want to say one thing. I mean, when we're talking about something really serious and you bring up Gawker, it's just like bringing up, Fox News when you're talking about, serious news, discussions. I mean, there are different kind of sites that write different things, and they all have different standards. And what people tend to forget is all these people are all people. You can hold somebody to a different standard if you want to hold somebody else, especially if a journalist.
Actually, let me ask a question, because Ash also mentioned Kotaku, which is, for those who don't know, a very large gaming website. It's run by a guy I had several conversations with, who's a Columbia journalism grad. For a game developer, how legit is Kotaku to you?
Well, they're pretty legit to me. I mean, again, it's all this. I mean, everybody holds the New York Times in highest esteem and a whole bunch of other publications. And again, a lot of times the different stories that ring true with some people, some hit or miss, but they're more hits than more misses. So Kotaku, Gawker, all these media outlets, they're all written by people. And there's all people who have different personalities, they have different beliefs, they have different aspirations. So it all depends on who's writing what and when, and how that goes. So whether it's Gawker or Kotaku or the New York Times, I think people need to look more about the people who are writing these pieces as opposed to the platform they're using to send these pieces out.
Isn't it the job of a publication, though, to impose some level of standards on its writers to make sure that accurate reporting happens?
Well, first, before we get into that, I actually want to just get a clear understanding of this example. So we're talking about the creator Cards Against Humanity, and you are specifically, can we cite one part of this? Can we cite Kotaku? We are talking about gaming press. So if you were going to give me the bullet about your concerns on ethics in the Kotaku version of this story, what would you tell Ren, Lynn, and Derek? How would you, or any of you guys, how would you congeal this to the essence of the ethical problem you have with it?
They didn't minimize harm. They have a tremendous outreach, and they ran an accusation and did very little to,
So what exactly did Kotaku do that you think is wrong so that these guys can respond to it? Give me a couple of sentences just about Kotaku.
Well, I mean, Kotaku is to say that he responded wrong. His defense was wrong, that he should have just accepted that he did something wrong and then talk about consent or whatever Kotaku felt he should talk about, rather than him actually defending himself.
What do you guys think, Ren or Lynn? Do you understand what's going on? Do you have questions to ask them?
So are you wondering if we believe that that specific article by Kotaku was ethical in their reporting? I mean, is that kind of the question?
Right. Well, any of these. I mean, the Jezebel one as well, or reporting on this in general. Because
well, we want to stick to gaming press for this section. So I think, is Kotaku the one that you have that's gaming press related?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So, and that's
right.
That's fair because that's one of the biggest gaming sites out there, if not the biggest. Correct?
Yeah. It's pretty.
Unfortunately.
Okay. That's.
But hang on. But hang on a second.
Sure.
I think we're missing something very important here. Now, every publication has an EIC who, I hope, gets to read these articles before they run. And in the case of the Kotaku one, it ran, somebody had to have vetted it, and then, it had a huge fallout, and then they went back and said, hey, this is all happening, and maybe we should, maybe there's something here. So Stephen goes out and says, rewrite it. So, I refuse to believe that any of these publications allow these articles to go online without them being vetted. Because if that's the case, then it's a whole different problem.
No, exactly. This is the case like just in the Rolling Stone article where you had an editor, you had a bunch of editors and fact checkers who all looked at it, and then for whatever reason, they decided to run with it anyway. Totillo actually said that he had edited it like really quickly while he was, on the way out somewhere else, and he edited this is exactly what he said. I edited that story in a rush and have regretted it ever since. So
okay, so hold on. So this is a case where
editing a story about a rape accusation in a rush, probably not a good idea as a journalist.
Yeah.
all right, well, but let's set the ground rules, because we have to, this is the problem. This goes back to everything. How are we going to communicate effectively to journalists? I'm hoping that this whole exercise teaches journalists about Gamergate, but I'm also hoping it teaches Gamergate how to talk to journalists. And I've had that conversation online, and people say, journalists should do it this way. Well,
Don't use Twitter, Koretsky.
I know, I shouldn't use Twitter. But
Just don't.
it's a hashtag, pal. So the point is
No filter.
that here's the situation that I want to ask Ren and Lynn. You have an editor who admits there was a mistake made. So this is not a situation where they're doubling down and battening down the hatches. So the question now is, given this example, and these guys had copies of that particular story, what's supposed to happen after something like that? There's a mistake made, because both sides admit there's a mistake, right? In journalism, if both sides agree on something, I can definitely claim that to be the case. You have Gamergate saying, that's a mistake. You have the editor of Kotaku saying, it's a mistake. What's supposed to happen next?
The first thing I will say is, unlike someone who's a lawyer or who is a teacher, journalists aren't licensed. I will just kind of bring that up. SPJ does not license a journalist. It's guidelines. We are here as a resource. Pointer, same thing. No one's handing out licenses. So if someone does write something that's poor, they don't get their license taken away. They may never get a job again, because actually in this industry, everything's based on your reputation and people believing that what you're writing is ethical, accurate, and true. So supposed to happen is I just want to kind of clarify that. If it was me, if it was, my team, a correction would absolutely happen as fast as possible. When we do corrections, we do it so if something airs at the 6 o'clock news, we would then air it in the 6 o'clock news. If it aired in the morning show, it would air again in the morning show. On the web, there would be a correction. We have a policy where we do not take things down, though. We will correct things, and we will say there was a correction, and the link to the earlier article will remain. But again, that's where I work and other places I've worked, we have our standards, and everyone is taught those standards. The editors are responsible for upholding those standards. If you don't, there are repercussions.
So let me ask about this, because this is the interesting part, at least personally to me. This story went up, it was wrong, and then the editor apologized. But when did the editor apologize? How long after the article went out? Because what Lynn is pointing out is what a lot of mainstream publications have, is a corrections policy. Ren, tell us a little bit about how corrections policies work at newspapers.
I don't know. They work.
Well, on your ethics code, your own ethics code, what does it say about correcting mistakes and how quickly you're supposed to do it?
I don't know if there's anything specific about correcting mistakes, but in this case, if you go back and look at those articles, it's heavily footnoted right at the top. This article has been corrected, there was incorrect information. The problem with corrections on the internet is that stuff gets disseminated, and then when you have a correction, it's really hard to get that correction to go as far as the original information did. It's just not something that's going to happen. In a print publication, you can put that correction right where the story was originally, and maybe the next day people see it, that's what you hope, and you get that out there. But once something's out on the internet, it's out on the internet. It's staying there forever.
If I may just jump in, just to give context to it. So the thing is, Patricia Hernandez has this habit of writing these kinds of articles, these sort of opinion pieces that don't really, seem unfair, and it's not.
Well, isn't she an example, one of your future examples?
She is.
I guess I want to just wrap up this example with some lesson. So my question is...
Opinion.
Yeah, we're going to talk about opinion writing. But my question is this. How did Kotaku correct the mistake? Did they, like Lynn's shop, correct it on their own immediately, or did it require some blowback and it was corrected
It
later?
was a blowback, and then days later, she rewrote the article, and there was, you can go find both. They are still, the original is still up there, and Totillo did include an editor's note at the bottom, but again, it took days and it took a backlash from the internet.
So that's interesting. I can see Lynn nodding her head because that's not how it works in other mainstream media outlets.
I mean, and I like to think, look, as a journalist, you never want to make a mistake. Whether it's a correction, I mean, that is like my number one thing. I never want to correct something. I don't even want to clarify something. I mean, that like, for me, hurts me personally. It hurts my team. It hurts everyone involved. If it doesn't, journalism probably maybe should not be your field. That said, that's why, I like to think if we do make a mistake, we immediately try to do what we can to correct it, to make it truthful. An apology sometimes might be in order. And those are things that you talk about with your team, depending on how far it goes. Sometimes lawyers are involved. What do we say? Those kind of things. But I like to think that the public would be forgiving if you do correct it, make the mistake, admit that it was wrong, and give them the correct information.
So basically, though, what I'm hearing is that there didn't seem to be, maybe there is now, but there didn't seem to be a policy in the gaming press similar to what you have at your station, which is investigate any claim of a mistake, correct it immediately at the top, and then explain and apologize. Did that seem like that's the way it happened, or did not happen in this particular case?
It did not happen that way. It took days, it took a backlash, and even then, I mean, people are still, because of the way it was reported initially and because of the guilty until proven innocent narrative, I mean, Temkin was just uninvited from a festival, and every time that he got invited, and people are like, why would you invite a rapist? Like, there's no evidence that this happened. It's just a Facebook.
And the story, you're telling me the story was, I mean, I know, but I'm playing devil's advocate here. So the story was rewritten, but there was no correction at the top?
No, there wasn't a correction in her original article. There was the editors
at the bottom.
Wow.
And these articles, these corrections, they never included anything that was like, okay, guys, this is one allegation. It is a Facebook, like, take it for what it is. There's just this whole acceptance that this Facebook post was like on the record fact. There's it was just credulously accepted.
Another point I want to make, because Lynn, you mentioned being forgiving after they correct their mistake. I think gamers are probably less inclined to be forgiven to York, seeing as less inclined to be forgiving to Kotaku because it was part of the Gurkha media network, which then went on to report on the case again and again very poorly.
All right, I want to get to Ren, but let me ask you a question, Alum. If Kotaku and other gaming media outlets that have angered Gamergate did what Lynn said consistently, because they're going to make mistakes, we're all human beings, and
yes.
Journalists write the first draft
I
of
know
history.
what you're asking, yes.
I can explain. Are you saying if they corrected all their mistakes, apologized for their past mistakes, and would gamers be forgiving?
Right, because I will tell you this. I had a conversation with Stephen Totillo, and I asked him to give me he didn't want to be here, and I asked him to give me on the record responses to your Gamergate's 5 examples, because Kotaku is kind of woven throughout those. And he basically said no. And without violating any confidence, I don't think I am by saying that he feels that this environment has gotten so toxic that even when he does issue a correction, no one will believe him, and it's gotten so bad. My question, I'm not asking you to judge that. What I am saying is, if it happened like Lynn said, could Kotaku lower the volume for future mistakes it makes? And how many times would they have to do that before it would be
until they stop having to do it for every article?
Yes. See, what I think Stephen is trying to say is that nothing Kotaku can do at this point will win back its trust with gamers. And I've heard similar things, that there's no point, having a dialogue with gamers, they'll hate us anyway, etc., etc. This is what I hear from some games journalists. But that would be a persuasive argument, given the level of distrust that gamers have for the games media. but there is one example where a games news site did change their ethics policy, did apologize for past mistakes, did up the quality of the reporting, and managed to win back trust with gamers. That site is called The Escapist.
Okay.
The Escapist magazine at the start of...
Golf claps all around, okay.
See,
So I want to get to Ren in a second. I just want to make sure we get to this point. Tell me, first of all, let me just say this. Kotaku is still very large, so they must have some readership, or they wouldn't have jobs. So someone is reading them. They're doing something right. My question to you is, for those who don't like Kotaku, if they adopted Lynn's policy, how long do you think it would take for that to sink into their biggest critics?
Can I get on that? Okay, so I said yes, but with the stipulation that it would take time. Some people are going to be more forgiving. Some will not, be so willing to trust them after, for, I don't know, 5 or more years of being branded as some sort of untouchable. I mean, that's what they've done. I mean, most of the people at Kotaku have done that. But I actually want to add another example to what I'm saying is, it's not even just a matter of a website. It can be an individual. Ian Miles Chong of Gameranks had a very similar way of writing, sort of approaching his audience. He made apologies. He's begun to see the other side of the story, and Gamergate has been surprisingly acceptable. I'm still a little cautious.
Are they accepting because he's suddenly agreeing with them, or because he is just doing journalism differently?
Because he's recanted his mistakes, and he's
Right.
considered people's views.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's not enough to just, all right, we made a mistake and let's correct it, right? That would be very forgiving, but there also has to be a clear idea that they're going to try and make less mistakes, because it's not enough to be like, oh, well, we'll just throw out an accusation and we'll run a correction later. Like, that's obviously not going to gain any trust back. You have to, you have to do everything in your power to not need a correction in the first place.
And another thing, if I had to give some advice to Kotaku, I wouldn't just apologize for particular examples. I'd apologize for the general trend, say, between 2012 and 2014, with these stories of rape accusations and misogyny, which were a systemic problem, not just in the gaming press, but across the entire press. Rolling Stone didn't occur in the vacuum.
All right. Well, Brent, you were looking like you wanted to say something, and I prevented you. Sorry.
We spent a half an hour talking about ethics in journalism and Gawker in this. What? These are the guys that are getting sued for everything they own for publishing Hulk Hogan's sex tape. It's like we're having a gourmet food conversation, but talking about easy mac and cheese. This is just, to me, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. These guys come from this tabloid tradition. They're not actually, Nick Denton, the publisher of Gawker, just 2 weeks ago said, okay, maybe we should think about ethics, and half the staff left. So I can't believe,
Well, surely you can understand why gamers are upset to have Gawker come into their industry and start covering it.
Sure, but if we're talking about journalism ethics, I'm not sure why we're talking about Gawker.
I can tell you why, Ren, and it's because, unfortunately, and I said unfortunately because they're large, this gets into my other topic, but you guys, it seems mainstream media doesn't, in the case of this Airplay, doesn't know how to approach games. So you rely on the games media to fill your beat. And even though, as you say, it's ridiculous we're talking about Gawker, you rely on them. They're giving you bad information. In the case of the New York Times, they're giving you bad information, and then it's then printing the misinformation, which just makes people even more distrustful of journalists. While I'm sorry it is ridiculous, it has to be done because the information keeps you.
It sounds like the mainstream media did pretty good earlier when you said that the New York Times talked about Cards Against Humanity without mentioning the claims. It sounds like mainstream media is pretty fine to me.
That was one case, but in other cases, the mainstream media has sort of followed what Gawker had said. Well, not just Gawker, but also a number of other gaming journalists.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? You realize we've been talking about one of your 5 examples,
yes.
and I was hoping to get to 3.
We won't get to 5.
I want you guys to keep talking and wrap this up, but we have some volunteers in the audience. I would like to hear from one person in the audience, talk to our volunteers, and I would like to hear your impressions of what's going on so far. But Ren, do you want to, one thing to realize is that Gawker and Kotaku, there may be an ownership connection there, and I have been on interviews with Gamergate. I think Kotaku's done some good journalism.
I think Gawker's done some good journalism, but this to me is a subject of media literacy. You have to know what you're looking at. You have to know that you can trust it or not, and consumers of journalism have to be educated on what they're looking at. I don't think in a lot of places that's the case.
Well, so let me ask this question, because I'm trying to come to a solution to this problem. And not that it's going to be, lions laying down with lambs and everything's going to be great. But it seems like one thing that could happen, SPJ, Pointer Institute, whatever, could actually talk to gaming media outlets and try to get them to institute a standard correction policy. Now, it sounds like, Mark, you're saying it might take years for a majority of Gamergate.
No, not a majority. I said some.
Some, okay, some, fair enough.
If they're like myself and they've seen this for at least a decade, then yeah, I would say they have a right to be wary. But some. I don't want to try and speak for everyone.
All right, so Lynn, if we had a standard correction policy for these gaming outlets, you think that might not solve the problem but lower the volume?
Well, that's what I was going to say. While yes, it might be Gawker, they still have a great reach. And while I like to think that my mother knows the difference of what link that is being shared, and I love my mother, I'm not sure that everyone does. So it's very, very important, I think, that if you're writing online, if you're doing anything, whether you're blogging or whatever, that you do have your own ethics code, you're looking at professional ethics code, and you're adopting those to act appropriately. Agencies should have that too. Organizations should have that too. And would someone like SPJ, not to speak on their behalf, or Pointer, but I'm sure if Gawker approached one of us and said, hey, we need help developing standards for ethics, for correction policies, for anything like that, someone would agree and say, sure, we will help you based on our codes develop something for your
and I
organization.
don't think that we can just say, oh, well, it's Gawker, forget it. I mean, we know that Gawker has problems, so we can't just ignore them when they do have, billions, I think, of monthly page views. I mean, they reach a huge audience. So yes, they need. Well, that's Kotaku specific, but Gawker in general needs reform, and it's not going to come from the top. So it has to be that grassroots.
And the thing is, even if loads of people think they're crap, and experts and journalists think they're crap, their stories still do real damage to real people. I mean, Temkin is just one of the examples.
Yeah. Right.
Mike,
I mean, well,
I just want to say one thing about collectively what everyone has said. It's that it's about people who write these articles. Now, it's easy enough to take one or two articles and say Kotaku or Gawker Media have done this, that, and the other, but you have to look at the people who write these articles first and foremost, and forget about the platform they're using or whatever. I'll give you an example. This is probably not going to be a very popular one. Nathan Grayson is a very good gaming writer. I followed his work for a very long time, and he wasn't originally at Kotaku. He came from another publication, RPS, and people still read his work. Now, if we're saying that, well, this is all about Kotaku or Gawker or Fox News or whatnot, what we're automatically doing is tainting the people who really do the good work at those publications. So I think what everyone needs to look at is it's not really about what they're writing and how they're writing it, but it's about the people who are writing it, what training those people have, and the people who are responsible for them, the EIC, the people who vet all this work. They're the ones who the spotlight should be on, because if they don't toe the line and they don't set these standards, then these writers, no matter how good they are, have free reign. And that's been going on for a very, very long time. And because they don't know any better, it continues.
Right, and that's I mean, obviously, this is what this is about, which is maybe you just haven't learned this. This is a learning experience, so this is how you fix it. And a lot of these games journalists do need to understand, especially the amount of damage that they can do to people's lives. I mean, Temkin now is constantly, whenever there's an article written about him that's maybe not in the New York Times, but whenever a games journalist, they say he's an accused rapist. You've got this whole Twitter campaign that just knows him or just refers to him as a rapist. And if you want to see some real world, I mean, you look at what happened with Brad Wardell, where
Brad Wardell's our next example, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I might do quick because they have different types of
Okay,
examples.
well, because here's the thing.
Fire it off, Ash.
It's almost 11. I want to get one comment from an audience member, and I want to move on. All right, so identify yourself any way you want and say whatever you want, briefly.
My name is Paulo Munoz. I am known as Game Diviner on YouTube and on Twitter.
Hi, Paulo.
I want to make one comment, especially to Mr. Ren Laforme. I know you put Kotaku and ethics in one sentence as a mockery of what Gawker is, but I want to remind you of one thing. Gawker destroys lives. There's a big reason why many of us in Gamergate are anonymous, because Gawker will destroy people. You take the example of Justine Scavo, I believe her last name is that? Justine Sacco. She was one woman who made one wrong tweet, and the man who destroyed her life, Sam Biddle. And we are facing them. Nick Denton himself has said we have cost him 7 figures of money on advertising revenue. Do you think any one of us here wants to put our face to that? When Gawker is willing to put out hundreds of people's private citizens put out their addresses because they own a gun in New York City. We are scared to put our faces out here, and people here who are in Gamergate are putting our faces out here because we believe in this, and this is Gawker's power. Gawker is not just unethical. Gawker is willing to destroy private people's lives, and by putting my face here, I put my family in danger. But I'm willing to be here because I believe in gamers. I believe they are good people, and I believe we have been mislabeled this entire time. So please do not dismiss this by saying Gawker shouldn't be unethical. So thank you very much, Mr. LaForme, for being here.
No, thank you for standing up and saying that clearly. I'm not saying that Gawker is not a thing that has some power and sway. I think they should be held to a higher standard, and if they want to get some help with ethics, I'm sure that Pointer SPJ would love to help them. I mean, honestly.
If I can say something really quick, Trent. I actually don't mind if Gawker wants to write horrible things, if Kotaku wants to write horrible things. It's the fact that they have that reach. That's my. And then if we want to say they're not accountable, then we need to make sure the people who spread the information, the people at the New Yorker, are the ones who will uphold that higher standard.
I mean, there are two alternatives. First, school can improve their standards, or people can just stop believing them. I mean, either one will work.
All right, one more comment. This one's from a recent journalism graduate.
I have a question, actually. It sounds to me like, obviously, Max Temkin type coverage isn't exclusive to Gawker, and it's not the first time Gawker has unfairly scrutinized someone. But I don't think that it sounds like this problem is exclusive to gamers either. It sounds like people of all industries are unfairly scrutinized by certain media outlets, like you pointed out, others don't.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's this narrative, and this specific example goes into the narrative of women as victims, and I guess you could almost call it rape journalism when it comes to the Rolling Stone style. So yes, that is a much broader issue of games journalism and journalism as whole. We'll have some other examples that are much more game specific.
Yeah, and so are there certain elements of it that make it, it's more unfairly, I mean, there's more unfair coverage towards gamers? What elements of it makes it different from every other person that's been scrutinized?
Well, I think it's because gamers sort of stood up against these sort of narratives. They were like the first large group to do it. So a lot of the journalists and commentators who had bought into the narrative already decided, well, okay, we're going to smear these guys as misogynists and bigots and harassers and so on.
Well, also in our other examples, why it's different is he'll get into this, but the issue of developers dating and colluding with journalists and for favorable
Publisher
coverage.
pressure on the AAA scale, and then cronyism within the indie scale.
Right, which is, I mean, I'm sure
it
happens.
sounded crazy and weird, and I'm sorry.
I'm sure it happens.
If we get the time, I swear I'll break it down.
I'm sure it happens in regular journalism, but it's like, it would be like, so I cover politics, so it would be like me dating or having a best friend in a senator's office and then doing constant favorable coverage of that senator. I mean, you don't do that in regular journalism, but that's what's happening in games journalism.
That was a great answer.
Thank you for the question.
And I think we have an example of that if we can actually succinctly get to it, because I want to get to at least 3 of our 5 examples. So can we get another example succinctly and actually spin off more conversation from it?
If it's me, yeah, I can get it fast. Which one do you want?
Oh, really? The gauntlet has been thrown down.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Well, which one do you want? Do you want? Okay, so I guess we just mentioned Patricia Hernandez. So in the case of Patricia, and before I go further, I just want to say. I'm not going to lie to myself. I said it's going to be succinct.
I know.
Kotaku has done good journalism before, way back when they were large enough, and the industry publishers would try and blackball them because they wouldn't, do things they wanted. and they would stand up against that. But it's of recent that they've started to, do these shady things. But anyway, Patricia Hernandez wrote 6 pieces that were favorable to an indie developer.
What developer?
An independent developer.
Okay.
An independent developer is someone who makes games without the financial support of like a large company, like a
So
publisher.
that would be like Derek, right?
Yes.
Doesn't
Derek, perfect,
doesn't
yeah.
have a huge corporate board behind him, goes off.
He's a
and does
free
his thing.
artist. He has his vision.
Okay.
He's not restricted.
And just to be clear, in the gaming culture, what are the status of indie game developers? Are they considered minor league or like heroes or whatever?
Well, it's, as Derek would probably tell you, it's kind of both. I mean, recently indies have gotten a lot of attention, but there's a lot of people who've been working at it for a long time and just don't seem to get any spotlight. And that's really mainly because of these conflicts of interest. There's a sort of this self-interest that these journalists have with various independent developers. So back to the example of...
Right, 'cause I have a feeling that Derek is going to have an opinion on this one. But
Oh, no, I would love to hear it. I'm sure he's got much more experience on this than me. But in the case of Patricia Hernandez, she had written a piece of a person who we found was her close friend, 6 pieces that promoted the person and was also her roommate. Now, you'll have to forgive me because I don't have much journalism experience, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to promote your roommate.
Well, let me just
I have a
add.
question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she disclose her relationship?
No, not until Gamergate got involved.
So here's basically I asked Stephen Totillo, the editor of Kotaku, about this. He did respond, but he said it was, quote, off the record, not to be posted, quoted, or shared.
You see, that's funny because I know Stephen Totillo said the opposite. He said that he always assumed that his writers would then go and then tell him if there was a conflict of interest.
Well, so what he did do is he pointed me to something that he had written about this before. So this is his response to what they're saying. Patricia had messed up in writing about some friends and former housemates without always acknowledging they were friends or former housemates. She thought some of it was obvious and other cases didn't think it was relevant. Her passion for covering interesting games, big and small, should be obvious to anyone who regularly reads Kotaku. And I don't think at all she was ever plugging work she didn't think was cool. But disclosure is good to ward off even the appearance of impropriety. That's why, back in August, after I tweeted about my standards for disclosure, basically, if you think readers would want to know how you know a person, then you should tell them. And after people dug through her entire Twitter history to raise questions about some people she tweeted with, we then applied updates to some of the articles she had written. Mind you, Patricia is someone who has been harassed by people who dislike her work and spread fake articles to discredit her. She's had to deal with a lot of bullshit along the way, all the while writing some of the best and most interesting stories about games month in and month out.
But isn't that what a journalist goes through?
Well, I just wanted to, I wanted to give Lynn and Ren some background. So basically, this is another example. These guys picked out this example, and I went try to get to the source, where the editor-in-chief is admitting that something was wrong. However, there are nuances in that response that I wanted you guys to address.
Well, I was going to say, if I have a reporter and they want to cover a restaurant, or we're doing an investigation on the restaurant's, cleanliness, if they have any ownership or their friend has any ownership of that restaurant or any connection, they absolutely would not work on that. Not only would they not work on it, but
it's a nice feeling.
Journalists aren't used to applause.
You guys should really like Gamergate. We do this sort of thing a lot.
but not only would they not cover it, because we have instances where we ask reporters to disclose any kind of any involvement they have, whether it's volunteer, it might be a local community group, whatever it is. And if anyone is covering that in the newsroom, they are not associated with it, they're not involved in it, they're not involved in the notes. I've had meetings where we ask a reporter to leave because of their involvement with a nonprofit or something, and that's our standard. And I feel very, very, we're very strict with it. And I think what happens then, it doesn't put me as an executive producer or an editor in a position where the team's worked months on something. It's a great piece of work, and then the only thing anyone focuses on is that conflict of interest. And I mean, that's, one, we do it because I think it's the right way to do it ethically, But two, because we want the work to shine through and we don't want to give it the chance of having it to be focused where they're going through someone's Twitter feed and now the conversation is, well, they only did that story because it's so-and-so's brother or something like that.
So even a disclosure in that instance, if she were to disclose at the beginning, I don't think that it would really help because you get through the entire article and then oh yeah, this game was by my best friend.
I'm saying if it was me, I wouldn't have her involved with that at all because of the relationship. But let's say that even if someone else is writing about it, I would say maybe there could be talk, and I would consider, do you disclose somewhere in the article that someone on your staff has a close relationship with this person? I think that might be
I think I wish that you were involved in game journalism. It would make things a lot easier. No, just to speak to that point, and I do this with caution, because once again, I try not to speak for all of Gamergate, or many people beyond myself, but what I've seen is for some people, it's fine if they put a disclosure. If they just say up front, I'm friends with this person, the gaming audience, as you see, they're invested enough, they make the effort, they go look for answers, that they're like, if they just tell them, I'm friends with this person, they don't feel they're being lied to. They're like, okay, I can then make this judgment and say this writer's passing their opinion through this lens. And that's probably just enough. It's the fact that the media becomes hostile and anti-consumer or anti-gamer, whatever you want to call it, is I think what's really made a mess of the situation.
Ren, can I ask you a question? I love putting you on the spot most of all.
I love it.
I want to reread.
Wish I could read the chat.
I don't want to read it either, don't worry.
I'm going to make sure that your Twitter feed is just going to get bombed. I want to reread one sentence from the editor of Kotaku's response and get your thoughts. Actually, two. She thought, the reporter, thought some of it was obvious and other cases didn't think it was relevant. And then the editor says, I don't think at all that she was ever plugging work she didn't think was cool, but disclosure is good.
Disclosure is good. I mean, I think if we come away with anything at the end of today, it's that the Gawker network is not the most ethical
Well,
place.
actually, with the disclosures issue, that wasn't just Kotaku, that was endemic across the gaming press. There were problems at PC Gamer, Polygon.
Right. So, I mean,
actually, there was even a problem with The Guardian.
Is Well actually on the drinking game bingo thing that I saw earlier?
The man's British, come on. Should I just jump into the next example then?
Hold on, I just want...
This is it's a slam dunk for you guys. You got one. You got an ethical dilemma here. Look, this is unethical. I agree.
I'm sorry, but we have to keep going. The ride never ends. We have to keep going. The ride never ends.
Ren, on that point, so I assume then you wouldn't agree with the culture editor of Vox when he said Gamergate has yet to uncover any legitimate ethical problems in gaming journalism.
I mean...
He must be wrong.
Yeah.
He's wrong.
I have to say,
this is great.
This is a rarity where journalism or Gamergate actually does anything definitive.
I'm telling you, if you guys just talk to us more.
All right.
Don't on Twitter so much.
Did you have anything else to say about those comments? Because
You're smarter than me. Go ahead.
no, I don't know about that. But I think you can't, and I love the reporters I work with, but because they're so involved with the story, they're gathering the facts, they're sometimes not thinking of the bigger picture. That's why it is very important for the editors, for the producers, for news directors, whoever it might be, to be thinking about these things for them. And I literally will ask those questions to people. Do you have any involvement? Do you know this person? How do you know this person? How do they know this person? And you do all of that, and I do all of that because I do think it's important, because I want the story to shine, and I don't want someone troving through Twitter feeds and talking about relationships. So I think as an editor, you have that responsibility, and that is kind of your goal, to be looking at the bigger picture of how the story and the relationships are involved. And it's not the reporter's fault, they're just focused on a different aspect of it at times.
And speaking of the broader picture, I want to point out that Patricia Hernandez is not the only example. Like, we cured her, it's all over. I mean, there's, like, what are we up to? Dozens upon dozens of
Are you asking
examples?
for a number of possible conflicts of interest? Because Patricia had 16 and Nathan Grayson had 21.
No, people with conflicts of interest. She's not the only one.
Yeah, if you guys
Curing
want to
her
see...
doesn't cure the issue. There's dozens of other games journalists with many, many conflicts of interest.
There's a website called deepfreeze.it where people have gone and tried to find all the conflicts of interest. And, you know, it's not saying they're horrible people or they're guilty. Just here's the information. Take a look at it. And then I know there's a giant list, someone's made a pay spin where they meticulously have every single link of possible bit of information. So if any of you want to go and investigate that, you can.
In our ethics book, the new Ethics of Journalism, available in fine bookstores near you, we've actually, the ethics code in SPJ says act independently. We changed that a little bit to be transparent, which is essentially the same thing. But it acknowledges the fact that in some of these communities, small, indie gaming communities, for example, it's almost impossible to not have friends in the industry, to not know people. And so we clarify that in cases where you can't get around not using people who have relationships, to be as transparent as possible, to clearly articulate what you're doing, and to let people know, that this exists. So.
And just to build off of that, I think the other thing is to avoid conflict of interest, and this is from the SPJ's Code of Ethics, real or perceived. And I think that is so important because while you may not see it as a conflict of interest, the fact that someone else could or possibly could is huge too, because if the public perceives it, then the reality of the world we live in is that it will become a conflict of interest in the public's state of mind, and then there goes your story.
And this is not a games industry specific problem. I mean, automotive journalism, beauty journalism, food journalism, these people all know each other. You just have to be as transparent and independent as possible.
I can give you one that's game related. But to that point,
hold on, before we go.
You have to. We kind of agree here.
Yeah. So before we get to another example, because sometimes these ethical examples exist in a vacuum, I want to ask Derek, because these examples directly affect independent gamers,
yes,
game developers. So Derek, talk to me about how some of these things that apparently all sides agree on, right? We've had 2 examples so far where the editor has agreed there was a problem, although maybe not agreeing is as much a problem as everyone else is, and you have the journalist agreeing. I want to know how it affects the end user, the reader, the person. Talk to us about that.
Well, first, I agree with all of them. I mean, there's no debate about that. I mean, we all know that there has to be these disclosures. You have to be upfront about them. The way it affects, well, it's not about how it affects independent developers. It affects everybody. It affects gamers and developers as a whole. But as I mentioned earlier, this problem has been going on for a very, very long time. And unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, if anybody was able to go back, let's say, 20 years, okay, and you ran all these background checks, you ran all this conflict checks, you would find that almost every single person, whether it's a reporter or a game developer, is 6 degrees connected to somebody. And the other thing about it is, I've written several articles about this, because the industry it's so insulated that you find some of these reporters and these writers, they stop writing and then go work for a video game company, or they go into PR. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. They used to be gamers, then writers, then they're in journalism.
If I could just jump in there, it's like Congress. They become they're politicians,
right,
and they become lobbyists.
In politics, we call it a revolving door.
Right. So that's precisely. So
I think you're seeing Ren and Lynn smile because that happens in journalism too.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the gamers are very passionate about this stuff, and gamers are really loud. If they don't like something, they're gonna scream. Let's put it this way: if somebody was on Food Network and they burnt a burger, I mean, you forget about it when the broadcast ends. Gamers, you write something that's not right or something that doesn't gel right about something they love, you're going on vacation for a long time.
Let me ask you about that. And we're going to take a question from online or a statement from online, whatever they can get up in the control booth. But I want to ask you about that. Why does it seem that gamers are less forgiving about mistakes or burned burgers than other groups? Why is that? You work in this field. They're obviously not very forgiving. You make a mistake in a game, you will hear about it for the rest of your life. Is there some reason they're different?
Right. There's a very good reason why it's different. Gamers are unhinged. That's the first thing. Totally unhinged.
You're talking about your customers,
I think I have to resent that there.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally unhinged. I mean, let's put it this way. For as long as I've been a gamer, I was a gamer first, then a game developer. I mean, when I figured out that, they actually paid me to do this stuff, I mean, it was all over. And I knew that the entire thing about gaming, as passionate as everybody is, as unhinged as they are, okay, and the whole thing about anonymity, if the gamer doesn't like something, they don't like it. That's pretty much where it ends. If they like something, they like it. And they're unhinged because the whole purpose of gaming, I mean, I always say to people, gaming is about drama. If you take out all the drama, all you have left is psychosis.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay? And the bottom line is, people are antisocial by nature. Now, if you've got a good game, games bring people together, all kinds of people. Whether it's your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, the guy down the road. Gamers is a collective entity. When you bring all those different people together, and you have that one loud voice, the fact that they all feed off each other, somebody can say, hey, I'm here, and somebody say, hey, I see you, that's what gaming is about. That's the collective. That's why Gamergate is the way it is. Because these people are all unhinged, and they can say and do what they want because they're passionate about this stuff.
All right, wow.
Can I respond to that super quick?
Super quick.
I have to respond a little bit that you said unhinged, but just 2 points why I think it is the way it is. I think we have to be careful not to confuse, someone mentioned this to me the other night, we're not to confuse online with gamers, because online, and it doesn't even matter if you're anonymous. I mean, if you go look at Yelp, people will tell you how awful your shop is or what have you. But online, people go crazy with their opinions. And the second thing is, if gamers seem more invested, which I would attribute Gamergate to, it's because unlike movies or books where it's kind of a passive experience, gaming, you interact with it. You have to be invested in it. It's not something you can really do casually for like long hours. It takes an effort. I mean, you can play Candy Crush for a bit, I imagine, but you can't. I don't think you could really call yourself a gamer at that point. But in any case,
Ouch.
So what? I'm okay. But anyway, but yeah. So there's this. It's a personal investment, I think, is what it is.
So this is something that's interesting. Ren was mentioning that there are similar problems, ethical problems in many niche kinds of journalism, food reporting, automotive reporting. But maybe one of the issues here is that it's just a lot more passionate in gaming, so that journalists...
Which isn't bad. It's not bad.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's something that mainstream journalists have to accept. Is there a question from upstairs, from online? Do you guys want to read that from the booth?
All right. So, while journalists are certainly held accountable to codes of ethics, how will this apply to amateur journalists or to bloggers?
Interesting. Basically, if it's not Kotaku, if it's somebody trying to start their own blog, how are they supposed to learn about good journalism ethics, and apply them?
So I think if you are writing online, whether it's your personal blog, Facebook post, whatever it is, I think you have to be aware that it's public, even though you may think it's private. And I think if you want to be taken seriously and respected, that you should have some kind of ethics in place. And I think if you want to turn, there are codes out there, and I mean, I think SPJs is one of them, journalists who have been doing it for, years, who can give you that kind of advice. In my opinion, you don't have to be with a news organization to adopt a code of ethics or abide by it or follow it. I think everyone should be. As far as getting advice, or if you have questions, you can contact SPJ, you can contact Pointer. There are tons of organizations that write about this on a daily basis.
Well, what if I'm not an SPJ member? I don't want to spend $76.
You can still contact us.
So SPJ,
They can go download the Code of Ethics from the SPJ website.
Yeah.
But you're saying...
And put it on the wall.
But even then, a lot of this, I don't want to say common sense, but you just kind of think about it. You want your article to be accurate. You want to make sure that you're not giving false information, because that reflects poorly on you. And you also want to make sure that people want to read you because you are coming from a standpoint that's maybe not being a cheerleader for a specific thing when you're presenting yourself as a neutral party.
Right, so I guess what I'm wondering here, based on what we talked about, I don't think a lot of people know that, say they're going to start up their own blog because they're mad. Most journalism outlets that are started by individuals are not started because they said to themselves, I want to start a journalism outlet and just do noble things upon the world. No, they were pissed off at something, and they want to do it right by themselves. But I don't think people know, and I think this is a good opportunity to say, that for Pointer Institute and for SPJ, you don't have to be a member. You have to pay dues. They will still talk to you, and they will still help you. So that if anybody is trying to start their own media outlet, trying to cover, say, games on their own, they can email Lynn Walsh, SPJ headquarters, and me, and we'll get them the information they'll need, that you're not doing this in a vacuum. And maybe one other solution we can get out of this is that if there are, in the gaming world, other sites that are trying to make a go of it, that there is an SPJ, something called communities, which are online groups of people that share similar interests. Not like your gaming journo pros, but people that will, because they don't talk about specific stories, but they talk about how to do things, shortcuts that aren't going to cost your coverage, business things. Maybe there needs to be a community of those smaller gaming sites that gamers themselves like, and maybe SPJ can help facilitate them, not dictate to them. We don't even know half this stuff, but we can maybe help. Does that sound like it might work?
Yeah. Well, the good thing is, after Gamergate, a number of new sites did spring up in specific response to the allegations of poor standards in the more established ones, and they started off with clear ethics policies. So there was one called Tech Raptor. There's another very popular one called Niche Gamer, and a few other ones as well.
Okay.
And most of the big sites then, enforce, or they compose ethics policies. I don't know if they've enforced them. We'd have to keep an eye on them. But yeah, so despite, what the mainstream media might say that Gamergate's all about, harassment, actual changes come from it. It's just numerous changes, but you don't hear about it because, if it bleeds, it leads, and no one's bleeding when there's good news. So.
All right, is there any other question from online or anything else? Okay, we'll just keep going on and we'll get back to them later. All right, let's try to get through one more example.
I can do it super duper fast.
I don't believe you.
I bet you're gonna dare me? You gonna challenge me? Okay.
I double dog.
Okay. Super duper fast because I know it's something the media has the gaming press has criticized Gamergate for. Within AAA development, AAA meaning like large development, not just the indie scale, but for a game to be made, it's sort of like a movie. They need a studio, or in terms of games, there's a publisher. The publisher finances the studio or the production group to make the game and/or movie. So it's developer would be akin to the studio, the production group, studio akin to the publisher. And this is the Jeff Gerstmann example that you guys have read. Jeff Gerstmann had reviewed Kane & Lynch a 6.0 for GameSpot. He was then later fired because it was scored too low. The website was covered in ads for Kane & Lynch. And this is something that's been in the industry at least the last 10 years, which we know from a personal account of Dan Hsu, former editor-in-chief of Entertainment Gaming Monthly. So not only is it a matter of on the indie scale of people promoting their friends' cronyism, also on the large financial scale, the publishers putting pressure.
Now, in this case, is there any acknowledgement that that happened from both sides?
In the Gerstmann case?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, because we had two other examples here. For these guys, it's very important to know if, like Stephen Totaku or Stephen Totillo of Totaku, let's say that 5 times fast. He admits that in those two cases that we heard earlier, that something went wrong. Yeah. The issue was whether he was taking it seriously enough. In this case, I just want to make sure, do we know that that's why that guy got fired?
Yes, we know that that's why he got fired, because he later went on to form another website that was owned by CBS. CBS then acquired GameSpot, and he was no longer forced by an NDA to not speak about it. He could actually clear the air. That's why we know, because only years later, when the legal information had cleared, and it was no longer going to hurt some brand, we go into it.
All right, so this gets to a facet of journalism called reviewing, which is controversial not only in gaming, but especially in music. Obviously, as Ren said, in food journalism, automotive journalism. And this gets back to something that Gamergate has specifically asked me in the past several months. What is the difference between reviewing and reporting? And should reviewing have a lot of opinion, a little opinion? Are there any rules for that, ethically speaking? And if you want to take that hand grenade?
You can do it, I believe in you.
I mean, I will just say, I have never really reviewed anything, I don't believe, and I traditionally do not work in this realm. So with that said, I don't even know. I'm trying to think.
I guess we come at it this way. How would the ethics code apply to reviewers? If I'm reviewing, whether it's a video game, an album from an artist, a new car, or a new restaurant? What parts of the ethics code do I need to especially look at?
I think the act independently and the be transparent, I mean, I think those are two things. So if there's some kind of relationship between you or your company where you're working and the product, so in this case, you know, a game or the game developer, I think that should be disclosed. That would come under transparent. That would also come under act independently. And I would also say to disclose that. As far as opinion, how much opinion goes into it versus facts, I mean, I think, isn't that what a review is about? It's about your opinion, I would say. So, I mean, I think...
Well, the issue we've been having with the reviews, and he can get into this more, is just the developer is basically, you know, has this power where if you don't give them a good enough review, then you're either financially or your job...
The publisher.
Publisher, go ahead.
Okay, so I was actually going to approach that a completely different way.
Go ahead.
And that is from something that I do have experience with investigations. Whether, you know, we at local news organizations and pretty much every organization I've worked at, it's ad revenue or it's donations based. So because of that, people always ask me, have you ever been asked to stop working on a piece or have a piece pulled because maybe an advertiser didn't like it? Fortunately, I can say that has never happened to me. Do I know that it has happened to other people? In mainstream media, absolutely. Other people have experienced that. Personally, I think that's wrong. I would fight back against that in my organization. That said, have I been in situations where we've covered something that an advertiser has a big stake in, and we get a lot of money from them? Is our piece critiqued a lot more? Are there a lot more questions from higher ups that you maybe haven't talked to in 6 months? Absolutely. I'm okay with that though, because at the end of the day, if they're just pushing me harder and we know the facts and we have everything together, it still goes to air. And luckily, like I said, I've worked for people who support that. I like to think that everyone working at a journalism publication has those people that support them like that and take the backlash of whatever it comes, whether advertisement dollars are pulled or whatever that is. Unfortunately, not everyone does, but I think that's where we want to get to. That's what every journalist wants. You want to work for someone who says, I don't care if you pulled millions of dollars of advertising, we're going to do what we want because it's in the public's interest.
And let's be clear, there's a greedy self-interest for that. You might lose one advertiser, but if you keep your readers interested and loyal to you, you'll get another advertiser. So sometimes there's also a business reason for doing that. I wanted to ask you guys, this sounds really basic for you guys as journalists. It's basic as some of the gaming stuff sounds to the Gamergate people. Reviews, how should they be labeled? I mean, when you read
Reviews.
Because, well, no, that's a fair question, because it does seem on some of the gaming sites I've seen, even the ones that you guys say you like, because they represent...
I don't like any. What are you talking about, Kretzky?
All right, that's true. You hate everything and everybody. I'm joking. There doesn't seem to be a lot on these gaming sites. I don't know if you looked at some of those links, but it doesn't seem to be a clear separation as there is in broadcast journalism, where you know if this is a feature or an opinion at the end of the broadcast, where online for mainstream media outlets, it'll say opinion or review or sports or news. That doesn't seem to exist as much in the gaming press. What should be done about that? How should those sites be segmented out?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a problem of web design, right? Like, if you have an opinion piece, it should be somehow clearly labeled opinion. If you have, you know, some completely awful satire website, these things trick people all the time. It should be labeled satire, you know? Unfortunately, there's nobody, you know, nobody's going to make you do that. No one's policing the internet. So I think for publications, they have a responsibility to make it pretty clear when, you know, you're looking at an opinion piece, or you're looking at a review, or you're looking at a news article that approaches something from a more centrist point of view. Yeah.
I mean, I think BuzzFeed, and I will bring it, BuzzFeed does a good job of this by highlighting things in yellow, or at least they did. Well, I think they still do, I don't know. I mean, things like that you can do to tell a reader, this is sponsored. Saying sponsored, maybe. I mean, if you went to a concert and everything was paid for, I think that should be disclosed if you're reviewing it. I mean, I personally really do. Does that happen? I don't really see that happen a lot or ever. In my opinion, I think it should be, because if I'm, you know, reading Entertainment Weekly and they're writing a great article about a movie, but it's owned by the same company that they're published by, which happens all the time, I think knowing that as a viewer would help, and as a reader would help me think about, okay, is this actually good, or are they just saying it's good because they want to make money?
It sounds like I just asked you these really basic questions, like no duh, but here's why I was asking you those questions. Recently, while organizing Airplay, BuzzFeed did a story on SPJ and this event. The reporter talked to me, tried to interview SPJ solely by email, talked to me, and it was a really interesting conversation because the reporter is obviously leading me by the hand to his own opinion, and I'm like, don't play a player. I mean, I know exactly what you're doing. And then the story comes out, and it's kind of slanted. Now, I'd be totally cool with that if it said BuzzFeed opinion or review of Airplay. I think it's going to suck. What it said was BuzzFeed News. And then the byline said senior news reporter. So they did label it, they just labeled it wrong. So talk to me about the ethics of labeling opinion as news.
I mean, the ethics of labeling opinion as news is that it should be labeled as opinion.
But so is it a high crime or is it a misdemeanor?
I think it's becoming more of a high crime. I think with the internet and with the newspaper, we had individual sections. We had the editorial page, we had the op-ed page. Something appeared on those. You knew it was opinion. That doesn't exist on the internet, and so we have to do a better job of labeling it.
I want to ask you guys as Gamergate representatives, tell me if this opinion is wrong. It seems that more than the examples you cited earlier about ethical violations that may not have been corrected correctly, that this is an issue for Gamergate almost more passionately, that the delineation between what's opinion, what's news, what's a fair review, that even if the strongest opinions, even if the gaming is dead stories that Gamergate hated so much, if they had a big label at the top that said my opinion, would it have still caused as much of a backlash? I still might hate those articles and left 1,000 comments, but would things have been different?
No.
Rats.
Because it came as a result of trying to censor the discussion. It's the Streisand effect. They said, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. Well, that's going to make people talk. It's like when Tom Cruise had this Scientology video. They tried to get rid of it, and people just shared it more. Whether they could have called it anything, but the fact that they tried to censor the discussion is what caused the issue.
And not only that, but the labeling of us being terrible people in the process.
That feels bad.
Right, if you categorize someone as a terrible person, they're going to want to speak up and defend themselves just as much.
I wonder, is there some way that if a website, say in the BuzzFeed case, labels something as news and it is not, what can a reader do about that? What can SPJ or the Poynter Institute say about that? Like you said, Lynn, earlier, we're not a licensing agency. We don't want there to be journalism licenses. We don't want the government licensing journalists.
Gamergate actually did something about that.
What's that?
So Gawker had affiliate links or native advertising that they were not disclosing. So Gamergate contacted the FTC, and as a result, the FTC put pressure, and now it's like I think they're like, you want to get on that? I think they modified
Federal Trade Commission.
Thank you, the Federal Trade Commission, because I've said it so many times. Anyway, so now I think they're working out some sort of legislation where they have to show it now, or otherwise there's some like ridiculous fine or something. Sorry, I just want to showboat a little about what can be done.
I mean, as far as what can be done, I mean, if it was something that I was passionate about and I wanted to disclose the fact that, this gamer has this relationship or whatever, I think kind of doing what you guys are doing by exposing that, I think is fine. I actually think that's a great idea. As far as what SPJ can do or Poynter, I mean, while we may not be a policing agency, we do, when we see something that we might think, whether an individual is part of the organization or the organization as a whole, we do blog about it, we do write about it, and we hope to think that by writing about it, by blogging about it, the public then and everyone else, you're kind of gaining this momentum and people are talking about it, and hopefully the person will stop. Again, at the end of the day, we're not a licensing agency. We can't pull anything. But maybe will that person lose their job? I don't know. I mean, there are repercussions maybe within the industry. I mean, that's all I can think that maybe we could do.
Yeah, and I think it's on everybody here and everybody watching online too. Just stop consuming it. If fewer people,
absolutely, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, you guys use that archive link all the time, right? So you can poke at stuff without actually giving them your ad money.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. Is that when I talk to some gaming journalists, just as you guys are insulted by guilt by association, some gaming journalists feel the same way. So there have been some outlets that have done some bad things, but now the Gamergate way of correcting even a minor problem is to use a howitzer to kill a fly. Is anything wrong goes online and the volume is always turned up to 11. That can have a negative effect, Lynn, of making those reporters gun shy about engaging with their readers. And one thing that you'll hear from these guys, especially in the internet era, journalists have to engage with their readers. So there has to be a different way of being successful. There have been examples of Gamergate applying pressure to make changes, some grudgingly, but they got made. We have to try to come up with a different way of doing that. Otherwise, you'll fix each individual problem, but you'll create a lot more.
Right. Well, I mean, and that goes beyond games journalism, as just sometimes if you're a single person and you send an email to a journalist and say, well, this is wrong, 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 they might be like, yeah, well, that's just your opinion. But if enough people send it, then they actually take notice, which is what this is all coming from, whereas that they've needed more voices than just one in order to get a problem
So let me ask you a question. What if, out of this event, if not SPJ National, I know they're the Florida chapter, what if they were to help set up a community of either gamers who are interested in journalism or gaming journalists themselves to write on a blog under that chapter's name, so it has some journalism, impression to it, in a clear, not violent way, would that have any effect, do you think, in the world of gaming journalism? Not immediately, maybe over time.
It's a start. I would think the easiest way to solve the problem, if you're saying like how would any journalist try and get into that, is just be sincere. Just be honest and sincere about your interests. And if you mess up, people will forgive you. You just be sincere about it. It's just that simple. Like I said, if you put a disclosure, they don't even really mind, just as long as you've given them the information.
So I just want to, we have a few minutes left, and I want to sum up some ways that things, we might try to make things better. And they're not the ultimate solution, but maybe collectively they would help. We are talking about offering the gaming press some education and some training directly from SPJ or Poynter Institute, that I'm obligating these guys on stage to help provide direct contact and support, not just, hey, check out our webinar, but actually talking to someone.
Hey, I host those, they're pretty good.
I don't know how to recover from that. If we had direct contact with some of those outlets, if they wanted to give them training to do some of the things we talked about today. Here's a correction policy that works. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and write it yourself under duress. These policies already work. Here's a bunch of them. You can take your pick. Here is a way of spelling out conflicts of interest. Here's a hierarchy. It should go to the news director or the editor. If it's a small operation, here's how it can work. And third, journalism awards from SPJ maybe that say, hey, we're going to reward ethical gaming journalism. Well, instead of just always beating them over the head with a stick, we stick a carrot in their mouth.
Positive reinforcement.
What?
Positive reinforcement.
Yes, exactly. So if we had journalism awards like SPJ has that reward good journalism that's also ethical, that's part of the requirements for those awards, would that work?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't solve all of the problems because you'd still have your Google medias, but it'd certainly be a step in the right direction. I don't think gamers would probably get behind that 100%.
Taken collectively, this is maybe a dumb question. Taken collectively, if all those things happened, what percent do you think things would get better?
How long a time are you putting on it?
Forever. I mean, if we do this, we're going to do this.
I'm a humanist, so I'm going to say it'll get completely fixed. Because I believe in people.
I mean, that's going to be a step, I mean, that's going to be, that could definitely help. I might say as much as up a 10-15% because there's a whole lot of other issues, but it could be a great step.
I mean, I think gamers will always, for the foreseeable future, remain hyper-vigilant about their press in a way that other constituencies aren't. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that raises standards. I think we've already seen it raise standards on a number of publications. But that, yeah, again, that's not really a bad thing because, you know, the press will never, no element of the press will ever become completely ethical. There will always be, you know, whether it's political activists or publishers or game developers, they'll always try and influence the press. So it's good to have a group of consumers that are, you know, watching out for that.
We're human. We're still prone to error.
You're talking to a bunch of journalists, I know. All right, from you guys, same thing. We're talking about several steps that we can take. I've obligated your organizations to help. Do you hate me?
No, I mean, this book, which I will show once more, exists.
How much is that book, Ren?
I'm not
Where
gonna
can I
say
get it, Ren?
It's on Amazon.
Okay,
you
cool.
look up the price. Why not? I'm on the stage, right? I'm not a journalist.
I also hear with every book you get a free bag of Doritos.
This exists on the internet in a course format for free, so anybody can access it at any time. It's on newsu.org, which is where I work. But I mean, we have a ton of free training courses about ethics, about any number of things, and anybody can take them, and they don't because nobody actually cares about that. I mean, the chat right now is full of, you know, pictures of Nazi flags and AIDS threats. How do you work with those people? You know, how do you make them stop doing it? Because those are the inflammatory elements of this thing that get you guys, you know, such bad press. I don't know the answer
That's
to
why, like,
getting rid of
that occurs in everything, whether it's gaming, whether it's politics, whether it's
Yeah, but you're stuck with
the
them now.
internet. So
For better or worse, these people are attached to you in the wider
we're
world
all
mind.
stuck with them, not just Gamergate. It's just the media's fairly represented it.
Yeah,
as
but I
that.
think you guys are all missing one simple thing. What you guys are advocating is to teach people something they should already know. You really don't need to ask somebody to describe what it is to be ethical or, I mean, people who want to do the right thing will do the right thing. It's really that simple. Now, there's lots of...
Lynn is looking at you like she just sat on a tack.
Yeah, there's no, hang on. But you remember, I'm in the middle here, so I'm listening and I'm agreeing, but what's missing here is we're talking about adding another layer and to what people can and cannot do or where they can go and read stuff to learn how to do things. The bottom line is this. If somebody needs to be told you're doing the wrong thing, that person shouldn't be writing for the public, okay? There's a very fine line between what's right and what's wrong. A lot of people don't know where that line is. Now, there are lots of publications online. If you want to learn how to, you know, to write, you know, ethically, there's lots of publications online. If you want to write to make sure you don't get sued or because you want to be able to voice your opinion, you can go to EFF.org. They have lots of articles online.
Right, I think what Ren is saying, and this is true, and this is something that me and Ren and Lynn struggle with in our own profession, is that there are free resources at Poynter Institute.
Correct.
And not a lot of journalists, good journalists take advantage of them, but the journalists who need them don't.
Correct.
So I guess what I'm wondering is there a way to cajole and not only punish gaming journalists to avail themselves of these resources, even if we have to kind of lead them to it personally? You're saying that it's common sense. Derek, if common sense were really that common, there wouldn't be any journalists.
But here's the thing, though. It is that's true. But I think what's lost here is, as I said earlier, we don't need to add another layer. I mean, you can drag an animal to the stream. You can force it to drink. This stuff's out there. I mean, most of these writers who are writing these things incorrectly or writing these opinions, you know, labeling them as something that they're not. I mean, these people know what they're doing. I mean, let's put it this way. The difference between Fox News and BBC and CNN is obvious.
I'm not going there.
Well, but no, let's
hold on. I just want to interrupt for 1 second, because I do want to tell the booth that we're going to take some more questions from online. I do want to float out one more idea that wraps up all of this, and I want each of you to tell me if you think this is a good or bad idea. In mainstream journalism, the New York Times has two different positions. One's called an ombudsman, which is someone who's hired by the New York Times to write bad things about the New York Times, essentially. They're paid to critique their own paper. Now, I don't suppose that gaming journalism is going to do that, but the New York Times and other publications have something else. They have really sounding weird titles like media reporter. Basically, a reporter who covers reporting. So David Carr was one famous guy who did that. It was in a movie. But I'm wondering is if what gaming might need, because this is such a passionate audience, is a gaming reporter, someone to just basically have a website that covers the reporting of gaming. Now that doesn't always work in other media. I don't know who that is. Let's stop it. But you're telling me that this community is much more impassioned. Derek, you're saying how this almost unhinged. They're that interested in this sort of world. A gaming media writer might be well read, well respected, and a place for everyone to come to. And that could be where gaming journalists would go to and realize, oh my God, I better fix that because I don't want to be shamed on this site.
This sounds like deepfreeze.it.
But it's not.
Right, exactly.
Because
no,
I talked to Bone Golem, and he is mortified at the prospect of being that guy.
Right, no,
Hang on.
He emailed me when I mentioned that, please God, don't do that. I assume because he doesn't want...
I stand corrected.
I assume because he doesn't want the eye of Sauron turned on him. So I am wondering if some journalist should do that. Maybe it's a journalist that's only tangentially connected to gaming, so they come at it sort of new and not with a whole bunch of baggage like Lynn and Ren were saying. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea. It doesn't even need to necessarily be a whole new site, although to begin with it probably will. But if that starts and it starts getting readership, then that could lead to places like Kotaku actually hiring their own person. I mean, if you look now at almost every single news outlet, they have somebody who's reporting on the media. The Examiner has someone, Dylan Byers at Politico. I mean, almost every publication has someone doing this. So I think that it's a great idea if somebody out there wants to start this up and then eventually have it spread to more mainstream outlets.
Yeah. Is it on? Okay, yeah. No, it's that is happening. It's a good idea. It's happened. It's I have to disagree with Ren once again. Sorry about something earlier. He said that when you work in that area, it's unavoidable you make friends, and I would say that's false. It's not unavoidable you make friends with the people you're covering. I know Eric Kane, for example. He'll cover things and he'll keep a distance. He doesn't.
He's from Forbes.
From Forbes, yes. And Eric, he's kind of, that's sort of something he does now. He's one of the few people who tried at the start to sort of like cover the media's, like report on the media. William Usher, who is a part of Gamergate, did a lot of, he's done it for years, even beyond me. I don't think he's like friends with any of these people. He keeps a distance. I wouldn't call myself a journalist, but I've done a little bit of reporting on it. And even I've tried to do it, but I'm not friends with any of these people. And it's unfortunate that you have to make some sacrifices if you want to do that, but I don't think it's impossible.
Actually, what you were saying about someone to cover the gaming media and its problems, I think that's probably William Usher. I mean, he's done more than anyone on his blog. He's covered virtually every ethical allegation on his blog, and yeah, I mean, he knows more than anyone on that.
No, and William Usher was on the Gamergate committee that selected you guys, and I understand what he does. I'm talking about something a little more formal, a little more involved, so that in following these journalistic practices, someone from outside of Gamergate, because if you want credibility, when you just like Lynn was talking about relationships, if you have someone that does not have that relationship saying something is amiss, it carries more weight. Look at what happened here today. When these guys clapped, when these journalists who you do not know said something that you agreed with, because they carry more weight. It would have to be someone like that. Does that make sense to you guys? Well, you know what? We're going to see after Airplay if it's just a lot of talk or we can actually make this happen. Are there questions or comments from online?
All right. So one question was about amateur journalists or journalists that are interested in getting into games journalism may be discouraged from entering the field due to the intense scrutiny that's being applied to contemporary games journalists. Should they expect similar levels of scrutiny, and is that level of scrutiny appropriate?
Well, the advice I would give is to join a games news site that still has a decent reputation, like The Escapist, or one of the new ones like Niche Gamer. then I think you'd be scrutinized fairly. I agree that there's a sort of hypervigilance about places like Kotaku, which I think is sort of justified. But yes, you would be under extra scrutiny somewhere like there, but not so much at, say, The Escapist, which has sort of proved itself.
And at the same time, you really shouldn't be afraid if you're following pretty simple ethics, like don't report on your friends and your roommates' stuff. I mean, disclose your conflicts of interest and make sure that you have the facts when you're actually reporting. I mean, these are very simple, common sense things that will lead to you not getting attacked in that way. I mean, as far as scrutiny goes.
So the short answer is no.
Okay. Here's a question, before we go back up to the booth, here's a question from someone in the audience.
Hello. So this is a bit of a cynical question, but while I really like the idea of sort of a journalism of journalism site that can be critical of the gaming media, with the current way that ad revenue and just generally the revenue models for these sites, would there actually be any particular downside to being negatively reported on by this potential site? Like, is there a significant penalty right now if Kotaku is found to be, say, like we've talked about, like having done journalism with poor ethics? Do they suffer in any way from that?
Well, I think that the consequence is massive losses of trust, and people go to other sites and they archive your news stories so you don't get any more ad revenue.
Well, so I guess that's actually what I'm kind of getting at. So while I dislike the environment of the gaming, well, I'm sympathetic to games journalists disliking the current very fiery, very aggressive environment. If we didn't do that, would there be any penalty at all? Even if everyone just roundly says like, oh, that's horrible, that you shouldn't be doing that, would they suffer at all if we didn't do anything?
I think Koretsky's idea, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to sort of build an authority on this type of thing to where this person would be respected enough to have some type of influence over these people, right?
Yeah, basically, what you're saying and what these guys are saying, I guess is true. Gamergate has made changes based on its outrage. The question is, at a certain point, does the outrage kind of come back around and not work? So I'm not saying it didn't work. I'm just saying that in the 3 months, I don't think journalists get offended by outrage. If they do, they probably shouldn't be journalists. But it does just make it really difficult to talk to someone. So we're just trying to come up with any other solution. Do you have any of yourself?
Well, no, so I mean, I love your solution. I'm just being cynical. I'm just cynical by nature, so I'm just wondering if there's...
You're in good company, you're talking to journalists.
I figured. I have learned that. No, I mean, I agree with your solution. I love it. I'm just wondering if anyone has any thoughts about like whether it will actually work and if there have been any conditions, any situations where it has worked in the past.
I think it works as a sort of combination. You've got the carrot and the stick, the good cop and the bad cop. If you get it badly wrong, you're still going to have a massive backlash.
And you know what? If it doesn't work, what did it cost us?
Oh, yeah, no.
Things will still suck.
Thank you for the question.
A question from upstairs?
Would it be possible for games journalism outlets like Kotaku and Gamasutra to rebuild the trust of their consumers? And if so, what would that look like and how long would it take?
Yes, they would probably have to get rid of the worst of the people who have caused the most damage, and it would take a long time. I mean, I don't like the idea of advocating saying get rid of someone, but unfortunately, a number of the individuals, and not all gaming journalism is bad. I like to call them anti-consumer. This
Well,
component.
let me ask you about that, because I can tell you that makes journalists cringe when you're trying to remove someone from their livelihood.
No, I don't blame you.
If they're writing stuff you don't like and it's accurately labeled opinion, do you still object?
I object when it hurts people's livelihood and it ruins their reputations and it makes the industry an awful place.
So let me ask you guys, what does it take for a journalist to actually deserve to lose their job?
Should we rally off some plagiarism?
Plagiarism's huge.
Fabrication?
Yeah, I mean, inaccuracies, writing something as fact that clearly is not.
Yeah, and then, sorry, just to jump in with regular media, is that we're seeing those things happen and people not losing their jobs.
Brian Williams?
Sabrina
He's so
Rubin Early is
handsome,
still
though, yeah.
employed. Fareed Zakaria has
Rolling
plagiarized
Stones editors and writers?
himself.
Yeah, they've sort of become big enough brands where these publishers are taking the risks with them. back.
I mean, to go back to the question, I mean, I don't think, I think Kotaku could probably, I don't think they would need to go to that length. I think the Escapist has provided a formula for winning back trust, because you have to, why I keep bringing this example up is at the start of Gamergate, the Escapist was seen as one of the worst examples. Gamers brought up, instances in the past where they misreported a story, where they got their facts wrong. What the Escapists did was they apologized for all these stories, they published a new ethics code, and when they covered Gamergate, they went and talked to both sides.
So let me ask you a question, Alam, about
so
that.
that's the formula you want to follow.
Well, actually, no, hold on, Alam. At the same time, people left Escapists. So it wasn't just reformation of policies and what have you. There were people...
But that happened much later when they had to undergo
after they started.
They'd already won back trust by that point.
Right.
Let me ask you a question about that, because journalists are very skeptical about these sort of things. Did they win back readers because they just changed what they were writing? They changed the opinions to be something Gamergate liked, or did they still get the Gamergate audience and write stories that Gamergate did not like? 'Cause
Yes.
that's a test.
Yes. There were a number of very vocally anti-Gamergate people at the Escapists who remained there while all these changes were going on.
And you're saying that Gamergate still accepts that?
They didn't like those articles, but they accepted what Escapists was trying to do. I mean, like I said, it's just be sincere. When most places were trying to shut down any discussion, the Escapists had allowed discussion to happen on their forums, and their servers were DDoS. That was their servers were attacked to try and silence the discussion. So it's just, if you're sincere and you're transparent and you're fair, that's really all you need to do.
I think one of the crucial things they did that a lot of games news sites didn't, and a lot of mainstream news sites didn't when they covered Gamergate, is that in the first couple of months, the Escapists went out and interviewed supporters on both sides. That happened barely anywhere else in the coverage of Gamergate.
That's something we're going to talk about in the afternoon. Do you guys have anything to add real quick?
I'm just wondering about the premise of the question. Do these sites feel like they need to win back some type of trust? Do they feel like they lost trust? I mean, has their advertising revenue really fallen that much? Do they? I mean, how big percentage of the gaming industry is Gamergate?
So Gorka said they lost 7 figures of ad revenue due to Gamergate.
Right.
We don't know what those 7 figures are. Could be between 1 million and 9.9 million.
And that wasn't enough for them to change their policies, or for them to, like, I guess after they said that, did you see an improvement in ethical conduct by their writers, their reporters?
Well, after Gamergate, they did go back and add disclosures to a lot of, say, Patricia Hernandez's articles.
Patricia Hernandez, but Nathan
they did
Grayson
have
there still doesn't have disclosures on his articles.
But I want to say something about that revenue stream thing, though. There's an article came out last week that I shared on my Facebook page about this revenue stream. I think it's not just about readership that's making them lose money. It's about all these people using all these ad blockers and everything else. So if somebody says I've lost, $7 million on blah, 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 it really doesn't mean that they've lost readership. It usually means that, they've just lost money. But money comes from people coming to your site and what's being generated from the ads on that site. So that's really why, if somebody says, as Lynn just mentioned, if somebody says, we've lost $7 million, blah, 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 it doesn't mean you've lost $7 million because people aren't reading the site. It just means that people may be reading the site, but they're blocking all these ads, because that's how you get most of those metrics.
Derek, actually, I'm sorry to correct you. In the case of Gamergate, they actually did lose the ads because Gamergate personally, we had campaigns to mail the advertising.
I'm aware of that. But what I was saying is that when Lynn mentioned that,
Actually, I don't want to get too far into that, because part of this is our afternoon discussion about covering online movements, how Gamergate actually approaches things. I do want to do this. We only got a couple of minutes left. Based on this conversation, I would love for each of you to just give a wrap-up of what you learned today, what you think should happen after today. Because I've heard a lot of people ask me, well, if Airplay happens and nothing happens afterwards, what was gained, what was lost? Is anything gained or lost just by this? Do we need to implement some of those ideas? Will they help? What do you suggest? Do you think there should be more discussions like this? Just talk to me about the past 2 hours and your impressions. Anybody can start in any order.
Okay, I think that this was a good opening discussion. We definitely did not get to all of our examples. If I had known just how much the discussion would have occurred, I would have started with a different example. For instance, I know Alam didn't even get to like most of his stuff.
Yes.
Right. So I think this is a good opening and a good beginning stance. And I think that we got the admission from Ren and Lynn that the disclosure is a big breach of ethics, and that was something that, you know, gamers have been, and those involved in Gamergate have really been trying to get to the surface. So I think that this discussion really helped bring that into, you know, the public arena, and I think that more discussions like this will bring the other issues in there as well.
Well, what I've learned, well, what I suppose people watching have learned, or people who have only read the mainstream media have learned, is that claims that Gamergate is only about harassment and not about ethics are complete nonsense. But in terms of, you know, what could happen now, like Ash says, there's so many other examples out there that, you know, need to be talked about some more, I think.
I think what I learned is that things were positive. You know, I hope journalists who are watching this will see that, you know, you're not going to be, you know, lined up at a wall and shot. You know, it's as you guys saw from the applause. You know, we're not against you. We're just against bad journalism. There's a component who's anti-consumer and sort of just wants to make their own clubhouse. If you're sincere and you make mistakes, we don't mind. I mean, we make mistakes too, and then if anyone is a young journalist student and you like games, go for it, because now's the time. There's a demand for some better journalism.
I learned that if you talk about Gamergate on the internet, Adam Baldwin will misconstrue your words and tweet them back at you. Yeah. No,
I'm familiar with that.
I'm here today because I think everything is worth talking about, right? Like, you know, I still am deeply skeptical of so many things involved with Gamergate, but it's great to hear that, you know, we were able to confirm that there are some ethical issues in journalism, and there are. I mean, there are ethical issues in plumbing, there are ethical issues in everything. And we pointed some out today, and awesome.
For me, I think it would just be to kind of stress the point that there are resources that are there that are free for any journalist, anyone writing, whether you're a gamer or not, and don't be afraid to contact those people. I mean, the ethics hotline, we literally for SPJ have someone that checks that almost every day or every other day, and they respond to it, whether it's an email, a phone call back. I mean, that's what we're here for, so use us. That would be the first thing I would say. Two, I mean, me personally, feel free to ask me. I mean, I can definitely help. I mean, I'm one person though, and I have a full-time job, but I definitely, you know, want to help further this conversation. I think as people, as gamers, I would also say, you know, talk about these issues. I think talking about it, talking about the coverage is good. I also, though, would encourage, you know, for me, being respectful, I think is huge, and it gets you a lot further than attacking, in my opinion. It may be louder when you attack, but if you're respectful, I think people pay more attention. So that would be the last thing that I didn't get a chance to say, but I think it goes a lot further, and I think what Michael was saying about having someone just sort of maybe talk about these issues as sort of an expert or kind of an authority, when you do it with the respectful tone, but you still get your point across, I think it comes over and it's taken with more authority, so.
Yeah, I just want to say that at the end of the day, this is never going to end until the journalists who are writing about gaming stop branding gamers, especially Gamergate, as a hate group. I've said this from day one, it's a non-starter. I, as a gamer and a game developer, I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. I never will believe it that Gamergate was ever about harassment, ever about misogyny, or ever about any of those things.
You're on the afternoon panel, and that's going to come up.
And that's pretty much, that's all I have to say. All you have to do is just look at it from a gaming standpoint and not from, you know, all this other noise, because that's what sells.
All right. All right, so after lunch, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about how to cover online controversies like Gamergate. This side stays the same. This side's going to be a little different. We have 1 hour for lunch. See everyone back here? Then, thank you very much. We off the air, right? All right, but hey, everybody here that wants to get lunch, I just wanted to be off the air. If you're looking for lunch, welcome back to Airplay. My name is Michael Koretsky. I'm a national board member with the Society of Professional Journalists. And for those of you in the room, I've been notified there's been a bomb threat. Surprise, surprise.
Thanks, Arthur.
Because this is a secure facility, because we took security precautions, we're going to continue. But if anyone in this room wants to leave, you can do so, no hassle and no judgments. Anyone want to leave? That would suck. All right, with that out of the way, this morning we talked about the ethics of the gaming press. This afternoon we're going to talk about how mainstream media should cover online controversies like Gamergate. The panelists have changed a little bit. Representing Gamergate as chosen by Gamergate, Maya Leonopoulos, Christina Hoff-Summers, and Kathy Young. And just as we did in the morning, we're going to be very journalistic and give them 30 seconds to tell us their life story. Go ahead, Milo.
My name is Milo Yiannopoulos. I'm a journalist, author, satirist, broadcaster. I've been covering Gamergate for the last year, and it's been the most rewarding and extraordinary story of my career.
Christina Hoff-Summers, former philosophy professor and resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, author of various books, Who Stole Feminism, War Against Boys, One Nation Under Therapy. And I'm delighted to be here talking about gamers.
I'm Kathy Young. I'm a journalist who writes for a lot of outlets. I'm affiliated with Reason Magazine, which is a libertarian publication. I also write for a bunch of other places. I write about gender issues quite a bit. I've written a book called Ceasefire, Why Women and Men Should Join Forces to Achieve True Equality. And I have written about Gamergate and its intersections with gender issues. And I find it to be a fascinating topic, and I look forward to this panel.
All right, representing not Gamergate, two journalists and an independent game developer. We have Len Reform, Lynn Walsh, Derek Smart. Ren, why don't you kick us off?
I'm Ren LaForme. I work for the Poynter Institute, which is a nonprofit training school for journalists right here in Florida. I train journalists on a variety of topics, including ethics. I was named after Kevin Bacon's character in the movie Footloose, not Ren and Stimpy, and I really enjoy Adam Baldwin's work in Firefly.
I'm Lynn Walsh. I sit on the national board for the Society of Professional Journalists. I also am involved with their ethics committee and did help rewrite and rework the SPJ Code of Ethics, which is one of the most widely used codes for journalists as a basis when they're doing their reporting. I also lead an investigative unit in San Diego.
I'm Derek Smart. I'm a gamer and game developer. Been doing games and gaming for over 30 years. I love this industry, I love everything about it, and I'm here to make sure that gamers and game developers have a voice in this nice little debate.
All right, if you guys thought that the morning panel, as some Gamergaters critiqued me, saying it was too free-form, not Oxford enough and organized and planned, they're really going to hate this because we got no script and no plan. What we're going to do is let our new Gamergate panelists talk for about a minute about, I don't know, whatever the hell they want to talk about. They said they want to talk, I'm going to let them talk. Then they're going to go back and start making a couple of points about Gamergate and online movements, and these guys are going to riff on it, and we're just going to talk. Especially for the studio audience here, if you guys have questions or comments, we want to hear them, and we want to try to get in this discussion more comments and questions from online. So, who wants to start?
Milo.
Of course.
When the Special Victims Unit Law & Order episode came out, it did more damage to the reputation of the video games industry than anything gamers have ever done. And responsible more than anybody else for that episode were game journalists. They had not only, over the course of more than a decade, created an environment in which it was acceptable to ridicule and deride and to criticize their own readers, but they had also, once that scandal blew up into the Gamergate controversy, deliberately provoked their readers over and over and over again and painted their own industry, absurdly and unfairly, as one that was uniquely hostile to women and minorities. Now, I've seen this happen before in another industry that didn't deserve it either. That's the startup industry in San Francisco. Interestingly, video gaming and startups are probably the two industries where women and minorities are welcomed the most. They're the industries that are disproportionately progressive in terms of politics, right the way up and down the corporate food chain. Yet they're the industries that have this weird sort of pearl-clutching, hand-wringing middle-class white guilt about whether or not there are enough women, whether or not there are enough minorities. And this has metastasized into an environment in which it's okay to tweet things like, kill all white men. And in Gamergate, in the gaming industry, it became okay to say that being a straight white male was the lowest difficulty setting. Nobody appreciated the irony of criticizing and ridiculing people for their skin color or for their sex. But game journalists got it into their head that the new sort of progressive, feminist-driven politics was something that they should aspire to, and it led them to all kinds of horrible journalistic failings. Now, I've got 6, which I'm not going to give you all in one go because it'll be impossible to respond to. 6 things that I think journalists really screwed up. And I think those 6 things illustrate really well how to report on these sorts of movements and how to not report on these sorts of movements.
Do you want to go over those now, or you want to get those guys having their statements?
Well, I think I'm going to hand over to the others, and then maybe at some point in the next hour, I'd just like to sort of explain to you guys what I think the 6 big ethical failures, transgressions, betrayals, whatever you want to call it, to Gamergate have been from the games press, and what we can do in future to encourage people to report more responsibly, more truthfully, and to avoid the narrative over fact style of activist reporting, which has caused a lot of people a lot of pain, because ultimately this isn't just another front in the culture wars. Gamergate is in a way a sort of geek civil war. There are lots of people who look very similar to one another, warring over things they really care about, warring over stuff they love, warring over stuff that gave them an escape from life when they didn't have one, gave them an avenue into new imaginative worlds and escapist sort of universes when real life wasn't that great. Games journalists have taken that away from them because they've toxified and politicized that gaming space. I think that's a huge and frankly unforgivable betrayal of what gaming journalism was supposed to be there to do, which is to support consumers and to support gamers. I think we'll hand over, but my 6 points later on I think will explain where we should go from here and how to get it right in future.
Don't forget, this conversation's about mainstream media covering.
Sure, but I mean, the mainstream media uncritically repeats all of the outright, mendacious falsehoods. So often we've seen it again and again and again in the Gamergate controversy. And with some justification, it's perfectly reasonable for them to assume that game journalists are doing their job properly if they don't know any better. They're looking at the work of fellow professionals and seeing, this person has been attacked, this person, and it appears on the page of the New York Times. We heard the New York Times praised this morning. The New York Times has done one of the worst jobs of anyone. I'm amazed that nobody said so. The New York Times uncritically reported things that with very shaky evidence, and then gave a platform to one of the people in question. So I'm going to hand over, but I think when I explain to you, I really am. When I explain to you the 6 things I think are the really serious failings, I think that they'll serve as a useful guide for the mainstream media, so that you know what to look out for next time.
Wow, you did that without breathing.
Hello. A video game journalist from Vancouver recently took to Twitter to draw attention to a tweet that was sent by a gamer. The gamer tweeted, I'm quoting, this is not me now, "I fucking swear, they get rid of huge boobs, I'm gone." Now, now just wait. And now for this journalist, those 11 words captured the essence of the Gamergate crusade. It was all there, the hyper-masculine dude bro attitude, the crude objectification of women. As he put it, this is Gamergate summarized in one impossibly perfect tweet. But as is often the case with media accounts of Gamergate, the facts didn't fit the narrative. First of all, the author wasn't talking about video games, but rather efforts to censor some subreddits on Reddit. More importantly, the author of the tweet was a young woman. Her name is Allison. She's a lesbian who apparently enjoys gazing at images of busty women. Now, it's the game journalist tweet, not Allison's, that for me is emblematic and an impossibly perfect illustration of a serious flaw in contemporary journalism. The narrative matters more than the truth. Now, Rolling Stone's apocryphal story about a gang rape at UVA by a fraternity, that's cited now as a classic example of narrative overreach. The press literature on Gamergate is strikingly similar. And I don't mean only the gamer press. I don't mean Gawker. I mean the treatment in the New York Times, the Washington Post, Vox, CBS News, leading to the Law and Order episode. According to dozens of media stories, Gamergate, it's a cabal, a nightmarish cabal of right-wing males who will stop at nothing to keep women out of gaming, and comparisons with hate groups, lynch mobs, even Donald Trump. In reality, Gamergate is just an amorphous group of video game enthusiasts. These are people who've come together to defend a hobby they dearly love. Now, some are motivated to join, write for this hashtag, post at this hashtag because they see corruption in game journalism. Others are concerned about the politicization, the imposition of political correctness on games. They identify for different reasons. Many are, I think what drew me into it as an expert on feminism, a critic, very much myself, an equity feminist, but a critical of hardline, radical grievance feminists. I saw that the gamers were struggling with a feminist critique. Many of them seem to me to be fair-minded, and the gamers that I know are equity feminists. But they are not grievance feminists, they're not hardliners, and they resented the idea that a special school of feminism was imposed on them. Now, the media focuses on what they call, that there have been all of these threats to women. Women have had to flee their homes when they criticize a game, and then they are targeted with hate mail and so forth. Now, this is deplorable, and it's true. The press has been correct in reporting this outpouring of ugliness on the internet. But it's, in the case of Gamergate, there is ugliness targeted, both sides are targeted. And the media is very concerned with the damsel in distress narrative, which is fine, but there are damsels on both sides in the Gamergate. No one knows who sent these threats. It could be anyone. It's the internet. Gamergate's not an organization with a mission statement and a board of directors. It's a hashtag. It's simply, there's no way to police it. Gamers have tried, but there is no way to know who's been doing this. But the press, including the Washington Post and the New York Times, could have automatically assumed the guilt of those associated with Gamergate. And I'll just conclude by saying that I did come to the defense and made some videos on my video blog, The Factual Feminist. And I've come to know a lot of gamers, and I'm not sure I've ever met a community of a more diverse, more welcoming, funny, creative, artistic, and through the course of this year, I lost my husband, and the gamers and others found out about it, and they sent flowers and a card with hundreds of messages and notes from people that I don't know, but who seemed just so kind and concerned. That's my acquaintance with the gamers. They call me based mom. I'm not exactly sure what, I think it means, I used to think it meant cool mom, I sort of like that, but I think it means grounded and authentic, no nonsense. Now the critics of Gamergate find this epithet, they find it sinister and bizarre, and I think they're just projecting their own troubled mindset onto a lot of very nice, wonderful people. I see Gamergate as a citizen uprising, and like Occupy Wall Street or Black Lives Matter. Now, there are some unstable people on the fringes, but I think journalism at its best aims to tell the whole truth. And that means reporting not just on the fringes, but also and primarily on the authentic majority at the center. And it's time to do that for Gamergate. Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to follow up with more media bashing. I mean, in addition to covering gender issues, I'm very interested in writing about media coverage of gender issues, well, sort of media coverage of other issues that I find to be of interest. And I have to say, I really don't think I've seen any story that has been covered quite as badly as Gamergate in the sense of just completely one-sided presentation. Christina brought up the UVA gang rape story that, most apparently didn't happen. This is almost like, the UVA gang rape story without the correctives, without the reevaluation of that story that came later. And one thing that I want to say is that I think what happened with Gamergate is that it kind of, the harassment narrative, the narrative of Gamergate as this misogynist harassment mob, kind of tied into another, I think, very skewed narrative that had already been going on by then, which is this, a lot of stories about online harassment of women as something that was kind of specifically targeting women. And it's something that I actually wrote about before Gamergate. I looked at a lot of studies. I mean, obviously, we all know that online harassment happens, and there are a lot of problems with, it's a great thing that the internet has given everyone access to, journalists among other people and, just general access to other people. But of course, the problem is that some of the people who get that access are, the bad kind of people who, want to use it to make threats and to harass people. I don't think, I've looked at a lot of studies that it is something that is specific to women. The Pew Research Center, which does the most reputable studies of online life, basically, has done this several times, has done surveys of online harassment. And they have actually found that in some way, men are more likely than women, for instance, to get physical threats. Young women are more likely to get certain types of sexual harassment. That is very true. But if you look at harassment of journalists specifically, it is really not a gender-specific issue. And I think in that sense, the Gamergate narrative of supposedly misogynist harassment really became a part of this larger story. And I think it's very difficult to cover something like this when you do stories of people who say that they have been harassed and threatened. You really don't want to question them and say that, well, give us proof that you were really harassed and threatened, because then you're going to look really insensitive and horrible if it turns out that yes, they were telling the truth all along, and you look like you were kind of compounding their misery by seeming to disbelieve them. But at the same time, I think we have to find a way to approach stories like that while still doing the basic duty of fact-checking, which is very important. And I think it's not even necessarily that you're going to say, oh, this person is lying. This person, who may very well be getting harassed, is also probably going to have a somewhat subjective interpretation of what's going on. Like, there have been claims made by people in the
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
I appreciate everything you guys are saying, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, we're getting to that.
Okay.
Well, I want to start there.
Okay.
So first of all,
Look, what we needed to do is set up what we felt.
okay. Well, what you set up though, we aren't here to discuss feminism, because that's not what this panel is about. That's a great panel discussion. I would love to be a part of that.
What you can't do is say, here are 10 rules to follow, and you'll never make the mistake that journalists made about Gamergate again. What we're trying to show you is that this bad reporting comes from a particular historical, political, and social milieu. It arises out of
Okay, hold on.
culture.
Before you, let me, you know what? Fair enough. Ren and Lynn, what does this tell you?
You mean what they just said?
Yeah, what did you get out of it?
The only thing that I just wrote down was what Kathy said at the end about if someone approaches me and says that they've been harassed, and it's by someone, and they want me to tell the story, I actually do ask them for proof. I ask them why they know this, and you do it in a way that is, very respectful. You try not to be intrusive, but unfortunately, that's part of my job. I have to make sure that I'm verifying facts. I have to see what they have. I have to try to put their timeline. I might talk to other people, even if maybe I'm keeping their identity secret. I want to try to get a hold of people who might know them without jeopardizing that. But I am really still asking for proof and that kind of thing. So that was the only thing I just heard that I was like, wait a second, no, actually, as a good journalist does have to verify those things, even as uncomfortable as those conversations are to have.
I think one of the things this is getting to right off the bat is where does Gamergate end on ethics and get into quote-unquote social justice warriors? Because you guys spent your opening comments.
Well, these things are not separable.
Well, according to some Gamergaters, it is.
They're wrong.
Mike.
I mean, you know, there's no way to explain why somebody isn't a good person, doesn't behave professionally, doesn't behave ethically at their job unless you understand their motivations. You know, it is not for us. We're not journalism professors. It is not for us to circumscribe, you know, the adequate limits of disclosure. It is not for us to enforce rules that already exist.
Yes,
of
but
course, if somebody comes to you with a rape
here's the
claim,
point, Milo.
you should say,
You can keep
when did it
talking.
happen, and start to...
I could ask a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This discussion is supposed to be how Gamergate is going to communicate to mainstream journalists and how mainstream journalists are going to understand Gamergate. It's a two-way street. Hopefully what comes out of this, my aspirations are much more modest than yours. My aspirations...
I think what we're trying to say is, look...
I have an idea.
Yeah, go on.
I would say that as a writer and a philosopher, I'm always concerned with confirmation bias in myself. This tendency that we have to be very welcome and opening to anything that confirms your worldview, and very skeptical and dismissive of counter evidence. So you have to fight that as best you can. And what I have found that upset me with the way some people treated Gamergate was that they allowed their prejudices to, in favor of a particular narrative, they allowed it. Something's going off here. That can't be me.
Astonishing glittery appendage.
Oh. Shouldn't be. I think there wasn't enough skepticism about their own objectivity. Now, this is very hard, but I would just say that when you're writing a story, you have to correct for that. And I think most good journalists do, but I think when it comes to certain issues that are very pressing right now around gender, people just
We're not talking about gender.
No, but...
We're not talking about gender today.
All right, but what you're asking us to do is give a laundry list of things journalists should be doing.
No, I was going to ask
anyway.
you some questions, but I haven't got that far yet.
Ask away.
All right, these may be much more modest, small questions than you really want to hear, but here's one of the questions that I would love to hear you talk about and then these guys talk about. Covering Gamergate as a mainstream journalist means trying to do a lot what Len said, trying to source things, trying to get to the bottom of things. As journalists, we've covered things like Occupy Wall Street. Journalists are covering right now Black Lives Matter. These are two other movements that claim to be leaderless movements. So that's always a burden on journalists. Like, okay, that's what you are, but it makes it hard for me.
I've been doing it for a year. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I just did the work. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I've listened to people who said that they knew.
This raises an interesting question. Do you put your reporting on Breitbart? Do you say that is news or opinion?
I think each piece is very obvious. It's very clear what it is. You can tell.
So tell me. It's not clear to me. I'm an idiot. What is it?
Well, if it's a news reported piece, it has a lead which summarizes the story in a sentence or so. That it's reported.
You're writing on Gamergate. Has it been news or opinion?
It's a mixture.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because in the morning panel, that was a problem that Gamergate had, was the mixing. I
think it's a distraction. I don't think they really care about that.
Okay, well, I'm glad. I find it interesting that this is a leaderless movement, but you know how they feel.
No, I mean, I've interviewed, 200 of them for my book, so I have a reasonable idea of how most of the most active members feel, yeah.
Okay, I just run this little blog for Airplay, and we had 60,000 unique users. So 200 is a reasonable sample size?
It's a huge movement, obviously. But if you're asking us to just sort of say what journalists should be doing already, I mean, you could have got
the reason
much
I'm
less
asking
qualified
Milo,
people to do that much better for you.
I'm not trying to impugn your work. I am trying to say that your work is different than the work that these guys will do. So to do the journalism that they need to do, it can't be a mixture. So they have different requirements
Well, I've written straight news stories. I've written plenty of straight news stories, and to get the information for those straight news stories, I simply did my homework. I spoke to people. I hung out in Kotaku in Action. I did AMAs. I did all this stuff, 9 months before anybody else did it. I just did the work. It's not rocket science. It's just reporting like on any other sort of internet movement. It's all the same stuff.
No, but to
It's
be
not
fair,
that hard.
it does pose a special challenge when you have to interview people on an internet hashtag. But I will draw your attention to an excellent report by Brad Glasgow in Game Politics. And it's called Challenge Accepted, Interviewing an Internet Hashtag. And he charts a method for finding a critical mass of posters. Go find out where they are, listen to them, ask them, take a poll. What do you think are the most important issues? Where do you think the press has fallen down? And you will begin to get, sort of a consensus.
All right, let's take that point,
Yeah.
something I can actually latch onto for a change.
Okay.
So, Ren, if from an ethical standpoint, from teaching journalists as you do, how do you cover an online movement that it's mostly anonymous and it has no leaders? Christina is saying conduct a poll of those users. What does that get me?
That gets you the people who are in the place where you're asking the poll and who want to talk the most. There's no, you have to be scientific about something like that, or else what are you
Right.
getting?
He tried. I was just giving a few bits of information about what he did.
Was this the guy who asked then in Kotaku in Action? He did the poll that was posted on the top. Is that the guy? So you're getting guys from Reddit who are active users of this subreddit. There's still a decent chunk of the world who isn't on Reddit, believe it or not. I mean, it's such a small sample compared to what you're actually looking for.
But we know as journalists, once you have a sort of sketch of the architecture of a movement, we have a rough idea of how many people are on various different social networks. We know that in order to get a responsible sort of consensus impression, we need to visit these various websites and possibly weight them
Well,
accordingly.
that's not obvious to mainstream journalists because visiting a website doesn't mean, sorry, go ahead, Ren.
How is that not obvious?
If we're going to, as mainstream journalists, go to a website and start quoting randomly from the users of that website?
I would never
That's
do
not
that.
what I suggested. I didn't say anything even remotely approaching that.
So talk to us as journalists about, we are going to cover a story. What's our
I'll give you an example. You were setting up this talk, right? You didn't get in touch with the only journalist who's been covering it for a year to ask who perhaps you could speak to in the course of who you might invite, who might be on the committee. I mean, these are basic stuff that you could do. You could ask other journalists who have done the work already. That's one thing you could do, right? It's one thing nobody did for this event. If you want to investigate an online movement, you have to work out where these people live. You do the work, and it takes a long time. It took me 3 months.
What do you mean work out where they live?
Sorry?
How do I work out where someone lives?
You ask them, and if they're not happy to talk to you about it, you keep asking other people. As you said, it's a movement of tens of thousands of people. You're going to find people that are prepared to talk to you. But we're very driven by the structure of the way that a news story is mapped out. The way that news editors ask for a story to be mapped out. That doesn't always translate very well to online stories.
Well, that's what we're trying to do here today.
Right. So individual anecdotes aren't massively helpful. You are at some point going to have to speak at the level of popularizations. You are at some point going to have to speak at the level of generalizations, and you're going to have to stand by that and hope that is a fair reflection of the research that you've done. You are going to have to do some things like polls.
Kathy's got her hand up.
Yeah,
And she should talk.
I think also in terms of finding whom to interview about a hashtag movement, I think you just look, among other things, at the people who are most active in the hashtag, who have a lot of followers, who seem to sort of lead and dominate the conversation in the hashtag.
Hold on. Okay, so let's take that thought.
So like a leader? Yeah. Ooh, it sounds like a leader to me.
Well, a kind of influential member.
Somebody that's trusted.
Right.
Can I
Yes,
can I
please.
chime in here? Here's the thing. I mean, you can't script this stuff, and even though it's pretty obvious, what we talked about this earlier in the first panel. Okay, when somebody wants to do the right thing, if they're motivated to do the right thing, they don't need any coaching. That's the first thing. And what Nir was saying in his opening, eloquently enough, is that you have to do the work. If you want to write about something, you either do it the right way or you have.
If that's the answer, if just doing it the right way is the right answer, let's just go home now.
Well,
because you guys aren't getting.
But hang on.
Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, these guys are sitting here smiling because I don't think anything has anything been said yet?
Can I just, you know,
No, you can't.
You're interrogating a movement about how we should report,
you will, because
how
you
you
can.
guys should report on us. We're not responsible for telling you how to do your jobs.
And that's a fair point.
I think it, but I would say, how did you find us? You found us. Now, it would have been a good thing if the New York Times, the Washington Post, Vox, when they wrote, all you need to know about Gamergate, if they had sought out people that plausibly speak for it, or that the members of the hashtag would recognize as giving their perspective.
Look.
Now, you did it. I think this is great because I think this is a beginning. I think what's happening here today is what Kathy was saying, is that, you know, the press hasn't done a good job, and now we could turn a corner here by journalists coming and seeing that Gamergate was a failure.
Look, I appreciate you guys supporting your own viewpoints, but I'm just going to make a guess here that everything that's been said so far today from you guys is zero helpful for a mainstream journalist. But if I'm wrong, you guys tell me.
No, I would agree to the extent, and as I said in the first panel, I'm not very familiar with Gamergate, as I think actually, even though there are a lot of people involved, there are a lot of people who have no idea what it is. And there are probably a lot of journalists that have no idea what it is. So when you're citing and talking about the New York Times and talking about someone else doing it wrong, I don't know even what they did that is wrong. So I guess that, to me, not knowing that, I can't respond. I can't kind of say maybe this is how they should have done it differently or anything like that, because I really don't know even what they did.
If you were working at your station, we're going to write about Gamergate, and then heard a large discussion about feminism, is that the same story or a different story?
So for our viewers, that's too much in one story. It is. It's too much to include in one story. We have, you know, certain time constraints, and not all the time, and a time constraint is not an excuse. Sometimes we tell 5-minute pieces, but even in 5 minutes to tell Gamergate and bring in feminism, it's too many points in one thing.
What I'm hearing is that mainstream media is structurally incapable of covering Gamergate fairly, so the best thing is that they leave it alone.
Well, you know,
What you're saying is, it's sort of, you know, there's this architecture around news packages and the way a story is structured, so that you can never tell the truth about this movement. So,
Milo, let's stipulate. Can we just stipulate something amongst us right now, just between us and everybody? You can hate the way the media works, and we can admit, as part of the media, we don't always like all the systems that are in place ourselves. But it is the system that we got, and we are not powerful enough people within that system to change it. So we're trying to have a discussion here today about how we can do better, except you spent most of your time talking about how awesome you are. So I would like...
That doesn't sound very likely.
I know. It surprised me too. So I'll give you an example. You were talking, Christina, about how this event came to be. I spent 3 months, most of my free time, and my wife not very happy with Gamergate, to do that. A reporter doesn't have 3 months to work on a story like this. Milo, I've read all of Milo's stuff. It is indeed a mix of opinion and news. So it is not something that can be replicated by the mainstream media. In fact, I think sometimes the mix goes one way or the other. It's not an even mix. So for instance, when you write about Randy Harper, I actually talked to someone in anti-Gamergate, a name you would know, and I'm not going to tell you, who actually thought that reporting was actually pretty good. And that same person, of course, hates a lot of what else you write, because it is not journalism, it's opinion writing, like we talked about this morning. You doing your thing on your website is awesome, but it is not easily transportable to what these guys have to do. You guys talking about feminism, which is a great story unto itself, that I can see both sides, I mean, it has multiple sides to it and a lot of rich stuff to get into, isn't this story. And just by virtue of what you've done here today, I think it's a very telling example. I let you guys talk for as long as you talked, because I can tell you this, and if I'm wrong, these journalists will tell me, that if that was my introduction as a reporter to Gamergate, and this is my first time reaching out to you, I am not doing that story. Not because I don't want to do the story, I don't believe you, I have an ulterior motive, but because I have other good stories I can do
Then I think
better.
you're going to find Gamergate's going to give up on the mainstream media, because this is not a story that can be
And
told
Gamergate-
that soon. And it pretty much has. And actually, the conditions for success for Gamergate don't require positive
Okay,
headlines.
well, and Milo said this is an interesting point you raised, because I've talked to other, hold on one second, please. I'll let you guys talk. I'm trying to get through you guys so we can have this conversation. Milo, so I talked to a lot of Gamergate people, as you have advised, on streams and everything else, and said, listen, we don't have to do the second half of this debate today, because if you want to remain a dark subculture, you can. In fact, there are some SPJers here. We were at a conference of furries, and that is a culture that does not want mainstream journalistic attention. But me and those journalists, including the former
What are
managing-
they?
Furries.
You know the people who dress up.
I'm just looking at her face as she's getting that explanation.
Still frozen in place.
But as Milo and Christina, as an example, we went to in fact, I was with the former managing editor of the Cleveland Plains Dealer, and we talked to them about, we're journalists, and what they want or don't want out of media, how they feel misunderstood by TV shows like Law and Order. The furries have been on Law and Order. They want to remain a darker subculture. They don't strive for media attention. Now,
Okay.
Milo, you say you know everybody in Gamergate.
No, I didn't say
I can
that.
tell you.
I didn't say that.
You
My
speak for
God,
everyone
is
in
this how you
Gamergate.
quote
You
in your
said you
journalism?
speak
Good
for everyone in
grief.
Gamergate. You said you speak for everyone in Gamergate.
No, I did not say that. I didn't say anything approaching it. Is this how you quote in your journalism? My God.
Yes, it is.
You know, I did not say anything approaching that.
Guys, as somebody who's supposed to be neutral, I just want to say something.
Hold on, let me finish this
Mike,
thought.
Mike, no, hang on. Mike, hang on. Mike, let's do this. Listen, what you're doing is exactly the reason why Gamergate is portrayed improperly in the media. Because you're not allowing the narrative to be focused on what the problem is.
You're right, I'm not allowing the narrative to
How
focus
they
on
put
what
it is
it
irrelevant.
is.
It's outside the narrative, so you can't process it.
I am going to try to finish this point so we can talk about the journalism of it. The furry culture wants to remain private. In talking to Gamergate in the past 3 months, there have been some who have said and tweeted at me and emailed me that they don't want mainstream media attention, and I respect that. There were many more that said that they did. And in those conversations, we talked about how we have to kind of meet in this middle. Gamergate is probably going to have to change the way it talks, not change its message. Selling out does not mean, or you can interrupt me again and I'll just go ahead. No, go ahead. I mean,
Wait, actually, can I say something? Because this isn't just Gamergate. I mean, this goes with everything. Like, if you want the media's attention, there's a certain, you approach them a certain way. By attacking them, it's probably not going to be the best way to do it. That's not the best way to get anyone's attention, in my opinion.
It was probably super difficult because obviously.
Milo, you know
one of
what?
the-
Can you not
I'm
interrupt her when
disagreeing.
she's talking? Thanks.
No, but I
Because,
think.
you know, that would be sexist.
Well, when someone comes to me with a story, they tell me whatever they might want to tell me. I ask certain questions, and we have conversations in my newsroom about if we're going to cover it. A lot of that depends on what's the outcome and what's the public's interest. How does this benefit the public in any way? How is this going to maybe make the community better? Is this going to expose something? And specifically, this is investigations. And if the answer is it's not going to help, or by us telling this, it's only going to help maybe one person, we're less likely to maybe do it. Those are the kind of the pros and cons that we weigh. We're here for more of the public good, kind of wide range things. So I guess my question to you would be, if you came to me and you want me to write about Gamergate, what am I writing about and why?
Well, this is the problem because the stated purpose of Gamergate is to protest bad ethics in journalism. So there's already that sort of opposition. So I understand what you're saying. It's difficult because Gamergate's default position is journalists are crap. Can you write about how journalists are crap? So obviously that makes the starting
How does that
position very
relate to
difficult.
Gamergate? See, I guess that's where compared to the conversation that we had with the other panel,
Yeah.
that wasn't at all the understanding that I took about Gamergate, but maybe it wasn't
Can you
journalists
expand
are
on that?
crap. And
No, I'm
that's
being
what you should
flippant,
write
obviously.
about. I know, but I guess that was not the takeaway. So
I have a question. I can understand the reluctance of an editor to give the go-ahead for a story that's so amorphous, but it did not stop editors from writing with great authority about something they knew nothing about, There were many stories, hundreds of stories about Gamergate. They all followed the same storyline of women who were imperiled and bad gamers. And this was written over and over and over again. No one had the least inhibition. It just simply didn't occur to them to go to the other side. Maybe there wasn't another side.
I think I kind of want to reiterate what Christina said, because I think the problem is not even so much that the media didn't cover Gamergate, it's that they covered it from a very one-sided standpoint, which is, Gamergate is a misogynist harassment campaign.
What if we stipulate, how about this, to try to move past this? What if we stipulate everything bad that happened in the past? We don't even know all of it, but we're just going to give it to you. And can we talk about how to be better in the future? What if we just admit that we all sucked in the past?
Let's mention there were some wonderful examples. There were reporters like Eric Kane and Auerbach at Slate.
David Auerbach at Slate.
Who did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Who tried to get the story and sought people out. They're models of how to cover. And once I saw that, I thought, okay, this is going to catch on. It didn't catch on.
Okay, these are good examples. So this is something we can sink our teeth into. So I talked to David Auerbach at Slate, and Eric Kane, obviously, I've emailed him, and their beats allow them to do something a little different than other mainstream journalists. I think this is an important distinction, and you guys can back me up, that David Auerbach's beat at Slate, he's a tech writer. So he doesn't always write about Gamergate, but he can write about Gamergate.
Right.
Interestingly, at Slate, there is also a culture editor. And the culture editor can sometimes write about Gamergate. Interestingly, they can have totally different opinions when you read their piece.
Yeah.
Because they have beats. They have something that they cover all the time. Eric Kane, same thing. What we're trying to get at here is mainstream journalists who don't have those beats. Because those beats mean that you are reaching a certain audience that's interested in tech or interested in what that culture writer is saying, because that culture writer might do it the same way Milo does with a mixture. We're talking with Ren and Lynn about assigning general reporters to go cover this movement and to do that better and to do the reporting better. So what we're asking you guys is to talk to these guys about how to do that. So let's just leave behind all the stuff that happened before, because we weren't there for it, so we don't know who was right or wrong. And let's talk about how to do it better. So let me ask you a direct question. Getting back to writing a story about Gamergate. If I'm going to write a story about the year anniversary of Gamergate, which is coming up, you know, guys, Milo, you know this, journalists love anniversary stories, right? It's an easy way to get into a topic. It's the 1-year anniversary of whatever it is. If I was going to write a 1-year anniversary story on Gamergate, who should I talk to? If I'm Lynn Walsh and I'm assigning a story, who should she tell the reporter to go see first?
Well, it's a story about press ethics, so you should go and talk to the journalists who are accused of ethical failings. You should look at go to speak to the editors-in-chief of Kotaku and Polygon, ask them why they changed their disclosure.
Okay, hold on a second, Milo. She's looking at you like she's confused.
Yeah, I guess that completely loses me. And again, this is someone who is not involved in the movement. And are there multiple people? Is this one person? I guess that's is there one person? Are there multiple people that I should be talking to? Are these multiple publications? Are these reporters? Are these gamers? Are they editors? Are they news organization presidents? I mean, who are these people?
I guess, Milo, what she's saying is you're asking her to start a story on Gamergate by not talking to Gamergate. You're saying to go talk to game editors. That's what you said.
Yeah, no, I would say,
How did you do it?
How did I do it? I talked to a lot of Gamergate people on Twitter, and I kind of tried to get a sense of who the people were.
Tell us how you did that. Tell us, you go on Twitter and you see just all these posts. Did you break it down on a spreadsheet? And if everyone had been doing it for 9 months, it was okay, but if for 2 days you didn't, if it was an egg account, tell us some secrets.
Right, well, I don't think there are any, you watch the hashtag for a few days, you try to see who the most articulate posters are, you try to see who is getting retweeted, you try to see who's sort of more visible in,
So you found one of those people, and what'd you do next?
Message them on Twitter and ask them if they would like to be interviewed. I spoke to several women, by the way, who were involved in this movement.
Okay, so when you DM'd them, And did you conduct the interview? Did they ever get their real name, or did you keep them anonymous?
The people that I spoke to, I did get their real names, yeah. And some of them were not willing to have their real names mentioned. I think most of them were. Also, I think the other thing is just to actually watch what gets posted in the hashtag, because again, I think a lot of people who wrote about Gamergate, using the standard narrative, didn't really look at the posts in the hashtag so much as, again, they went with this preset narrative. And
if you wanted some advice, for example, it would be good maybe to do what you did, which is actually watch what's happening. It's kind of, when I was being glib, I was being glib earlier and I said I did the work.
No.
And that's kind of what I meant, right? Rather than just sort of looking at what other journalists write and say, when every other journalist has a very strong opinion on a subject and all of those opinions are pointing in the same direction, that makes people like me suspicious. And that's the kind of brain that I think journalists are supposed to have. And it makes me go, what's going on here? So, somebody came to me and said, this might be a story you're interested in, and I did what Kathy did.
So let's drill down on that. So one of the things that mainstream journalists have an issue with is obviously we have to get people on the record. So you're saying that if the journalists reach out to people on Twitter, you can probably get a fair number of them to be committed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's not just Twitter, actually. There are also people on YouTube who have done videos that are pro Gamergate that you can reach.
They're very media friendly. They're used to talking. They're very articulate.
All right, so here's because I want to get to these guys.
Right.
The question is, if I reach someone on Twitter and I think they're articulate and I talk to them and I quote them, how many of those people do I need, or what can I actually quote them saying? Because now I'm saying that I'm asking them questions about how they feel about some movement that has no leaders. I don't know how to put that in context. So let me ask you, when you actually interviewed one of these people, what did they actually say? Just give me one example of someone you quoted by name. What did you quote them saying? What was their message?
Okay, well, it's going to be about feminism again, because one of the best people that I've interviewed was a British woman named Sabrina Harris, who's a technical writer who's involved in Gamergate. And I specifically asked her, what does she think about the perception that this is a backlash against women in gaming?
And then she gave you your opinion.
She gave me her opinion. She told me about her experiences as a female gamer and, her view of the type of ideology.
I hear you. So now my question is this.
You interrupted a woman.
I'm fine. No, I think I'm done with my point.
Hold on.
Sorry, he told me off for it. You should tell him off for it.
I will repeat this from the morning, that this is not for Gamergate. This is for journalists and their readers. So I understand, I totally get it, that this is a Gamergate crowd and you want to hear them talk about these issues. And I don't even got a problem with that. It's just that's not what this debate is. If that's what it's going to become, it can certainly become that, but it won't achieve the ends that you guys said that you wanted, which is to give these guys some idea about how to do their job a little bit better. I'm not interrupting them because I agree with them, I disagree with them, or I'm offended. I am just feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, but I can talk to some of the other journalists that I know are in this room. I don't know that it's helping that cause. So I'm going to try one more time. And frankly, if you guys feel that that's the conversation you want to have, you can have that conversation for the rest of the time that we're going to do this. I will just tell you this. It won't have the ends that you think it will. I think the morning debate, I think we actually had some things we could try to do. Again, those may be modest goals. You guys have loftier ambitions. But I felt like we made some progress in the morning. Ask yourselves, you don't have to say anything now or you can yell at me. Do you feel like we made that much progress here today? This is not about reconfirming your own beliefs. This is about trying to talk to these guys. So I'm not interrupting her because I'm trying to shout her down. I'm interrupting her because I want to try to get the information as quickly as possible. She did something cool, and I'm trying to get that over here. So let me ask one question about this woman you interviewed, which sounds really good. And it sounds really basic to these guys or anyone listening on stream. Of course we would talk, but that's not common. We are always taught that like anonymity on social media, people guard that with their lives. But let me ask you one question. So this woman, she talked to you, it was a good quote. Did you talk to a woman on Twitter that felt that it was a misogynistic movement? I mean, did you get the opposite of this woman in that story?
Not anyone that I interviewed personally, but let me tell you why, because the other point of view was already, I mean, I was in a way doing a counterpoint to a story that had been done many, many times. And I think, the other point of view was represented very well. So in a sense, my objective was to do the counterpoint.
Okay,
and
so-
I did summarize a lot of the arguments that were being made for, by people who felt that it was a misogynist harassment campaign. I mentioned the people who said that they were being harassed. And, so I think I certainly included the other point of view in that sense.
Okay,
but,
so let me get back to these guys, because it's my understanding from our world that if she's going to go do that really cool thing talking to one side, she's got to do the same cool thing talking to the other side, not just sum it up from other media. If you guys were doing this story, would you do what she did, get the person she got, but also try to get the other side the same way?
I mean, I absolutely would try to get the other side and get it the same way. I mean, when we put a story together, we try to give both sides, if we can, while we're telling it, equal treatment. So if we have one person coming out against the government on camera, we want to get the government on camera as well. Unfortunately, sometimes the government doesn't go on camera, so we end up with a statement. But then we put the statement inside the package, not just as the tag. I mean, we do think about those kind of things. And I think as a good journalist, if you're trying to do it right and give the story justice for the public, that's the way you would do it.
So let me,
Right. So, well, I'm certainly not saying that the way that I did it is the way that it should be done by, everyone. I mean, I was doing it from I guess you would say, more something of an opinion standpoint, in that, my point was to say, I think the story has been misrepresented. Here's the other side of it. So, certainly if I was approaching this as a kind of new story that, that I was trying to get from different points of view, yeah, definitely. I mean, I was knowingly coming into this from that perspective of saying, here's the other side of a story
Right,
that
but I guess
has
so-
been misrepresented. So, that's, I certainly wouldn't suggest that, people who do the story should not try to talk to both
Mike,
sides. I mean,
Mike, can I
absolutely.
pitch in here for a second? It says here, I'm going to quote, how should the mainstream media cover online-only controversy? We've been here for over an hour. We haven't even touched on that yet.
Okay.
And the reason
I know.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing. I'm not a journalist. I'm just a game developer and a gamer. I was a gamer first before everything else. The issue here is very simple. If the media wants to report on anything, first of all, I just feel bad that these two people are sitting here and they have to answer these questions about something they're not very familiar with, which puts them at a disadvantage. I'm a gamer. Nir knows a lot more about this stuff than I think everybody in this room, because he's done a lot of research on it, as Suzanne and everybody else has done. But the problem here is this. Trying to say writing a story is one thing. If there's an oil spill, okay, you can write about an oil spill. You can find who to ask, you can take pictures, you can do all these things. But trying to report on something like Gamergate it's difficult.
Well, that's why we're here, Derek.
But here's the thing. Well, hang on. I understand that, but you keep asking this question and putting them on the spot, knowing fully well that it's a loaded question, and there's no way to answer it without falling afoul of whatever it is you think they should be saying. And here's why. Which is the reason why. Which is hang on. Which is the reason why, when this whole thing became Gamergate, and it stopped being about somebody's personal affairs, and the media found themselves in the firing line, you became the target, the first thing they did was they hit back. Now we have all these stories about harassment and feminism, blah, 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 which had nothing to do with ethics.
Let me try it this way. For mainstream reporters to interview Gamergate, tell me if this is a dumb idea, okay? And I'm sure you will. It's a leaderless movement. I can try to do some of what you did, Kathy, if I'm Ren or Lynn, but that's still going to get me what's called anecdotal leads. Like, it's going to get me a person.
Okay.
There are, in a leaderless movement, they don't want leaders, even spokesmen. They do have something called e-celebs, which I've learned. So what if Ren and Lynn were to do a story on the year anniversary of Gamergate, and the first calls they would make would be to Oliver Campbell, Sargon of Akkad, and these other YouTube streamers? What if that was where they started, and they wanted to ask them about their opinions on Gamergate? Would that be...
They'd be doing a damn sight more than CBS, the BBC, any number of other
New York
broadcast
Times.
networks,
I think
any
that
number
would
of
be good.
national
It would be
newspapers.
excellent,
They'd be
excellent.
doing a hell of a lot more than any other national broadcast or print media ever bothered to do. You're here saying to Kathy, why didn't you get the alternative opinion? Because she was doing a reactive piece. She was doing a reactive piece precisely because the mainstream media did none of what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
they didn't go to anybody at
we're
all. And now
we're
you're dragging
stipulating that everything's
Gamergate
up.
on stage saying, if you like, the sort of press is putting Gamergate on stage and saying, how can we not screw you over again? Tell us how we did it really badly and what to do next. It's a very strange format, which I think is the result, which is the root of the problems you're having here.
Well, Milo, we weren't there for what happened before. So if you talk, here's
It's
what...
very difficult when the other side does. You brought in
We're not the
journalists
other
who are
side.
celebrated professionals, but don't know anything about Gamergate. I mean, how much can we realistically expect to accomplish?
Okay, well, I'll try to answer that. Reporters have to do stories all the time where they, especially general assignment reporters, that's the title for it, I was one myself, where you have to go in and parachute in and do a story and get out of the story. We're not the expert, but that's okay because we're writing for other people who aren't experts either. Sometimes, as you guys just demonstrate here today, before your audience, you guys all understand these issues. The people that don't, a lot of this is getting lost on them. So sometimes it's a really good idea to have a reporter that doesn't know much, that knows a lot about journalism, but doesn't know a lot about the topic at hand. Because they're going to ask you a lot of dumb questions, because those are what their readers are going to ask. So let me just get back to my point, which is, would it be helpful for someone like SPJ or some other person to make a list of all the streams? These are people that this audience probably knows really well, but a journalist just parachuting
I think it
in
would
this-
be helpful. I think the problem is that Gamergate, on its own merits, isn't particularly newsworthy. The thing that's newsworthy about it is these threats, some of which are obviously real and some of which aren't.
Don't forget that the story that we're going to do is the year anniversary of Gamergate. So it is an opportunity to talk about everything. The problem for the reporter is how to get that
I
stuff.
think by far the best thing you could do is go to the people you
would be
mentioned.
really good, yeah. I think there's a bunch of names, there's some of the people you mentioned. I think Liz Finnegan would be a great person to talk to.
But it takes like a day to find out who these people are. It takes 24 hours to
now
find out who these
writes a
people are. Why
blog
did nobody
on,
do it?
Sounds like we've got a
on
first
video game
step.
issues.
Let's
All
go
right,
ahead and do it.
so let me go back to, let me just turn this over to you two. So you are going to assign a story on the year anniversary of Gamergate. What do you, based on what you even know now, what would you do? How would you do this? What do you do first or second?
Sounds like we should contact these people. I mean, so as a reporter who knows nothing about any, I've been in that position where I was a general assignment reporter and I had to go out and cover the thing. And what I do first is, go to a source that I trust and get some background. It sounds like in this case, I'm not sure who to trust, so I guess I would start by finding these e-celeb people and seeing what they have to say. But I mean, within a journalist purview, within the modern journalism world, the one we're in right now, it sounds like that would take a lot of time, and I can see why the story doesn't get written that often, because who has the time to do all that right now,
Well, I'm a busy guy. I did it. I mean, Kathy
Well,
did
okay,
it.
but
There are
your
plenty of people
beats,
who've done it, and there are
that's
plenty
your
of people. There are
beats.
plenty of people who've done
that's your
this.
thing.
Well,
I don't really understand the questions we're being asked.
Can Lynn,
People have
can, you
done
guys,
it.
can Lynn talk?
Kathy did it.
I would say, and this is nothing against no, but I would hate for time. I always tell my reporters, I don't want time to be an issue. If it's a good story, we're going to figure something out. And yes, does that mean that some stories then don't get told? Yes. And does it happen every time? No, it doesn't happen every time. But we like to try to get it to happen. I think with Gamergate, especially in mainstream media, it's what's that plug? Why does like my mom watching at home care? And that's what I need to kind of jump off of.
I don't think there is one.
Well, and that doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve to be covered, but that means that it may just continue to be covered maybe in these niche kind of trade publications, kind of like auto stuff, auto reviews. You don't see that on, daily, 5 o'clock news shows, which I think people are okay with. But if the mainstream media does jump in and cover it, I am completely on the page that they should do it well, they should do it ethically, they should get both sides, and all of that should happen. I mean, I think that's something we all agree with, and if it wasn't done, which you guys are saying that way in the past, as a journalist, I don't like to see that. No one likes to see that because that makes us all look bad. So,
Yeah, if I can add something here, The mainstream media didn't really have to cover Gamergate at all, but if they were going to cover it, I think it was their obligation to cover it fairly. They could have just not written anything, but instead they went with this very one-sided narrative of several people saying that they had been threatened by Gamergate, that they had been harassed by Gamergate, when there was never any evidence produced that these threats actually came from anyone associated with Gamergate.
We're stipulating that we weren't around for that.
Yeah, but I mean, you're asking me what the media did wrong, and
I'm
how
asking
should
what
the
should
media
happen
have covered
moving
it?
forward.
So if they were going to cover it at all, I think they definitely should have gone to some people who were known to be associated with Gamergate, in one way or another, and try to get their point of view.
So let me ask you,
that's
since you guys seem in agreement, varying degrees of skepticism, that this can be covered, but if we compile a list of the people that do streams and their followers, so that gives the journalists some sense for credibility, because numbers, we need facts. What else can we do? What else can we do to reach out?
Can I ask a question? Like, how should if you were to come to Gamergate Gar, if you were going to ask on the hashtag, maybe woman X has said that she is receiving death threats and harassment, right? How would you want an internet movement to express to you what they want to say, which is, she's a professional provocateur, she's lying, and this isn't what the story is about, without totally turning off journalists? Because every time I say that to people privately, I see them recoil in horror and be like, well, you can't say that, there's no way to prove it. Well, no, there's no way to prove that it was true or it wasn't true. And if the only thing you're interested in is this harassment thing, which is not really what Gamergate is about, what should Gamergate do in response to those sorts of questions?
I mean, I think tell the truth. I mean, that's the number one thing. Can you point to facts? Can you send us tweets that maybe this person has done this before? What kind of proof do you have that maybe this person who's saying that she was harassed, if you believe that it's not true and you know that it's not true, what kind of proof do you have that you can bring to us? And we would be doing, as a good journalist, we'd be looking on both sides. So if you bring us that, we also would be fact-checking that side,
So
but
the issue
also
is nobody
looking at
did,
her.
and the issue is on these internet cases, it's not provable one way or the other. Nobody can say with any certainty or with even any particular confidence whether something happened or did not happen. So the media just takes a default position.
who
just
did it?
Yeah, and I think actually,
believe the woman,
if it
and whoever
happened,
whoever she says did it. Run it on the front page of the New
I
York
think
Times.
this also goes to the issue of covering online movements specifically, because in any online controversy, you usually have trolls and kind of professional provocateurs and troublemakers kind of glomming onto it. So there has certainly been some ugly stuff surrounding Gamergate. A lot of it was directed at both sides. A lot of it came allegedly from these, troll nests somewhere in the deep recesses of the internet. And, and I think to pin those on this movement, on this hashtag, I do think was very unfair. And I think that kind of goes to the issue of how do you cover online movements. I mean, you really have to look at the possibility that some of the behavior that is being alleged doesn't really come from members of the movement, but from people who are trolling both sides. And I think that specifically goes to
How do you show who the trolls are?
That's not it. I mean, there are people who have dedicated a lot of time to tracking them down.
The FBI is trying to find that out.
But there are also a lot of see, it's a difficult issue because it's people are also afraid to talk about this because they know that if they do, I mean, I've had people contact me with information saying, well, you can write about this, but, don't mention me, and, and also if you write about this, these trolls will probably go after you and, put your home address online.
Let me do this.
That's not new. That's not new to Gamergate, though. I cannot tell you how many times someone contacts me with information and says, if you write about this, someone's going to come after you. I mean, it happens with a lot of stuff. So that's not just Gamergate.
So how do you handle that?
But it's not often in a story that a reporter will get an unsheathed syringe through his front door and a dead animal with a razor blade in its neck.
No, we have journalists that get killed.
Yeah, well, yeah, when they report in war zones, sure, or on terrorism, but not on video games.
Or on soccer in Eastern Europe.
Not in the
Happened to a journalist in Eastern Europe who reported on a soccer match the wrong way.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
It also happens to journalists in Eastern Europe who report on soccer matches the wrong way. It happened like last week.
By the way,
we're talking about the entertainment industry.
The vituperative comments and menacing and threats, it's not the worst among gamers. I think it might be among threads with opera fans.
Really?
No idea. Those
Oh
old
my God.
Wagner fans, these old queens, they go for each other. They are so mean, honestly.
Well, let me ask the journalists. So, and you guys tell me what you think of this. So, in compiling Airplay, there's a guy that actually was like a troll patrol for the event, and I found this quite fascinating. He found some documentation. I can't say any more than that, where some trolls were talking to each other and basically saying, we're going to pose as Gamergate and mess up Airplay. And one of the responses was, I think I got enough credentials in Gamergate to make that work. Like, they obviously spent time creating a profile so that they would be a credible source to the world, I guess journalists, anybody. And I guess in this culture, which I'm not familiar with, they said, I'm going to dox Koretsky with all this information. And I guess what's supposed to happen is that the trolls are all supposed to go, yeah, and they're all supposed to get excited and go for it. But in this instance, I guess it's the response was tepid, and the doxing was itself tepid too. So I guess the question to you is, one, how would journalists go about enlisting someone like this troll patrol kind of thing, where they're not going to be able to be quoted, but they can give you some information, but I don't know what you can do with it. And number two, when you get that information, how would you actually write about that?
I mean, I just personally am not a fan of anonymous sources. That is like last resort. It's just not something that I believe in as a team, and we sort of try to completely stray away from it. I like to put a face to a name to a face. I like to show people's faces. I mean, obviously, victims and stuff, we have, kind of different considerations, but that would all be sort of background information that would be in the back of my head that would just lead to more research. I would probably say that none of that would go in any sort of news piece that I would put together.
Right, that's just like an interesting part to something bigger. That doesn't feel like a story to me on its face.
So here's the other interesting part of that. If they're willing to go to that length to create an account, then you could do what Kathy did, and you could be wrong. You could get burned.
Right.
So, Kathy, there's no way to avoid that, right? I mean, if somebody is going to be that dedicated to...
Yeah, and honestly, going into the story, I actually did have some concern that I would, contact the wrong person and end up being the target of trolls. It hasn't happened, but, it was certainly a risk. And, I think you kind of watch people and their behavior for a little bit before you contact them and kind of try to get a sense of whether they're
How long
reliable.
did this take you? How many hours do you think you invested to get this piece?
Gosh, it's really difficult for me to estimate that because I'm also usually working on 2 or 3 different stories at the same time. But, I think I spent about a week watching the hashtag very closely, and I looked at a number of these video streams on YouTube and, blog posts, and I think that was enough for me to kind of get a sense of which people I considered to be fairly reliable sources. So, that's really the best answer I can give.
It's a good rule of thumb. I mean, look, Gamergate is unique in the history of hashtag social movements in that it is not allowed to define itself. Journalists define Gamergate for it. They say it is a misogynistic hate movement against women, unique among all movements.
We're not saying that.
No, I'm saying journalists have done that traditionally.
Well, we're not talking about what journalists have done before.
Well,
We've stipulated that we're not going to, we give you that one.
Okay, well...
For purposes of this discussion.
Fine. Let's avoid some of the mistakes that have been made in the past. Now, if I can't mention what those mistakes were in the past, it's difficult for me to give you advice for the future, isn't it?
I wouldn't think so, but okay. All right, let me offer let me offer a suggestion, and then maybe you guys can add your own. So journalists like to interview people. So I talked to, you're going to argue with me on that, or okay, just check it.
I didn't even move.
We'll see how long that lasts. They like to interview people. So I talked to a guy that does the Gamergate meetups in Boston and asked him, would your meetup people be averse to a journalist attending that? Say that I am with a Boston publication and I got an assignment to do a Gamergate story? And he said, no, you could come out and talk to us. So that would be one way, right? There are meetups all around the country. I mean,
I did the same thing in Paris. I mean, look, Gamergate has got fatigue about this now. They're not as worried now because they know that journalists are going to screw them over no matter what. So, you know, the last one, I was in one in Paris, I think 2 months ago, and somebody came down from, is it Le Monde, or one of the big Parisian newspapers, came down, spoke to everybody, deliberately ignored all of the people there that he recognized who knew might give him articulate answers, you know, to what Gamergate was really all about, and then just went for the young, bewildered-looking kids. You know, Gamergate knows this is going to happen. We know that when a journalist, you know, like I say we, I guess I should probably just give into this now and say we. You know, Gamergate knows, you know, that when a journalist comes, it's almost always to do a hit piece. They sort of got fatigue about this now. So, yeah, if you want to come down and do yet another piece about how we're all dicks, fine, come do it. You know, they don't care anymore. As far as the interviewing anonymous people goes, that is just a reality of reporting on the internet age, and you're going to have to get used to it.
Do you agree?
You'll be wrong more often, but you just got to get used to it.
No, I mean, I still am uncomfortable interviewing anonymous people. This game diviner guy who stood up in the front row and, you know, shared his face and talked earlier, awesome. Gamergate needs more people like that to come out and actually speak with us and to show their faces and to show they're not afraid of this. You know, we need people to stand up, or else we're not comfortable interviewing them.
But we have a vested interest in this because we want named people for our stories. This poor dude's going to get his family docs.
Yeah, let me also can I give a specific example of a story that I think was badly done?
Well, no, why are we going to talk about something that's been badly done? We didn't do it. We want to, let's keep this conversation going. This is good.
No, I mean, I think that's a good point because, I mean, when I go to even my boss and I say, oh, I have this great story on Gamergate, no one's using their name, and I had to only shoot their hands, and they're making all these accusations against different people that I actually don't know who they are either, but it involves some companies. He's going to look at me and say, absolutely not. But because someone's going to see that piece and be like, what? Who are these people? Who are they talking about? It's confusing for the viewer too.
I understand that, but that's what the internet is. You know, if the structures of the publication or your sort of editors or ethical standards or requirements for reporting can't cope with anonymous forums and internet movements, you can't report on them. You just stop reporting on them.
Yeah, but
you're not equipped to report on them otherwise.
Hang on. Here's the thing.
I don't think it's just an issue of that.
One thing I want to mention about this is the reason why people like their anonymity is because they don't want to get attacked. Gamergate is not about, it's not about, you know, some 15-year-old kid sitting in his room playing video games. I have friends who support the movement. These are top-notch developers. I know that there's people in academia. I mean, these people don't want to put their face to it simply because of the way the media has portrayed this movement as being this, you know, based on, you know, harassment, abuse, blah, blah, blah. So I think asking to have faced and named people to talk about and represent a movement that doesn't want to be represented by any leader, it's just a waste of time. I mean, that's the reason why the media has anonymous sources. But hang on, yeah, but that's the reason why the media has anonymous sources. Okay, let me give you an example. If I went online, if I said right now, hey, you know what? I'm Gamergate, blah, 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 there's going to be 1 million stories next week. And I have to deal with that.
Well, it's because we know who you are.
Exactly.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just get back to Lynn and Ren. Ren, let me ask you. An anonymous source in a newspaper, who knows the name of that person?
Probably just the journalist and his or her editor.
So an anonymous source in a publication is not anonymous to the journalist, not anonymous to, and by the way, the reporter isn't allowed just to keep it to themselves. The editor has to know who it is. You guys want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, I think that maybe is the difference when we talk about anonymous. It's, so if someone from Gamergate, if I talked to them, and I sat and even met them for coffee, we had a conversation, and maybe I didn't use their name in publication, they're not anonymous to me. They're not, my editor knows who they are. I probably also, well, I definitely normally, if we do this and I get approval, I'm self-verifying who they are by looking up maybe an address to see who they might else know, where they live, making sure it's valid. I also probably, if I'm going to use an anonymous source, am going to meet in person. As much as they may not feel comfortable with that, I'm not just gonna have a phone call, because that could be anyone. So I think there is a difference between being anonymous online completely and not even then being willing to tell me your identity and I'm reporting on you versus you telling me and then you're anonymous in my story.
That's completely fair. I mean, my experience, a lot of what are called trolls are mostly just kids who are bored, who are posting memes and jokes and broing out and having a bit of banter, and they're neither here nor there. The people who are anonymous because they need to be for their personal safety, and journalists got who the victim was in Gamergate completely the wrong way around. The people who needed to remain anonymous for their professional lives, in my experience, have been very happy to acquiesce to stuff like that, and I've done that with many of them.
But also, the other thing about being anonymous is, if it's about trust. If you go to a reporter at the New York Times and you have a really hot story and you want to be anonymous, but he wants to meet with you, this is the New York Times. It's about trust. Gamers don't trust the gaming media, period.
Yeah, we're not talking about the gaming media, though. We're going to talk about mainstream media.
They don't trust you either.
Yeah, well,
I know.
if I can,
Well, I was going to say that actually...
With every reason, with every justification not to trust the mainstream media, because they have been burned over and over again.
And as a journalist, that honestly does break my heart and is so upsetting, because I do love what I do. And I know that, look, every journalist is not a good journalist. I wish that they were. But I know. But, I mean, honestly, I do hope, and I know maybe you won't, but I really do hope that you get a chance to work with a good journalist who really does care, and that you maybe give some people a chance and maybe help them along the way if you have to.
I think
because that does hurt to hear. I mean,
part of the
there
problem
are
is,
some good ones out there.
I've worked with great journalists in my career. I started at a national newspaper. I was a regular kind of news desk reporter, for a little while. I've worked with good people, and many of the best journalists tend not to want to cover stories like this. For a variety of obvious reasons. But I think from Gamergate's point of view, they're not looking at other media and saying, well, there's some bad guys and some good guys. They're looking at the media and saying, where are the good guys?
Yeah, well, I think I actually do want to mention that story that I wanted to tell before, because I think it does show what the media should not do, and I think it also shows that it's not just a problem of the difficulty of finding the right people. Okay, I got an
tell you what,
email.
how about this? You tell that story, let's get some questions up from the booth, and we'll ask those after the stories. But please, I'm not interrupting you because I'm sensitive about past errors. It just doesn't help us to hear about something that happened in the past. But go ahead.
I just want to use it as a cautionary tale. Okay, so I get an email a few months ago from a person from Boston Magazine who says he's writing a piece about Gamergate, and he knows that I've written about it, and would I answer some questions? I said, sure. And he sends me some questions, and I see that all of the questions are couched in terms of this narrative that Gamergate is a misogynist harassment campaign that wants to drive women out of gaming. And I answered the questions as best I could, because it's difficult when the questions are couched in a certain narrative to kind of redirect from that.
I have a question. Was this given to you via email?
Yes, this was an email interview.
I will just say, email is the worst way to interview someone. All of my reporters, yes, you may ask a question via email. I tell them, now call them, we want to schedule, we want to sit down, and that's not just because we're TV.
Right, in
but
this
email
case,
is not, that would be, completely, unless that's the absolute last resort, and that's the only thing that someone will agree to, that's what we do.
I mean,
so,
I said, I can answer questions by phone.
Kathy,
I can
just
do
to
email,
add,
but
just to add to that,
is
that if you guys are looking for signs of what makes a good journalist or a bad journalist, that might be one of the signs that Gamergate wants to look out for. Is if you want to conduct this interview only by email, maybe that's a sign that I shouldn't trust you. I can tell you, I got interviewed by BuzzFeed. The guy wanted to do the email interview thing, and I said, no, call me. And the story still came out.
It's very effective at diffusing people who have a particular point of view that they want to put across in the story. That's certainly true.
Exactly. So before you go on, if we're getting one lesson out of this already, if Gamergate's going to get a lesson out of this, even though it's an online movement accustomed to dealing only online, I recommend, and I think Lynn and Ren would too, is get that reporter on the phone, because you know why? You think you see a harassment narrative, or you think you see the reporter have a definite preconceived idea, you will definitly get that idea when you get on the phone with them.
Yeah. And it doesn't cost anything to make a Skype burner account, speak to the journalist with
so
that.
In this case, so I answered the questions as best I could. And not only did I do that, but I said, here's a list of other people that you can contact, including women. Like, here's a female game developer who not only supports Gamergate, but actually has found herself sort of semi-blacklisted in certain areas. because she's seen as, supporting a misogynist campaign despite being female. So what happens when the story comes out? It's couched completely in the harassment narrative. I'm not quoted. None of the people that I mentioned to this person were even interviewed. And instead, he's quoting, there are a couple of women who, again, who say that they've been harassed by Gamergate, completely uncritical acceptance of what they're saying. And then he's quoting as an expert, I'm not going to name names, but he's quoting an opinion columnist who writes for online publications, who on occasion has explicitly said, and I just want to finish this one point, but this is a person who has explicitly said that he is basically willing to bend, well, not bend the facts, but at least leave out facts that don't fit, his ideological preconceptions. So, that's...
This is what Gamergate has seen across the mainstream media. If I can ask you guys another question about this, just from the point of view of maybe Gamergate, sorry, super quick, promise. What they kind of want to know is if a journalist is coming to you and you know that they're going to do this, this slanderous piece and
Bye.
Well, that's a lot of
Well, I got some idiots called in a bomb scare, so the whole thing has been evacuated now. So we're all out.
I honestly didn't think it happened here.
Yeah, well, they did it an hour ago, and here's Nero.
The photo bombing. One without it. Two without it. Three without it. Whoops.
This is how many people showed up for this thing. Nero. Oh, there's Mike.
You want to come with him? Come with him. Come in and have a little street photo. Here we go.
You guys got to thank this guy for putting this on.
There we go.
You got to thank this guy.
Look, you were paying attention to your picture.
So I guess we're not going back in then?
It should be an easy run to clear the auditorium.
Well, they're calling the bomb threat. Obviously, the dog isn't here yet, so they're saying that the dogs have to show up first, blah, 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 but I think it's all over now. Oh, here's Suzanne.
Pastor, I know you're... No, I'm nobody. I usually just use Twitter to follow people, to follow you, to listen to you guys. Mostly. I don't really know it myself.
No. I want to make sure it's
Hey! You still got that thing on your face?
What happened?
You still got that on?
Well, I put it on because I saw... Well, I came out... Yes, I came out... Glasses. I came out because it was so cold I had to pee. And then I saw the lady cop talking to the security guy. And she's like, we have to evacuate. I'm like, oh, there's a bomb threat.
Yeah, they did that an hour ago, but nobody paid any attention, so I guess they changed their mind and said, hey, we should leave now.
All three of us. We had to have a glass of
Bring it.
We're all across the street now. Nobody's allowed back in.
All right.
Instructions really work. Good? I don't know if this is actually verified yet.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Are you streaming? Otter says hi.
Say hello, hi.
Hi. Are you streaming or just recording?
I'm streaming.
You're streaming?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me get... John.
Hi.
John, I am streaming.
Yeah. Derek, you're streaming?
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to SPJ Airplay. The building was just evacuated because the policewoman said that at 2:45 a bomb was going to go off, so she thought it would be better safe than sorry.
She got us all out here. We're going to be waiting until then, and I don't have any more information than that. We can keep talking to her. She's somewhere around here. Around us is a big crowd of all the volunteers, the people attending. Derek Smart is streaming right here.
I'm streaming. Hey, if I could get the link, I could tweet it out from the official account.
At DSmart on Periscope.
At DSmart on Periscope?
On Periscope,
okay,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah, on Periscope. This is ridiculous. So this is that's not the building, it's the auditorium.
You want to start a hangout?
That's the only way I can do this.
Aaron, you guys still streaming online or no?
I'm trying to. I can't, unfortunately. How are you streaming?
Periscope.
The main stream is still live. It's just the audio's muted. We're on a static image right now. As soon as we can get back into the building, we'll just turn the cameras back on. I'll switch the feed to that. They'll unmute the audio, and we'll come right back up.
And that's SPJ.airplay.com.
The YouTube channel is SPJ Airplay. I'm not sure if Koretsky's been updating the website with new links to the stream, but the stream can definitely be found by going on YouTube and searching for SPJ Airplay.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, you heard it. They said the bomb will go off was supposed to go off at 2:45, so we're still here. It's almost 2:45, and they won't let us back in.
They're sending in a drone.
There's a drone coming in right. There's a drone?
Yeah, they're gonna go check it out.
Oh, there's a drone. Hang on. Here comes the drone.
It's a drone.
That's the SPJ drone, it looks like. Yeah.
The stream is still live.
Park.
You're Ash. I'm Karen.
Looks like they're setting up a drone right now for some reason. That's not a police. That's not a police drone, by the way. That's an SPJ drone. It looks like.
Men in college and all of that.
Yeah.
I was a big fan.
She was shooting for the Liddell retention.
Yeah. Well, I think hopefully, and following up on what we didn't get to include, we had so much more to talk about. We were going to bring up Wardell, we were going to bring up Game Journal Pros, we were going to bring up so many things.
Yeah.
That just ran out of time.
Right. I don't know. I just every time.
Here comes the drone. Well, there's a live drone airborne. But we got a camera attached to it.
Are you sure it's being done and not like live?
It's about 96 degrees in the shade right now. So, seriously,
Where's Karski?
he's that way. He went that way.
I don't think we're supposed to have this.
I think that is streaming. He's streaming as well. What's going on is they're trying to get the stream up and going again. How do you
guys are all now part of the story. Yeah. You have Twitter? I do.
Sorry. Sorry.
What's your Twitter? I'm going to tweet it. Rise Magazine is our first I'm originally from Miami.
Everybody say hello to me.
Hey.
We're streaming live.
Oh, streaming live? Hey, how you doing? Game on.
Oh, here come the cops. This is the entrance to the venue that just got evacuated. Nobody's allowed in. Cars are still in there.
I'm sorry. I'll talk again in 2 seconds. I gotta call my guy.
I think it's pretty funny.
Hi, Corey. I want to get a chance. Any chance for a picture that won't show up on Twitter?
You can post it wherever you like.
Well, I just figured I'd throw it out there.
There's Milo, everyone.
Okay. Do you know, I hate attention.
It's live.
No,
Yeah.
no,
It's live. It's live, by the way. It's live. Say hello to your fans. Go on. Say
periscoping.
Periscope. Yeah.
Periscoping.
Say hello to your fans.
Hello, Derek Smart's Periscope fans. How are you doing? Both of you.
Go on, say
hello
something.
to both
Say
of you.
something.
He's wearing very nice jewellery today. He's come in this lovely. Give me this pen. You see, Derek has come
Tap,
today.
tap,
Oh,
tap,
what
tap.
do I do?
Double tap.
What?
So you
It's
can
now
put the
working?
camera yourself. Oh, okay. So let's.
No, you see, look,
You see it now? Can you see it now?
So Derek has come in a lovely sort of, it's like a sort of autumn winter white jacket. There's some lovely gold jewellery going on here. It's very nice. It's very ostentatious dressing. You love it. It's great. It's great. Almost like you're some kind of attention whore or something, Derek.
Look who's talking. look, this is a spiffy guy.
No. I mean, you just you like attention. You like headlines
how do
too.
you like South Florida?
Really nice. Really good.
Have you seen much of it?
I've been to Miami a few times before. Oh, we have to get out of the streets.
Yeah, they come. We're
You're going to
out
want
of
to
the streets now. There comes the.
So just thank you for everything you do, great videos to put up.
Okay. And the cops are here. I guess they're not going to let us back in again.
Probably
Are
not.
they gonna let us in, or they're waiting for Bomb Squad?
No, I think they're waiting for Bomb Squad. They're going to find out. Hey, Mike, so what's going on?
We're waiting for a lieutenant to come on down. Someone called in a bomb threat and gave a time certain for it to go off, which is 2:45. So I don't know what that means. I think, if I understand correctly, the call came in to the PD, but it also went to the Miami Herald. So I guess that makes it more credible. But I don't know, man. So we're going to hang out for a little bit. Release some of the journalists. We have a drone flying workshop. We can at least fly the drone. For Gamergate, I don't know. I know there's a meetup later. I guess we're not going to have the other smaller meeting. But at least that's not too hot out today.
Yeah.
And it's not raining.
That is true. That is true.
So our security, our hired security, which are former cops, are talking to the cops. And I'm hoping that we can get back in a little quicker than...
Yeah, but will the event still go on, though, even though it's going to run? We had like 30 minutes when we came out.
Right. Well, I think what we would do in that case, we were originally going to have a separate little small theater for after this to have anybody from Gamergate go and talk about whatever they want to talk about. I'm thinking that if we can get back in quick enough, we'll just use that time to wrap up.
All right.
Because as weird as that conversation was going, I thought it was getting somewhere, but maybe not.
It was getting somewhere. I thought it was fine. I mean, the thing is, I think the only thing I was a little concerned about is that, the two journalists, Ren and Lynn, really don't know much about Gamergate in order, for them to be able to better articulate from,
We don't, but that's the thing. Most journalists who are going to cover it, in the morning it's different, but they're not going to know anything about it. Lynn is an assigning editor. She has the ability to assign a reporter to cover Gamergate. But she's got to have some basic understanding, and it's got to be explained to her in a way that she can. She's not going to be offended if someone comes at her strong. She's just not going to get it, and she's going to say, you know what, I'm going to go do this other story better. That's what I wanted to avoid. So I wasn't mad at anybody that was talking today. I was just like, I hear you. Maybe it was all screwed up. Let's talk about Lynn and Ren. How are we going to help them out? That's all.
Hey, that's what happens when it's not scripted, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Oh yeah.
It can be scripted.
Plus, I think Milo's a trip.
He's awesome, isn't he?
He's an interesting dude.
It could be way worse.
So, what do you think of the event since you were there? And heckling, Mike. Go on, say something.
We're going to call it heckling then?
Well, no, we're not going to call it heckling.
I'm going to call it corrective.
Correcting.
Correcting.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
So what do you think of it? Were you in for the morning session as well? Yes. You were. So what do you think of the whole thing?
I think it's been very educational. It's been very educational.
Are you a Gamergator or just somebody who wants to know more about it?
I couldn't say. No, I'll correct that. I won't.
You won't say. That's fine. But did you think anything was achieved today?
Something was achieved today.
What do you take from it?
I think the media reform is overdue in almost every niche.
Miss, you just graduated from journalism?
I did.
Were you in today's session?
I was sitting there watching.
Did you know about Gamergate before today?
Yes, I did.
What do you know about that?
I knew a little of what some of the panelists were trying to combat, actually, but I'd kind of seen some of the information that's been published about it being misogynistic, about harassment, about attacking people. But it was nice to see the other side of it too, before the bomb
What did you take from today's session? Did you take anything from it?
Yeah, that there's a huge ethical debate that needs to happen across the board with all journalists and on all topics, so people can get a better understanding of what's being written and where their information's coming from.
So you agree then that this whole thing about Gamergate being about harassment and misogyny?
It's very one-sided. Yeah.
Thanks for talking.
But as well as the fact that all these innocent people are being called a hate group to the point where you yourself.
So, obviously,
quite a large police force here.
Sincerely, mistakenly believes that, or secondarily trolls.
Right, but that's coverage that takes like 5
It could be anybody who's
Yeah? What's your name?
I'm Derek Smart.
Rich Robinson, nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Where are you from?
I'm from here. I live here. I'm
Are
in
you?
South Florida. Yeah.
What do you think about this today?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, I was on the panel.
Yeah.
We talked about, Gamergate and the media representation and the whole, false narrative behind the whole thing. And I think we made some headway.
Yeah, we did. We actually got out this morning that it is about ethics. That this is not about harassment.
Right.
The second part was a little bit more dodgy because discussing the culture of journalism that allowed this story to become all about harassment.
Right.
How it became political, which it never was.
So you're saying it was about organizations hurting your industry.
Right. Well, actually,
polluting
games journalists who have definite conflicts of interest, putting themselves, their friends, and their financial interests ahead of others.
But outside of, but you're saying it's a bigger issue than just that one moment of guy, girlfriend. You think it's broader than that?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Yeah.
That was just the start.
And you think it's going on before that? It's just that was the tipping point.
Yeah.
It just exploded. And you think it's because of the reaction to what happened?
The explosion of coverage happened when they accused gamers of being a hate group.
Right.
They accused gamers of basically being misogynist. That was the
deflection. To deflect the corruption, they said that their audience, the gamers, were a hate group. That's what started the big explosion of it. Because prior to that, it was just simply a lot of conflicts of interest. We wanted them to disclose it. We wanted them to apologize for it. But the moment they attacked their audience was when it exploded, because they deflected their corruption rather than addressing it.
I'm listening to you. I'm just tweeting what's going on.
No problem.
So you guys are from all over the place.
Yes, we're from all
why
over the
And
place.
why did you come to Miami? I know it's an event, but why this event? I'm sure there's been other panels.
No.
Really?
This is the first panel that Gamergate has had its chance to actually say its voice in the wider media. Prior to that, BBC has covered us, ABC has covered us, everybody from the upstream media has covered us, ABC has covered us. But they've only covered one side of the story. Their resources are always the experts. The experts are always games journalists, people who are implicated in scandal. They can't, we're all anonymous, so they can't really get to us. It's hard to get to us because it's hard to hear our voices in the internet. Not only that, but also for our own safety, because one of the people we are attacking and boycotting is Gawker, and Gawker's been known to hurt individuals. You know that for certain as a journalist. They're pretty shady.
Sure. We have other issues too.
Definitely.
Okay.
Or did you just ask?
Well, he just wants to take
Yeah,
a
just a
photo.
picture real quick.
Take a photo.
Whole year worth of this.
So, both of you, I gotta say, thank you for coming out.
Can I also bring you on the talk show?
Sure, of course. Want to hang with this, Suzanne? It's Periscope. It's not.
Yeah, no problem. I'll do my best. My battery is going to die.
This is we're just hanging out.
I can't see anything.
Hello. Now, what is your name? Is this Alfred? Did you follow?
What?
Did you just get interviewed?
Yeah, it's a reporter, of course.
Where are you
Ladies and gentlemen, let me get you away from the building, please. I want you to move that way, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, officer.
Sorry.
I don't want him to, DM, like, at least play
I don't know how to
run
run
campaign, but I get an idea for
my persona.
Traveler campaign that I've never run myself. Yeah, I was going to run it on your Traveler.
My mom just texted me like 15 retweets on this. What happens when a bomb starts exploding? It's completely lost. Everyone's live streaming it already.
Also, this is Ash taking over Derek's stream.
The camera?
Yeah, the guy running it.
So it's still running?
That's a lot of press. Thank you so much.
I can't stick it.
It's a real thing. How fascinating.
Yeah, no, I was like, it was just
Is your avatar based on that?
So you're from Parrot?
Yeah.
You're pixelated Parrot?
Yeah.
I'm Molly Van.
Oh, okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
So I do follow you on Twitter.
Okay.
Didn't know what you looked like in real life.
Yeah, this is me.
So what's your name?
I'm Josh.
Josh?
Josh Parker.
Josh.
Yeah, I've had like Ash as a Facebook friend for a long time. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, are you a gamer? Yeah, no.
Yeah, lifelong gamer and chronological. So it's just something.
I'm the one who drew. I sort of made out into face right now. She's like cosplay her on and
I did read it.
I think so.
It's pretty spelled out.
I heard.
Hi, Ash. I mean, Derek smarts camera.
I think you do. Because and you responded and said,
See, that's the thing, because I remember them being really good.
Have you seen Milo?
Him and Christina and Kathy and a love went up the street to like get a drink.
You can text them the reporters that want to talk to them because they were part of the other bomb threat.
Okay, let's do it over here then.
Here, 954.
Well, just keep on.
292.
Like right here. Stand over here.
Good picture to get.
I made this like a 10-minute cab ride.
It's been a crazy ride.
Yeah,
I think this has been productive, even no matter how.
I just feel like I should have anticipated like this is
You just get one big one to wear and just grab it together.
I know.
Well, that's a truck, so we can probably hang out.
Alright, so when I first saw you, I was too nervous to say hi, but I'm a big fan. That's all.
Where's Mark?
A moment ago I did. We're glad to have you for this party, Ash.
I mean, anyone can vote, but I just won't count it if you're not an SPJ member. And I can check it. You can join right now. You can join right now for $75 and I'll let you vote.
Can you contact Milo and to try and get them back here because news crews want to talk to them? What is the other bomb?
Yeah,
this is Derek's.
What?
Just keeping it going.
Oh, okay. No one just sent this baby next time. Well, they're going to see it.
Sitting over there on that
Josh, are you volunteering to be this or just okay. So what do you do? So I was making so little money that my parents
Well, they're not going to block us in like this. Oh, they're just, yeah, we can go out this way.
So a lot of this stuff in Brahma stuff has been
I hope
second bomb?
Second bomb threat.
Oh, you?
Damn
it, Ash.
You periscoping?
This is Derek's.
Oh, this is Derek, so you're just watching his.
Because he's being interviewed, so he wanted me to keep it going. So I don't know what else to film.
How many people are watching? Whole three?
I think quite a few people, because someone was saying
1.6K.
Someone on Twitter said, "Who's the guy in the sunglasses?" Like, oh, it's Mark Seb. So
no, that's a censor bar. It's there in person.
Yeah,
now.
so some people must be
John.
Oh, there's back.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
How'd it go,
You
Derek?
want to take it back? They want you to hold it this way.
Oh, yeah. This way. You want me to hold this way? Oh, they yelled at you, huh?
Yes.
How'd it go?
It went fine, just in an interview. Again, it's all the same question. First question was, did Gamergate do this? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
We have our own representatives
I know.
here.
You know, this is Gamergate didn't do anything. But here's what happens. Every time something like this happens, somebody does something stupid, and they call it a bomb threat. Automatically, Gamergate did this, which is why this narrative continues the way it does. I just told my camera, you guys can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't ask, did Gamergate do this? That's just the wrong question.
Yeah, it's.
What do they call that?
Victim
Do you want an
blaming?
honest interview? Because I'm with Karen Strawn. I can actually interview you and not bias.
Of course. No, absolutely.
All right. Can I get you? All
right, sure.
Ooh, it's toasty.
How many cop cars have you counted so far?
Oh, I'm not even sure. 5?
No. I told the people, people live in Miami. It's not Miami. It's a field position. So we actually have 2 people who have the 4-year experience.
Just trying to make sure you got a good picture. Everybody's already seen me. I think I've said it on 3 different streams. Like,
other than like going up and like actually asking people that have no idea what's going on, I don't know what to do.
Great.
Car backing up. Everybody clear the way.
Election coming up. It's really the crazy thing. I'm talking about the president.
I've been asked to find Paolo again.
What? Hey. I'm actually just kind of just catching up with everybody.
Yeah.
You gonna write about this?
I might have to.
This could be great.
Yeah.
My husband has won one of these awards, and I was like, this is phenomenal.
Excuse me. Sorry. The most oppressive thing about Florida is its heat. Yeah.
That's what Ren was saying.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you so much.
We have to move back.
Streaming on Periscope, so
Wait, do we have
hey
to
everyone.
We have to move back again?
Yeah. People are commenting they're seeing me on that stream.
Fucking start a block party.
Because gaming is part of gaming.
Really? Well, no, I don't know. I think it's ingenious. Some thought. Is that your or that?
Derek.
Yeah, that's Derek. It's streaming right now.
What? Yeah. But we're being told to move back again, further away from the building.
Everyone clear the street. Car.
Where's the table? This is perfect.
That way.
Where's the car gonna go?
Should we talk to Derek's stream?
Go ahead.
Hi, Derek. Hi, Derek's stream.
Tell them about how the police are having the people. Oh no, it's we're doing fine.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure people are watching because people are saying, "Who's that guy in the glasses? in the rectangle glasses?"
I guess they're moving us out.
They gotta search the truck.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
And they're moving the people who live here.
Now they're evacuating homes as well, moving cars out. So the whole neighborhood is being evacuated because of this bullshit.
Every time this happens,
Yep.
The police are making announcements on their car.
The best part of this is that all the attention.
Yep. Can you hold it to me so I can take my jacket off? It's getting warm.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna be.
I've got it yet again.
Ash is working the camera when Derek is not because news people are trying to ask him what's going on.
Derek's too popular.
He looks all legit and professional, so like, well, ask that guy.
When is Desktop Commander 2 coming?
Oh yeah. Tell them to have a long. Oh, you have a long wait. You got to talk to the guys. That's something awful about that. They should do a sequel. I would love to see a sequel to that. It would be fun.
Yeah, it looks like the homes are being evacuated.
Yeah,
people have been coming out to see what's going on because of the commotion, and they're getting moved back. People are being told to get in their cars and move back. Yeah, it's getting really, really ridiculous.
Not saying you want me to hold the camera for you.
Oh, it's like doing a selfie.
That's actually useful.
For the record, Gamergate did not do this, so let's get that straight. I've just done some interviews where the very first question is, did Gamergate do this? And I want you to understand, nobody knows who did this. All we know is somebody called in a bomb strike and that bomb threat, and that's it. They called into the Miami PD and to the Miami Herald, and so they have to take it seriously. But this had nothing to do with Gamergate, because any fool would have called this in. So let's get that straight.
Not the first time it happened either.
Nope. Right. They keep
Washington D.C.
Yep.
In the nation's capital.
Yep.
That is
crazy as it
can't get in D.C. It's happened a while
Oh, they're
back.
moving my. Is that my car? Oh no.
No, there's a massive meetup in a restaurant. 300 people showed up. Next
I
thing you
was
know,
there. I left like 45 minutes before the threat was crawled in.
Are you all from DC?
I am.
no, I wish I went there. I had a friend of mine live up in there. They want to talk. They want to hang out. Everyone who recognizes this Gamergate came together and supported.
No, it's not a helicopter. There was a small drone earlier, but no helicopter.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Parrot, by the way.
Hi, stream? Yeah, it's live on Periscope.
Yeah, you're at 1.5K.
Wow, nice.
You were at 1.6 earlier. Sorry.
I'm getting people
You lost 100.
tweeting me saying
That's
they're seeing
okay. They probably went to a different stream.
Nice neighborhood.
Oh, let's go into the shade.
Yeah. And also everybody can see Milo and Christina.
Milo's such a pimp.
2.8
Milo,
between
Milo,
app and
you
web.
want me to grab that for you? You want to grab your bag? Yeah.
Smile for
Can you
the
relax?
stream. Milo, smile for the stream. Tell everybody.
He's already been on.
How are you?
They love you.
Hi. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No. Yeah, we're just about to get interviewed, so you can watch me be interviewed if you'd like with Christina. So here we are.
Hey Milo, guess what the first question of that interview was? Yeah, you just take that off.
No idea how hot it is out here.
I don't know what I look like.
You should take it off. Just take your jacket off.
Maybe later.
Yeah, it's at least in the 80s right now, and humid.
How are you doing?
Poor Molly is dying.
But he's looking good doing it.
This is literally the worst thing that's happened to any human being ever in the world.
Who else wants one? It's pretty hot out there.
Thank you, Derek.
Do you want Suzanne? Ash, you want one?
Just a.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, I can take that off for you. With your hands.
All
It's
right.
alright.
Oh my gosh.
Fun though. I'm gonna have to start doing periscopes myself.
Yeah, I was ready.
I can see it.
So as you can see, they pushed this out an entire block. So even the homes have been evacuated. Everyone's out on the streets because some idiot called in a bomb threat.
It's too damn hot.
Yeah, it is. It's 96 degrees.
I'm hot and thirsty.
There was like two that
I'm wearing
were
3
called.
layers.
I think the second one was like directly to the police.
One was to the police and one was to the Miami Herald.
Yeah.
The largest newspaper, and they have to take it seriously.
Announcing that it was going to
Take
be
it all the way,
at
guys.
2:45, which it is well past 2:45.
Yep, but we're still out in the heat. Hey, and I guess nobody's complaining about it being cold anymore.
It was so
Yeah.
freezing.
It was freezing in there,
indoors.
wasn't it?
Well, do you know why I wasn't with you guys when you stepped out?
Why?
I had to use the restroom.
Uh-huh.
And as I went out, the lady cop was like, "We need to evacuate." And as she said that she's going in to the security guy.
Right.
And I'm like, "Oh, there must have been a bomb threat."
Yep.
I said, "All right, well, I'm just gonna use the restroom because I know it's probably fake." And if it's not.
And if it's not fake,
And if it's
then
not
you get
fake,
to die in
well
the
then I don't
bathroom.
have to worry about using the restroom.
Then you wouldn't die today.
Although at some point we all do.
But
It's-
you
I
want
mean,
to
it's
be
crazy.
the guy that's like, and one man found in the bathroom.
Hey, it happens.
It's insane.
Oh, goodness gracious.
What's everybody filming?
So do you think it was, I mean, this is, of course, it's speculation.
What's it going to be called?
Do you think it was something like sort of
That's a weird name for a documentary.
based around trolls in general?
Is it only about this event, or is it more than that?
It's going to be more to come after this event.
Basically,
We have your inside all day. So the point you're saying is to not be quick to point. However,
You been playing Rocket League all day?
Okay. Well, before we just
Hello.
Yeah. Everyone's out on the streets.
Yeah.
It's 96 degrees in the shade.
But I should have walked in with everyone.
what you want to say.
That would have been hilarious. They're like, they see me standing like a wizard. They're like, Mark's still in the auditorium.
It's all about the shot.
I thought we should dance party. Nobody has alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm still on it. Hey.
No,
go ahead.
Alright, we're running down to the store to get people to go get water.
Yeah, I need some.
Selfless man in the world.
Yeah.
I think I already think. I think
The thing is, we only have 30 minutes left after they called in the bomb threat, so we had to evacuate at 2:30 Eastern. We were supposed to close at 3 o'clock, and I think we had a lot achieved. Ash here was awesome this morning.
Yeah, I think the first panel really did a
I
good
think
job
so.
of getting the conflict of interest,
I think so.
especially to get Lynn and Ren to admit that yes, that is absolutely ridiculous, and
Correct.
to really show people that Gamergate is not a harassment campaign.
I agree. And somebody just asked me just now about, what do you think this will achieve? And I said, well, considering that most of the media has been portraying this, in one-sided fashion, the fact that this thing is, taking on a life of its own, the more people talk about it, the more we get to discuss it with professionals, the better it is, because then everybody will know that what this really is about, and all the negative narrative that people are trying to push goes away. And I'm a gamer, I'm a game developer. Even being neutral, I still want this to stop being about something that it's not, because it just hurts everyone. It hurts gaming, it hurts gamers, and it hurts even the developers and the media.
Right, and your example earlier this morning was just spot on about getting a noise complaint, finding drugs, and then only focusing on the drugs and not about the noise. And that's exactly what's happened here. It's what's still going on here. When you see, that there's attacks, they happen on both sides. But the main crux of Gamergate's issues is the ethics, and it wasn't really gotten to as easily in the second panel, but in that first panel, we had the examples, we had a discussion about it, and that stream, and with the journalists watching, I think we really, maybe not didn't have to turn some minds, but at least opened some minds.
I agree, and one of the good thing about this whole thing is that Mike over there was brave enough to put this together and actually stick with it. It was a very brave thing to do, and he's taking all the flack for it because people don't understand what Gamergate is. Because I have friends. When you say Gamergate, you think all the negative things. So when you say, "Well, I'm going to put together a set of panelists to come and talk about something," and it's Gamergate related, people lose their minds.
Right. No, I have my coworkers who are very skeptical of media narratives. They see either what I write or what our colleagues write right? And they know that they need to be skeptical of media narratives, and yet I bring up Gamergate and they're like, isn't it really a harassment campaign? I'm like, why are you skeptical of everything else except this? What is it about gamers? And I think part of the reason was that gamers weren't speaking up in an organized, disorganized, loud enough fashion before this. I mean, look what you had whenever there was a shooting, for example. First you go and blame the gun makers and the NRA. Then the NRA says, no, it's all the violence in Hollywood. And then Hollywood goes, no, it's the violence in video games. And then the video game producers, it was like crickets. But now people are actually standing up and saying, stop stop pigeonholing us. This isn't who we are. So, I mean, it's going to still take some time to, really get people to stop with that narrative, but I think we really got the ball rolling today.
Yeah, it takes time. I think, and the good thing about it is even the media who used to report on it, they don't do it anymore. They rather not report it in at all, which is just fine, because gaming was doing perfectly okay without people starting to write about stuff that just wasn't true. I mean, I don't know. I mean, even as a gamer and game developer, I'd rather they didn't write about anything, to be honest with you. They write about games. That's pretty much what it boils down to.
Just so
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right, and part of the landscape that's even been changing since games media, I mean, we looked at today, we briefly got into the corruption in review scores, right?
Yep.
Where we're getting to a point where we don't need professional reviewers, really, for anything. I mean, you've got, opera and movie critics, because they were there before the new media, so they still have their positions and they're respected, But with video game reviews, kind of came about with the internet, so you didn't really need anymore a reviewer, because anybody with a YouTube or with a camera can go make a video and say, here, this is what the game was about and this is why it sucked, and they're not beholden to the game company like the professionals are, so they can actually give an honest review. So reviewers are not necessary. Part of that freaked them out because they're about to lose their livelihood, so they revolted against their own readers.
I agree, and that's the thing, and I explained to somebody this morning I was talking to who didn't know anything about Gamergate, when I give that example about the police and coming in and, for a noise complaint and finding them drugs. The thing about it is, once the whole Gamergate thing became about ethics in media, and some of the media, found themselves, well, quote unquote, under attack, of course, the first thing to do is in war you strike back, and they struck back by, labeling the movement as a hate group, because that's a narrative that they wanted to push. Because, nobody's saying that all the things that stupid people do, well, for instance, calling in bomb threats, harassing women, typing and saying misogynistic things. Nobody's saying those things didn't happen. But the thing is, you can, again, as I explained before, you can't just walk into a room, see some guy who's a burglar, and see some guy who's an abuser or something, and then brand the whole room the same way. This is what they've been trying to push, and it's just wrong. And and me, I don't take sides because I'm a gamer. Taking sides means that you have to be part of some narrative. The only narrative I want to be a part of is gaming is fun. It's fun for everyone. Gaming has always been open. It's never been closed. You have, you have kids, you have grown-ups, you have, male, female. But back when I started, everybody was in gaming. Today, some people are trying to segregate gaming, and that's just not going to happen.
Right. Well, when I was growing up, they tried to say that, gamers, it's all men and everything. But when I was little, my parents had an Atari and a Nintendo before I was even born, and then we've had every major system since then. So we actually, when I was like 15 maybe, found the Atari and broke out some of those games, and they weren't gender specific. There was like a Smurfs game, and there was like some little sports games like bowling and stuff like that. This was around the time the Wii came out, so it was like these weren't really gender specific games. So the industry never started as just for men. It gravitated that way, and now with the Wii and DS and Nintendo's been really great about this, about games for everybody, but now you've got online games and like Facebook or Candy Crush that just everybody's playing. You're seeing the congressman play, Angry Birds on his way down to, going to a town hall event. So it's just everybody at this point is playing something. So this idea that gamers are neck-bearded, basement-dwelling white men is just, it's completely absurd. And it's like they don't want to give that up.
I agree. And that's the thing. That's the reason why it was so easy for some in the media to hijack everything about Gamergate, make it about something that it's not, because for people who don't actually understand gaming, who would have a hard time understanding what Gamergate is. And unfortunately, because some in the mainstream media decided to portray it as something it's not, that's what kind of took hold. That's how this whole Gamergate, is evil, or Gamergate is this, blah, 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 became the narrative. And guys like me, people in the middle, people on the opposite side have been saying, look, we don't really care about all this stuff. We care about gaming. Yeah, there's a bunch of bad apples, but hey, you can't get away from that, you know?
Every movement has bad apples. Every movement has trolls. And the internet, it's just anonymity breeds this hostility because you don't have to see the person's face. You don't have to see their humanity. So you can just attack a Twitter profile is so easy, but to actually get in person with someone and speak to someone in person, you're not going to act the same way. But, you just want to focus on the trolls, and I don't see that. So we were seeing in that second panel about, reaching out to anonymous people. How do you reach out to people in the gaming community and the internet movement? Well, how do you reach out to people in a movement that's not in the internet? Like, how did you do Occupy Wall Street? You went down there and you talked to the people.
Right. That's right.
And so for them to sit up there and say, well, that's too hard, or that takes too much time, or at one point they were acting like they had no idea to do that, and it's like, this is not rocket science.
Yeah, that's why I interject. That's why I interjected, because the other thing, you brought that good point about Occupy Wall Street, is that it's all about trust. Nobody's going to talk to the media, they're without anonymity, because they don't trust the gaming media, period. That's really what it boils down to.
Right, and the mainstream media is taking their cues from the gaming media, and they also have their own cues, because this whole misogyny and violence against women, war on women narrative is permeating throughout all of journalism right now. So yeah, when they see the games journalism media saying, hey, look at women being harassed, the mainstream media are like, women are being harassed, we've got to protect them, and then it just goes from there, and then you don't get to talk to anyone, so then all your articles are, well, nobody would talk to us, and you get to sit there from this high horse like you did your job when you really didn't, because you already damaged the relationship.
I agree. Well, it looks like they're probably going to let us in now. I don't know. I hope they do, because it's freaking hot out here. I just want to go sit in my car.
Some people went to get water.
Yeah, I heard. And now my phone is down to 20%. So guys, this stream is going to end really quickly, because I have a spare battery pack, but it's in my car. My car is a block away. Well, my entire car is a battery pack, so I'm just going to go plug it into it.
And look around. It looks like this.
Nero is baking over there.
So what's Hey, that's a. Oh my God.
I think they're gonna let us in now, right? It looks like they're. Oh, here.
Well, someone's bringing water. There's Bambi.
Hang on.
Wants to get some water.
Okay, why is Miami Fire Department here?
Because I guess the bomb.
Because of the bomb threat. Yeah. Oh, they brought water. Okay.
Who brought the water?
You want a water, Mark?
Hey, Milo.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for being my bag carrier for the day. Nice of you.
I'll send you the bill.
Water.
No, it's
So
fine.
I don't think we can get out of here.
Have we been?
I think you should stay here because it's more shade and there's wind coming from down
Yeah, but
there.
where can the cars? The cars will have trouble finding us.
Oh, your cars are valeted, right?
Yep, yeah, the cars are all still
And
in
now
there.
my phone doesn't have any. Oh, all right, I'll put it back on this thing.
No, plug it back in and then press the button. It'll be fine.
He looks hot, doesn't he? I mean, from temperature, you guys, nothing else. Don't get any ideas.
Why don't we ask somebody?
Well, it looks like Miami Fire Department is here.
Oh, cool.
Well, this is getting serious, guys.
Derek.
Hey,
You have your car around here.
my car is actually in there because we would have left
Yeah.
because I had to valet it in there, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can get out. We can find a taxi.
Let's just go find a taxi.
Get an Uber. Yeah.
You guys going back to your hotel?
We're going to call time on.
Right.
Are we still on?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, we're going to call time, but we'll be at the meetup tonight, so anybody's watching this
Oh yeah,
or
we should
catches
go to
us
the
later.
hotel because we have the meetup.
Hey, where's the meetup?
I don't remember, but look on the hashtag.
Oh yeah, it's on the hashtag. Yep, got it.
See you at the meetup.
Nice to meet
All right.
you.
Maybe we'll get a threat there too.
Yep. See you guys tonight.
See you later.
I don't know what's fair to a bomb.
I'm good. I'm good.
Guys.
See you guys later then. Okay, guys, my phone is at 20% battery. So
I understand. I just went to 15% doing this.
You
so,
did, yeah. So I think we have to shut this down. I don't want it to die totally. But right now what's happening, Miami-Dade is here. The fire department is here. It's a huge thing going on. See down the street?
Because what I was basically trying to get out of them.
The venue is right down there on the left, just where the fire department truck is parked, where the... So we don't know what's going on yet. Huh?
They're doing some mojito.
They might let us back in, we don't know yet, but we're not going to go back to the event. I think what's going to happen is we're just going to get in there and get our cars and leave. Because most of us have our cars parked at the center, and we can't leave without our cars. Well, I can't leave without my car. As you can see, most people haven't left. Everyone's still here. In this heat, with jackets on.
Have you shot any terrible crime scene photos?
I haven't done any of that. All I've been doing is trying to catch people. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, literally, like, this is the shot.
I'm going to text her that you'll have something in a few minutes.
Cool. Yeah, tell her.
And then you'll have to call her.
Tell her what I'm going to do is email her my notes, and then I'll call her and talk to her while I'm
Okay, looks like something's going on. Don't know what yet. You want to see how hot it is out here? Look, I took my jacket off. That's how hot it is. It's about 96 degrees in the shade here in sunny South Florida. And everyone's still out here. Yep, I just checked the temperatures, 96 degrees. And I'm under a tree right now, and there's some wind blowing, but man, the humidity will kill you. Okay, there's some movement going on down there. I don't know what is going on. Once again, I want to make sure everybody understands this has nothing to do with Gamergate. Some idiot called in a bomb threat, killed our session, and that's it. Nothing to do with the bomb threat. Well, nothing to do with Gamergate, I meant. So some jackass pretty much decided that this would be a fun thing to do, you know, like playing video games online and getting swatted. So what's going to happen is all the news media, they're going to cover this. They're going to say, hey, there was this Gamergate event and some idiot called in a bomb threat. That's what the narrative is going to be this week, which is very, very disturbing to me. We're 1 block from the event. And I guess nobody wants to leave. Well, most people have their cars.
Yeah, welcome to the neighborhood.
Do you guys realize you're in private property? I guess the no trespassing sign back there is written in gibberish.
I pointed her inside the house. As long as you don't go inside.
Oh, you're fine, right? Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
It's like something out of a college photo class.
Yeah, isn't it? Man, it's hot.
Welcome to Florida.
I'm from Florida.
Yeah, I live here, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I'm in Tampa, so.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were down here, Aaron.
I used to, but I used to not to. I was originally from New York, then I moved down to Miami, and then moved to Tampa.
You get water, Derek?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I got one. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think they're going to let us back in, are they?
To get our stuff.
Only to get our stuff, that's it?
It depends on what time we get back in. It'll probably be to get our stuff. If we have enough time to continue Airplay in some degree, it might still happen. That's according to Koretsky. It depends on what time we come in, though.
Yeah, because most of us have our cars parked in there.
Yeah, no, me too. I got my equipment in there, but there's a good chance that some people, I'm going to continue streaming on my thing later on, but some people are going to try to continue streaming in some degree, continue the conversation later on. There is still the Gamergate meetup in Miami that's happening later today.
Yeah, that. Unfortunately, that's been broadcast as well, and I hope some idiot doesn't call in a bomb threat as well for that one.
Hopefully. I mean, from what I've been aware of, they talk to the police ahead of time, they talk to the local police ahead of time and whatnot. Hopefully that should not be an issue. But they should be talked to right now just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to try to track someone down and ask them about that.
Right.
So, well, thanks for the heads up.
All right, man. Okay, guys, as soon as my battery gets down to 10%, I'm going to have to cue this stream, okay? But I'll be streaming again live at the meetup tonight in Miami. There's an after-event meetup. Oh, there's Kathy. Where are you going?
Oh, hey.
Say hello. We're streaming live.
Oh, you're streaming live?
Yeah.
Hey, hi.
Yeah, I was just saying that unfortunately they cut it off short by 30 minutes. So.
Oh, 30 minutes? I thought it was 25. But...
No, yeah, they let us out at 2:30. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I think
Is your
we're
car
going
in there?
in a good direction.
Is your car in there?
No, I don't have a car.
So you can leave whenever you want.
I can leave whenever I want.
But getting a cab here is horrible.
Yeah.
You have to walk 2 blocks to find a cab.
Not a Skype interview where they're like, you have like the headphones on and it looks very much like the basement building nerd that everyone's saying.
If I may interrupt, I just wanted to say I really like your writing. I've read Reason for a while. And I didn't
Let's go
really
talk to the cops before I turn this off and find out what's going on. Stand by.
And that's all we have right now.
Officer Martinez, good afternoon. How are
Hi,
you?
how are you, sir?
Good. Listen, my car is in there. Any idea how we're going to get our stuff and our cars out?
As soon as we're done with the investigation, you guys are going to be more than welcome to go inside and get your cars.
Do you know how long that'll be?
It all depends how long it takes to secure the building.
Thanks for your time.
Okay.
All right. Miami PD, everyone.
She had told me it'd take 2 to 3 hours maximum for an investigation.
Oh, man.
I mean, how long have we been out here already? An hour, actually, because they said the threat was going to come in at 2:45.
Yeah.
It's 3:42 right now on this watch, at least.
Man.
You know, we're out here for for 1 or maybe 2 more hours. So.
Officer Martinez, anywhere I can get my car out so we can leave?
You're done. Right now, nobody's allowed in or out.
Okay.
You don't
All
have
right.
anything that's going to like melt in there or anything?
No, not at all.
You guys are doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
Well, the wind is blowing. That's good.
I wish I would have crashed your party.
That's kind of what happened. It wasn't partying, but kind of
That's the way it seems.
Yeah, I live here.
Oh, you live in Miami?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
I live in. Well, I have 2 places. I have a place in Sunny Isles and I have a place in Westwood.
Came up from Tampa.
Oh yeah. And it came down to this. Oh man.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it was important for me to make sure the event happened. And,
Yep.
you know, Florida.
He's
you
one
know,
of the technicians, by the way, guys,
Yeah.
who set everything up and made this happen as far as the technology is concerned.
I've been getting a lot of praise on Twitter, and I just want to mention, though, I'm not the only one up in that control booth.
Right.
There's a lot of other people that aren't getting the credit that's due because I'm really only the one directing them. They're the ones actually doing the grunt work and making it real. I provided the tech, but not necessarily the labor. They deserve some praise too.
It's a team effort.
Definitely a team effort.
Have you talked to people from the Gamergate meeting put on tonight?
They're on the same Twitter feed as us, and I think a few of them are even here.
Here. That they're going to want to talk to the police again and the location again in case they get messages again.
You can use my phone to talk to the group. Like we're both in the same group. Just pull up Twitter and say it's you using my account.
Yeah, they said it'll be another 2-3 hours before we can get our stuff in our cars, which is not good.
It's 1 to 2 hours now.
Oh, right.
It was 2 to 3 hours from the point they made it.
Right.
Like so, and they started their investigation. So.
All right. Mission.
We're just having a good time, just hanging out. How many people are on there?
Right now, I had 1.6K. Now it's down to 1.4K.
We're doing all right.
Yep. Here comes one of the detectives. Nope. Is that it? Yep. Nope. Yep.
He's
nope.
chief fire officer.
Fire officer. I guess they're still doing the okay, guys. That's 10% of my battery. I've just got the warning, so I have to turn this off. Nothing exciting is happening anymore. Until next time, this is Derek Smart, signing off from here in sunny South Florida. Actually, hang on. Here comes Officer Martinez again. Let's see if she has an update for us before I sign off. Any update, Officer Martinez? Nope, no update, guys. Okay, so, well, this is Miami PD, folks. They're not going to do a half-assed job of it. So we're all going to stay in the heat until they give the all clear. So I'm out. Okay, guys. See you next time.
Spanish, the Hotel Telemundo, which is, by the way, Telemundo, it is actually the largest broadcaster in the United States of America. So, don't imagine. So, if anyone speaks Spanish, tell them that this is a group continuing the discussion. We have Russia, Moscow. Oh, great. No, for God.
Teamwork!
Do we have any other panelists here? I'll pass it here. Oh, let's get it straight. Tyler's not here, but I'm sure he's going to come on. All right. So here's the interesting thing anyway. What we were going to do in the next 5 minutes is take questions. So, you guys have any questions for these guys about Gamergate intersecting with journalism? Aaron. Hi. Question about covering kind of talked about before, Bob, but when it comes to covering online movements to this degree, is it possible that the reason why journalists haven't gained most accurate information is because they're not familiar with new mediums online, specifically like Twitter?
We're over here by the house, the big ground. Where are you?
Because a lot of journalists unfortunately don't go online on social on a regular basis. Like,
I don't think that's right.
They moved over here with. You see where the overhang is here?
Regular people by using message boards, by using anything online that I can find. So I don't think that.
Yeah, I'm standing right by the fence. I'm in fact standing in the way.
I think that can certainly happen. Isn't it also, I mean, usually other journalists people who are identifying as journalists, maybe that they're following some sort of ethics that any other journalists would follow as far as reporting the story, even though it's not their way. You would still assume, like other journalists, that there's some sort of ethics going on there, and that reporting from them, because they seem to be living in type of a lot of gets a lot of links that it's fine reporting what they say.
I mean, for me and for my team, we don't
Yeah.
Because I think it is. I think it's been a factor, and I think even for people who have online experience, online conflict, like when you have two sides kind of going at each other online, can be really difficult to sort out, like in terms of who was responding to what, like when, especially when you have each side saying, oh well, the other started this, or like this was a fake post, you know, like this was, where like this was somebody posing as somebody else. There has been plagues of like chat room discussions, and sometimes a lot hinges on, well, like what was the timestamp of this chat room discussion, and were they trying to, you know, it's very interesting stuff. And I mean, I have experience with this actually because I've spent some time on message boards that were related to very different things, but I actually did once find myself in the middle of a message board war, and you know, it's very difficult to sort out because you have, you know, people attacking each other, each side claiming that, you know, they're the ones being attacked, and I think, you know, it is very difficult. So I think to some extent, I think that was a problem, but again, I think it was also an issue of people feeling on the side.
In addition to that, I mean, you all have your own language that you speak that I know a little bit about Gamergate, don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, I don't speak my language either. I'm not a gamer.
Right. But I think a lot of journalists will see that and they're like, well, I can't even begin this person. Like, how do I get this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, but just as an example, when I first went to Diego, where I was registered and it was due to sexual harassment, they were flashing us all these emails, things with timestamps for information. We brought in technical experts that were outside of our company that were independent to verify all this before we ever aired it. We were looking at text messages, we were looking at metadata, we were looking at all of this before it even made it to my editor, let alone anyone else. So I mean, it does happen. It takes a lot of time, and it's not something that, oh, someone makes an accusation on Twitter and you can immediately report about that. You have to go through the
mainstream media showed up. Splash Mouth. This is really inspiration to see that people stay. Usually a mom corrects decided to stay here and continue the cause with the vote and the crash. So that is remarkable. In other places where this happens every day, everyone leaves and goes home and they hope that they stay alive.
Valet won't let us have our cars.
Well, the thing is, the road is blocked. That's actually right. You can't go on the road. So, are you saying that you're one of the people that the journalist wants to call and discuss happening information? You didn't charge them?
No, I would not judge it. When I try to explain the internet things or things or something accountable. I like culture. I mean, when I was in college, at the time I wanted to be an anthropologist, but I was not. Big time will. But no, yes, when I try to explain things, I want to understand. I mean, like I told you, we don't like journalists. We like bad journalists. So like it, yeah. No, you guys are checking out your numbers.
What's the question?
Yeah.
I do. Really.
I'll have to pull it up.
The secret sponsor, you know what German work is. Let me rip off the word. I want enough people like you to have that list, share that
I don't want to pull it out because
no, I got you.
It doesn't really work well.
That's okay. No, we authenticate each other.
I don't feel like trying to shoot. Tim.
Because part of the problem also be that everyone's always trying to get like the biggest slice of the news out there, trying to get as big ratings. So a lot of people are not doing as much fact checking as they should because they're trying to get out that information as quick. Yeah, and sometimes certain articles and certain topics just sell more, and then they're just trying to put it out instead of like verifying it 100%.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I mean, women getting harassed by, prongs of the basement dwelling, insane.
Yeah, I have a beard. In all fairness, I do have a neck.
The only way I can see this fun is Gamergate trespassers on condemned property.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
Hold on, before you ask another question. I don't know Oliver.
Yes.
It's like I'm back in the game.
Every time you try to leave,
You're an expert. You should be up here answering some of these questions. Is that fair enough? All right. Aaron's going to take over as moderator of the questions. So I'm going to Oliver Campbell.
You're expert.
Yes. Hello. I hear you're in charge. Wait.
I have read the forum. I am a producer of Flickering the things we do.
I'm Lynn Walsh. I'm with the Society of Professional Journalists. I also sit in the ethics committee and helped review the ethics code last year.
Kathy Young, I'm a columnist for Tuesday, and I'm also the editor of Weekly Magazine, and I write for a bunch of different places. But anyway, that's what I do. I write about cultural issues and about gaming.
I'm about to go home and shower first, though. Like, I feel disgusting.
Mark said I have action points, and I talk about games and culture there.
Oliver Campbell, fiction author, former game journalist, one of the big voices for Gamergate, and I'm really hot.
Ashley Scout with the Washington Examiner. I'm an opinion writer, and I've been a gamer my whole life, so I'm just tired of this narrative that gamers are all
I'm Aaron Bone, acting moderator from Game Journalism Network YouTube channel, and we have a quick question from here. Yeah.
So all day we've been talking about ethics in journalism. We've been talking about how gamers should talk to the media. My question is how can groups like Gamergate combat issues or overcome issues where you have editors colluding with each other on these journalistic email lists, basically deciding who to talk to and what story to run when we're trying to tell our side of the story? How do we overcome this?
You guys want me to get background on what you're talking about? So, right, so there was a mailing list that notable living game press had called the Game Journal list. And while you think it might be good that they were giving advice, they would carry out things like someone they might blacklist. If someone says something they didn't like, they would say they were acting hostile for it. And it was advantageous to be on that list because you could get invitations to various events and stuff. I mean, it was at the very basic level of you have two competing outlets saying which we all print is you.
One of them was a ghost hunter.
Alright, perfect. Great. Have a great time.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
So we're laughing at the ghost hunters panel.
Is there a gaming expert here?
Yes. Also.
Is that you? Well, then you should have said you want an opinion from a gaming expert. So were you here for the conference or you part of the
Covered, like in the story, the story that kind of has a whole story with the female game designers and collusion with game journalists. There were certain aspects of the story, like, where she had also been accused of harassing some words, this group that was doing a gaming contest. Again, this is all very complicated stuff, but it's quite interesting to make details. But there was a conscious decision made not to cover that word at all, even though that was sort of the reason that some people kind of had a grudge against her, because she has been involved in some questionable behavior towards those other comments. So, and it's just the same on the board. So I think.
I'm going to make more questions. What can people do about this?
Overcome that inner illusion of what you run, what not to run, what we're saying versus what they're saying.
Yeah, well, I have an idea. I mean, if you don't mind me taking the stage again? Okay. So I think the way to get around that is to try to find journalists who you think are going to give you a fair shake. Like, there are people who are not part of this place. Sort of go outside the place and try to find people who you think are going to give you a fair shake. And, try to get them to I mean, in my case, nobody really has to contact me, but, if somebody has, if I hadn't really paid attention to the story, if somebody else told me, I would, become interested in that. So I think,
I was like, I have to have this. And the way that I looked at it, I thought about it. Journalism. I said journalism and medicine are actually when you go to school, you become educated on figuring these things out. Just look at versus education that comes along with it. Why? Because what is journalism? Journalism is communication of riddles, and that's what it is. It's this job. We're talking about what people are talking about. And what is happening is over time, the way that individuals share information with each other changes. And journalists must adapt to the way that people are having conversations. It's not the people's responsibility to speak journalism. It's the journalist's responsibility to speak people. And if people are going to Reddit, or they're going to Twitter, or they're going to, various media, wherever they're having their conversations, journalists are going to have to learn how to break down those places that people are speaking and have their own terms of lingo. And they're going to have to learn how to decipher that. Because not only supposed to go, well, it's just so you're using it, or it's like, well, that's your job. You got it. You have to communicate professional. You're going to have to learn how to communicate. I mean, it's not really any different than, a language. I don't want to go through the system where back so I'm just going to I agree for myself.
What is the moral obligation? Is there a moral obligation that these guys have their own?
Absolutely. Because what are athletes?
Tyler said earlier, not what to do. Don't talk about what do you think? I'm sorry.
Yeah, they talk about that if you're not going to work covering it properly, then you'll
Right. I guys,
And there's a
They shouldn't do it, and as far as I know, that form of taxation, that doesn't happen very often. I'm sure it happens every day.
I don't think so. Like, I
You're in a local news market. I'm not sitting there asking the companies what they're covering if they're going to use this information or if they're not going to, or if they're going to share this back or leave this back out. Absolutely not. We wouldn't even be talking about covering or I would just tell them if I'm covering something.
I want to know what people are saying, but I don't know what people are saying.
Yes.
as far as I can see, it's
No, I mean, like, what are people saying if they're talking action? Is there going to be like an article on human politics or whatever? I'm pretty sure there will be. Yeah, and I saw a couple of I wonder if that's what Crash Override did.
I'm about to put it up now. I gotta edit it on my
Wait a minute, I got an idea. How about a bomb threat on people trying to Alright. I can see in the past I took the Gamergate time machine again.
Oh my God. I do want to say something about the bomb threat. Because, okay, when you're sitting in a local newsroom and these are decisions that we're making every day, there might be a bomb threat, let's say, here, there's 3 blocks that has nothing to do with Gamergate. And maybe there are 4 streets closed off and it's causing traffic delays. And that is why they might cover it versus a bomb threat that it doesn't have any streets blocked off and everyone is evacuated and there really isn't a threat. So all those assessment things go into play. I hope that just because there was a bomb threat, now they're happy you're getting coverage because unfortunately it has nothing to do with enough. I hope like people understand there are lots of things.
It happened in DC. There wasn't that much coverage anyway.
So I hope that's good.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's fine. This question over here first, and then we're going to go to you, and then we'll go around to the audience. So, yes.
I think that you said before that you should get new beat reporters to cover gamers to install flawed and
That's
the way it is now.
You just use like a theme builder.
Yeah.
The current people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So is the suggestion that you should get people that understand gaming better or are included in the gaming community? It seems kind of like a catch-22 because before we were arguing that the reporters were too close to the gamers and that's what caused unfair reporting.
So I can kind of cover that a little bit myself. Back when Gamergate started, like way back, and I saw the discussion that was going on, a journalism background myself. I saw the content and I stopped. This was not sounding right at all. And rather than I can't go with it. In the early discussions I had, I actually tested my gamer. This guy actually played games, and I always kind of said, well, I'm a gamer first, second. I know this subject, and that's why I think Gamergate's always like this, right? Anyways, because we're talking
No, this is your 360. Dude, I could hug you right now. I mean, I won't. But you're Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. I mean, I had to plan ahead just to make sure in case something like this happens. So.
No, I mean, Motor 360, 2 Nexuses.
Yeah.
Right now, we've got. It would have been funny to anyone who called me. We'd be like, yeah, plenty of film so much to take some steps.
I can't peek into it. So I guess I'm just careful. You have to do that.
You know, if your suggestion was good, other journalists instead of you journalists, we don't feel like I'm getting more coverage. We had, I don't know if it was MSNBC or if it was the CNN but when they did it, they covered like you need a sort of easy to get people in there when street and accused us of being racist. They went to the same journalists. Yeah, I always remember the outlet. They went straight to the journalists that were saying they were the ones not taking our story or portraying the bad picture. How do you counter that then?
So morning news meetings in the morning. Have any of you guys ever witnessed it non-journalists? No. Okay. Have you watched TMZ?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, it sounds really silly, but it's actually a very similar situation. We all stand around desks. Every reporter sits there and they pitch their story for the day. How do they pitch it? They pitch it the best way that it's going to relate to most people in the community that they're in and why it's important. They also talk about what video they have. If it's a TV version, what kind of sound do they have? Who are they going to talk to? Based on that, when everyone goes around the table, everyone talks about, okay, these are resources we have. What are we going to cover today that's going to be the most impactful, the most important to our community? If one story falls into whether it's Gamergate, whether it's whatever it is, it's going to get covered. But in order for it to fall into that, you have to show the journalists why is it important, why is the community here, what's the impact here, why do they need to know. And if you start kind of talking about it that way, I would hope that yes, you get more coverage. I also think as far as resources and CNN or whoever it was talking to one source, having some sort of list or some sort of resource online that if you can provide to SPJ or Pointer or something, then the organization top story goes and they can talk about it. If that makes sense. So that there are other sides.
That would be like, a lot of more or less reality.
What you got going on there?
Now we've spinned out a bit.
I think it's quite cool. We have hashtags don't last as long. Good question.
That was what you see earlier about the Well, something else runs up is too, and there's different comics goes up. You want to specialize, you know, here, specialty price. Could there be a need for specialty press? Why is that not? There's only afforded to specialize in for example, other maybe it might let us specialize on games.
We actually had a conversation about this. He actually specializes in video. They get brought on to there's something you're having to bring on knowledge that we meet a lot of journalism organizations that are specialists. They don't pay them, but they have like a list of people that
Are there specialists that we turn to? Yes, there are specialists that we turn to. It's not always the same person. We try to be diverse about it, but normally in the newsroom have a list that put out there elsewhere. We make person to say there's someone else we can use. Yes, we're not having
because it's a question of why is Gamergate here, and it's their ability to address those grievances was shut down. In fact, Gamergate has to communicate in the ways that it does through Reddit, through Twitter, through image boards, because the places where they wanted to lay these things out, in those proper forums or on the comment sections of various blogs and questions, things like that. They were told that they couldn't. They were taken away. They were not allowed to get feedback in that position. And so, what would you do if you had a situation come up? As let's say you're the managing editor, if you had a situation come up, how would you strike a advantage? A catastrophe, a public relations catastrophe for your output.
So we're talking about a year ago if I was the editor of a game site. Sure. I mean, you listen to your community, right? If the community cares about something, you report on it, you make it a thing. It's pretty simple to me. I'm not a games journalist. I don't run a gaming website. I'm sorry that I don't.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
No, it's a very generalized question because I don't think it really matters if it's games. It's just about the interaction between the journalist and the public, the press, that they're accountable to. Like, so how do you address it?
I mean, you have a back and forth relationship with the people you serve, right? You want to make sure that you're serving them in the way they want to be served. You want to make sure that they're happy with what you're creating. Occasionally, it doesn't always mean you have to agree with them. Occasionally, it can get contentious when, maybe what they want and what you are willing to give them doesn't align. But certainly, if a massive part of your audience cares about something, it's not a conversation you should shut down. It's a conversation you should invite in and institutionalize.
And just building off of that, what we're talking about, policies and, as far as correction policies and whatever a news organization might have, those news organizations, I know the ones I've worked at, have policies when it comes to public comments, like, do they remove posts on Facebook? And if they do, when do they remove it? Is it because it's something that might be of racial or, whatever it might be? They have different policies, and when those policies are in place, then you can turn to it and say, look, we're removing this comment because our policy says it's hurtful because of this reason, or we're not removing it, and here's why. And you also will see news organizations comment a lot about why they're removing something if they do remove it, or why they're not removing it, and they talk about the policy. So those kind of things are really important. I don't know if these organizations have them, but I know it helps us because when you do have something that's controversial and people are talking about it, usually on Facebook or social media, you can say, yeah, we're going to keep those things up and here's why, or oh no, we took this down and here's why. Because you have explanations and things for
I mean, they have policies now, but Facebook against them.
Well, that's good. That's what the cool stuff, right?
Yeah.
Just gotta step away for a second.
Quick question right here. Everything's is it fair to assume that the mainstream outside of gaming, is it fair to assume that they may have looked at reputable video game sites as, well, they probably have more accurate things than what I get because they already said this collective story that they was a fraud. It's fair to assume that they're correct because they're a gaming site. Is it fair to assume that a mainstream journalist or any organization would assume that? Even though as a journalist, I would never assume anything. But is it fair to assume that they may have done it?
Sure, I think it's amazing practice, but I can see where someone would assume that someone would report something and goes nasty about it.
Or, and for me, it would be, like I said, if this, gaming magazine said this, I would never quote it and then quote them. I would want to self-verify. But on the other side of that, if I feel that they're covering it in a way that they're constantly covering it and it seems like they're covering it so well, I may step away from it because I don't have the resources to meet them at that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or to go to that in-depth perspective. So we move on to another topic because there's so many things that we might have to cover.
Can I try something? So, I mean, this panel 2 now, I guess.
To some degree.
Is there
2.5?
Is there questions you guys have? I mean,
actually, before we ask you questions, quick little announcement. According to Bruce, it'll probably be another 45 minutes before we're allowed to go back. There's still 45 minutes to go. I would like to point out, we're in Miami. Time is irrelevant.
Yeah.
So, do you guys have any questions?
I want you guys to like reading that one.
I mean, the only thing I would say is, I think coming up with a list for sources, I mean, that's something that SPJ would definitely put on our website to have, like, a resource guide for journalists when it comes to different expert topics. And they're, we try to make sure they're as diverse as possible when it comes to race, gender, all of that. So that would be, I think, pretty cool. I think the only other thing is, I hope that you trust, I mean, I know it might be hard because you haven't had bad experience, it seems like, but not everyone's bad. I think and when you have questions, I think, not just answering via email, make them call you, those kind of things.
Well, no, there was a story where Dr. Winfrey did something that was just and it turned out to be full bogus. So, yeah, no, I
do we have any other questions out here?
I think I have a question.
Circle C, why don't you yell?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yell.
Oh,
yeah.
No, give it over there.
Who's your sound guy? Yeah.
I just wanted to know. Okay, you're talking about finding better ways to do you think that it might be a good idea to like the same thing, do a little general research on how this social media platform works? I would argue that there are different ways that different social media, like different social media, knowing how they work is a cool way to and not just saying, oh, Twitter is just a crazy place where people are shouting at each other.
I'm glad you said that because that's precisely my job.
Yeah.
I trained you.
Okay, awesome.
2 weeks ago, I trained ESPN how to use emerging social media platforms like GitJab and YouTube, stuff like that. Sorry.
They don't care.
Don't worry.
I mean, there are people in the industry who keep up on these trends, and then we try to keep everybody up with the rest of those trends. Unfortunately, because the industry is not doing super great right now as a whole, a lot of these organizations don't have time and money to invest in training, which makes me really sad. Those things make the industry less bad or less good. But, it's something that we do often.
Yeah, basically, one of the things that, we've seen is a perfect example of capitalism. I don't remember, I think it might have been Fox or NBC had a moment where they were asking, who is this hacker named Fortnite, right? And then, one of those situations where, it's just like, Fortnite, that's how little a lot of mainstream media actually understands about and really, basic things about it.
It's not correct enough?
And
mainstream media knows nothing about it.
They know
mainstream media for 35 years. We know nothing.
Exactly. I mean, it's
not to educate us.
It is something that's hard for people, for people to get into, but at the same time, it's like you said, you can bring that younger kid in who kind of knows how to maneuver through the internet.
Or I'm sure there's students wanting journalists
Well, and okay, I don't want to make it an age thing either, because I will say I have.
Alright, I'm sorry.
No, but I do. I have some of the most willing like adapters to social media are some of the oldest people in my newsroom, and I love it. I teach them Twitter, I teach them all this stuff. So it's a willingness actually.
I would suggest if anything that it might be a good idea to actually accept that the dark alley because
it's not the dark alley.
No, but you know what I'm saying. Like it already just whatever. It's the dark alley. Don't go to 4chan because someone's gonna dump you. Like no, it's really not that.
You shouldn't go to 4chan.
The thing is like for any 4chan kills, but the image boards in general. There's so many different places for people to have conversations, and it's important to not be like. Not gonna go, it's 4chan, like, I don't want to do it.
We don't want to feel by association.
Well, at the end of the day, it's just like don't discard a place where discussion is happening.
You don't want to go to 4chan. There's nothing of value there.
Go to 8chan.
Maybe
But seriously, in all seriousness, whether or not you like 4chan or not is relative. That's where the discussion is happening.
You go to the discussion, like regardless of whatever you think, like that's what I'm trying to do. But let's establish that.
So it's safe to it's safe to assume that analysts should be brought in to understand this level of the internet to some degree, or people should be trained in this level of the internet.
So are you committed to doing it and you want to do it well? Yeah. I mean, if like I got sent out tomorrow to cover like HMOs and PPOs, I don't know what the hell that stuff is. I'm gonna go talk to some.
Your laptop should still be where you left it over there.
All right.
Hello?
Is the stream still on?
Yeah, it's still live.
Turn it off.
I gotta explain what happened first.
Turn it to me, I'll explain it.
Fine, explain it.
Is this on?
Yes.
So you're telling me the stream was on the whole time we were out in Miami Heat?
Oh, you think I was gonna turn it off?
You think anyone's watching it now?
You've got 2,765 just watching on Sargon's stream, and on the official stream you have 518. That's more than when we were actually here. None of the mics were live. There was no video. It was a static image, and they were watching.
So, I think it was in 1910, the Mona Lisa was stolen from the Louvre, and more people went to see the empty space than went to see the Mona Lisa.
Oh, of course.
So I think it's a little like that. Okay, so for those people who just left the stream on or fell under something heavy and couldn't turn it off, I think this was our 5th bomb threat. This was the most credible one.
I heard it was the 10th.
All right, well, I don't know where these numbers are coming from. The officer I spoke to, I'm still not clear on this. The bomb threat either came into the Miami Herald, which is a top 10 Pulitzer Prize winning paper down here, or the police station, or both at the same time. It had a time certain on it, like the bomb is going off at 2:45. So I actually asked why we can't just go back in after 2:45, and this is why I like being a journalist, because I learn new things. I never thought about this. What if someone called in the bomb threat from California and forgot to adjust for time zones? I mean, you can't say the people that issue bomb threats are really thorough, so I didn't think about that. So they had to do a full sweep of this place. We were outside. Luckily, the conversation continued. I was pretty impressed that Ren LaForme and Lynn Walsh, Ash Scow, Oliver Campbell joined us, Kathy Young, Mark Sebb, they joined us. Right across from a cop car, we took over a condemned house, and in the carport, continued the journalism and Gamergate conversation under the theory that the bomb threat was illegal, crashing into a no trespassing condemned home is illegal, therefore they cancel each other out, and it becomes totally legal.
Perfect logic.
That conversation continued until just now. They're going to be shutting this place down because I think this place hates me, and we're not going to ever be able to come back here again.
Do it in Tampa.
Well, you know what? I hope that regardless, you guys will continue this conversation. If people are actually watching this, then I have to say the following things. Number one, you should thank Florida Atlantic University, OWL TV. They're the ones who came down here and did the shoot. These guys right here. And a true Gamergate moment, the guy up there in the booth, his name is John Smith. It's not his real name. I don't even really know his real name. I don't know if I want to know his real name.
You don't?
All right. But when he reached out to me when I started this and said that he wanted to help, he sounded like a good guy. As a journalist, you get to know if people are kind of bullshit artists. So I said, yeah, sure, help out. Well, that caused such a Gamergate catastrophe stir of excitement that Oliver had to have an emergency stream to vet this dude. Well, it turned out that all the technology that was done today, a multi-camera secure live stream, was done by a 19-year-old sitting up in that booth.
I had help. I want to take a moment and personally thank all of the people Koretsky brought in, as well as all of the volunteers who came here. I couldn't have done this without the help of everybody working the cameras and the sound. And I don't know if any of you want your name shouted out and people cheered. I just got a way of saying no, so I guess I could be the face that takes all the credit. Thanks to those people. Thanks to everybody who came out in support just to see the event or to attend and possibly to cover it. You're all amazing people. I love all of you. And thank you.
All right, so I don't know what's going to happen next, but here's the idea, is once we all take a shower and cool off, we're going to try to write some of this stuff up. It might take a little bit of time. But the idea is, some of the ideas that we floated out today, can we do those things? Can we try to set up an awards program for gaining journalists and the criteria be ethical, balanced reporting? Can we compile a list of the people that do the YouTube streams so that any journalist can go to that list, know who to start talking to, not to end the conversation, but to start the conversation? Can we do things like anybody that wants to do a Gamergate meetup, willing to have journalists come so that they can interview people in person? All the ideas that we talked about today and any others that get floated out there, which I will check for in between all of the swastikas and calling me a fag, I will look for all of those and we'll try to compile some stuff. I hope this isn't the last time that this happens. It doesn't have to be done in Miami. It doesn't have to be done by SPJ. It does not have to be done by me. I hope that Gamergate will continue this conversation. I have no idea what my role in that's going to be. I kind of want to disappear just to prove all the assholes wrong that said somehow this was going to make me $1 million and I was going to open a Patreon account.
Koretsky, you have like 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Good. So, if you want to know more about this, I'm going to keep the Airplay site up, spjairplay.com, for another month or two, maybe longer. We're going to see what happens. I will post something in about a week, and we'll see what happens. So I want to thank all of you guys that endured the bomb threat and everyone that listened. I've always wanted to say this. I never could. You don't have to stay home, but you can't stay here. I don't know what's going to happen next, but here's the idea, is once we all take a shower and cool off.
Ryan, you leaving?
We're going to try to write some of this stuff up.
You going to the thing tonight?
There's a thing. But the idea is
supposed to be a meetup or something.
Today, can we do those things?
Yeah, you can.
Can we try to set up an awards program for gaining journalists and the criteria be ethical, balanced reporting?
Yep.
Can we compile a list of the people that do the YouTube streams so that any journalist can go to that list, know who to start talking to, not end the conversation, but to start the conversation? Can we do things like anybody that wants to do a Gamergate meetup, willing to have journalists come so that they can interview people in person? All the ideas that we talked about today, and any others that get floated out there, which I will check for in between all of these swastikas and calling me a fag, I will look for all of those.
Really quickly while
and we'll try to compile some stuff. I hope this isn't the last time that this happens. It doesn't have to be done in Miami. It doesn't have to be done by SPJ. It does not have to be done by me. I hope that Gamergate will continue this conversation. I have no idea what my role in that's going to be. I kind of want to disappear just to prove all the assholes wrong and said somehow this was going to make me $1 million and I was going to open a Patreon account.
Koretsky, you have like 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Good. So, if you want to know more about this, I'm going to keep the Airplay site up, spjairplay.com, for another month or two, maybe longer. We're going to see what happens. I will post something in about a week, and we'll see what happens. So I want to thank all of you guys that endured the bomb threat, and everyone that listened. I've always wanted to say this, never could. You don't have to stay home, but you can't stay here.
Mike, good job, man. Good job. Thanks for doing this.
How about a sweaty hug?
Yeah, thanks for doing this, man. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much. You want to come with us for a drink?
First, I got to go. I have a lot of explaining to do to the SPJ people.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. They know I'm an idiot.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot that we.
Thanks. I'm glad you. I'm sorry that we got out of here before you could.
Is the meetup still happening tonight?
The meetup is still happening. I just don't know who's
where.
in charge of it.
If somebody.
Where is it?
No,
That's Bavaria House.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So they're canceling you.
Yes.
So they've canceled us. Okay, good.
Oh, they canceled the
rewards. The journalism.
Yeah.
conference
Okay,
is
that's
happening.
canceled. Yeah, I heard.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for organizing this. Despite the bomb threat, I think it went really well. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
You nailed it, man.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good for you to come. I'll see you later tonight.
Yes.
All right, but take care. All right, folks. So.
Hey, did you sign this for me?
Of course I will. You're not gonna put it on eBay, are you?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. You want to hold my camera for me while I go ahead? I can do that. Hang on. Where you want me to sign it? Just right there?
Yeah.
Like Derek Smart was here, kind of thing?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Take care. Okay, Ren, I'm out of here, man.
Right.
See you again. Nice
Great
to meet you.
Yeah.
Find out from Michael to tell you what you think is happening.
Sure.
Well, we'll see you later. Okay, guys, so I'm leaving now. This whole thing is over, finally. And, of course, there was no bomb, but we already knew that was bullshit going in. Ah, here's Ash. So you guys, well, we're all leaving, so...
Okay.
There's a meetup later.
We are going.
We're not going to broadcast the name because we don't want this bullshit there tonight.
Right.
So Mike knows where it is, and I'll see you guys all there later.
We'll be there.
All right? See you, folks. Hey, man. Hey. So you're going to be at the meetup tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Don't say where it is.
Right.
We've canceled.
Can't tell anyone.
Yeah, we've canceled where it was. It's going to be somewhere else.
Let's try and
tonight.
blow up another fucking place.
I mean, this is crazy. We were outside in this heat for...
Still dropping ethics.
3 hours. Yeah. 3 freaking hours. In 96 degrees heat.
Well, that would explain why you...
So, well, this is another event. Now we have to wait and see how the media portrays this. Of course, it's a quote-unquote Gamergate event. There's a bomb threat called in. The first thing that somebody asked me from the media today was, did Gamergate do this? My response was, get out of here. Gamergate didn't do any of this nonsense. Nobody knows who did what. And that's the narrative. So, as you can see, everyone's fine. We all went back in. We had our closing arguments, and now we're leaving. I guess wait for well, mine's over there, so I don't have to wait. Oliver, I'll see you guys later. Yeah, I'm parked over here. I'm just going to leave.
It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh, yes, the lady I accused of heckling. I was just kidding, by the way. Okay, I'll see you tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, take care, man. Yep. Nice to meet you, Oliver. Take care. Oh my God, my back is killing me! Oh wait, I'm still streaming. Okay, bye. Bye, folks.